Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Blood Evil seizes soul. Wang Yuan establishes foundation. In the thatched cottage, two figures sat opposite each other, and another was chained through his scapula and firmly locked to an iron frame. The man was looking at the two figures with resentful eyes. But with Wang Yuan's faint glance, he lowered his head in fear. "You can't kill me. My grandfather is Ho Quan, my master is the elder of Yanmeng, and I am the true disciple of Yanmeng who is to be confirmed. You." He stopped talking. In the face of Wang Yuan's cold eyes, he was speechless. Luo Chen watched this scene with a smile, without any mercy. Those who kill, will always be killed. Since they dared to attack them in the first place, they should be prepared to be killed. In this world, there is no reason to just wait for death. Retracting his gaze, Luo Chen looked at Wang Yuan seriously. "How have you been doing with the blood evil soul-stealing formation in the past few years?" Wang Yuan said confidently, "If it were 2 years ago, I would still be a little worried. But in the past 2 years, with the help of Min Longgao, I have completely perfected this formation and even engraved it on my back. In this way, the soul-stealing process will be twice as effective with half the effort." Seeing him so confident, Luo Chen was relieved. However, just in case, he still asked a few more questions. "How much Zongmiao Pill did you take?" "I took all the ones you sent." Wang Yuan pointed to his head. "I can feel that my soul foundation has increased by nearly 30%. Even if the problem of Duan Qianqin's residual soul appears again, I am confident that I can suppress it." In the past few years, Luo Chen has not only refined the Zongmiao Pill and the Bigu Pill. In order to improve his proficiency, he would refine the Zongmiao Pill from time to time. By now, his Zongmiao Pill has already crossed the entry stage and reached the proficient level, and it is not far from the mastery level. In this process, many low-grade Zongmiao Pills refined were useless to him. But for cultivators who are still in the key refining stage, it can be regarded as a fine resource for cultivation. A small amount of that batch of Zongmiao Pills was supplied to Sima Wei Niang, Murin Kinglian and others. Most of it was sent to Wang Yuan. Compared with Sima Wei Niang and others, Wang Yuan undoubtedly has a higher demand for the soul. The process of blood evil spirit seizing the soul involves the essence, blood, foundation, and soul of the object. Every process requires Wang Yuan to concentrate, and the requirements for the soul are too high. At the beginning, the first soul seizing in Xiaohu Mountain failed. Of course, there was a reason that Duan Qianqin had a solid foundation. But it was also because Wang Yuan was eager for success and his own foundation was not enough. Zongmiao Pills can solve Wang Yuan's dilemma very well. However, he and Sima Wei Niang and others have a problem, that is, after taking Zongmiao Pills, the soul foundation will skyrocket. But they are not like Luo Chen, who has practiced soul stealing. Therefore, it takes enough time to slowly polish the empty soul. Luo Chen had also tried to get Wang Yuan to practice soul stealing, but unfortunately, his talent in the art was average. It took a long time to make a small success in the soul-fixing oath. Therefore, he could only take a Zongmiao Pill every once in a while in the past 2 years. Moreover, the effect became worse as time went by. But since Wang Yuan was so confident now, Luo Chen was not worried anymore. "Okay, in that case, when do you plan to start building your foundation?" Wang Yuan turned sideways and his eyes fell on Ho Hu. His tone was grim. "You said, if we don't build our foundation now, when will we?" "Why not, today?" Ho Hu, who was locked up, trembled in his heart. From the two people's undisguised words, he had a bad premonition. "Just build your foundation, why are you looking at me? And what is the purpose of the blood evil soul-stealing array?" Luo Chen ignored him and stared at Wang Yuan solemnly. "It's good that you are confident, but just in case, it's better for me to look after you this time." Wang Yuan raised his eyebrows, and looked at Luo Chen with a resolute gaze. After a while, he nodded slowly. "In this case, let you protect me." "What are you going to do?" "Asshole. No, I was wrong, let me go. I will ask my family to send spiritual stones and foundation building pills." "Yes, I can get you foundation building pills." Magic weapons are also okay. My grandfather has a Yuan Yang ruler. It is extremely magical and powerful. Ah! Wang Yuan, you will die. Shrill wails continued to sound in the hut. However, the two people in the house were indifferent and looked indifferent. Luo Chen frowned and looked at the scene in front of him. Wang Yuan sat cross-legged. His upper body was naked, and muscles piled up one by one, crisscrossing like a coiled dragon. Rich blood and qi burst out from his head, forming a blood and qi smoke. The bones of his body were like white jade, crystal clear and almost transparent through the skin. If it were just that, it would be fine. But on his back, on the muscles that were wriggling like a dragon, there was a simple and ancient array diagram that seemed to be created by nature. This was the blood evil soul-stealing array, which was transformed from the Ghost Valley's natural soul-stealing array. After years of research by Wang Yuan, and supplemented and improved by Min Longgao, it was finally engraved on Wang Yuan's powerful body. Only in this way can the greatest power be exerted. At this moment, as Wang Yuan practiced his skills, the blood and qi wolf smoke suddenly bent and injected into the back array diagram. Visible to the naked eye, the array diagram came alive. Based on the body, blood is the source, guided by qi, seize it with the soul, blood evil, come out. With a low shout, blood-colored threads spread out from the array diagram, then wrapped and devoured each other, grew and formed, and turned into countless dense blood snakes in an instant. Each blood snake was full of bloody evil spirits, as if it was going to choose someone to devour. Wang Yuan had his back to Luo Chen. As a result, the blood snakes noticed Luo Chen at the first moment. For a moment, Luo Chen's soul trembled. This technique is too insidious and harmful to the harmony of nature. It is definitely not a foundation-building method for cultivators of our generation. Brother Wang, what kind of cultivation path have you taken? As he murmured in his heart. Those blood-colored little snakes had already bared their fangs and claws and flew out, flying towards Ho Hu, who was imprisoned in midair. Under Ho Hu's horrified gaze, the little snakes happily drilled into his body. Swish! It was as if something was bitten. Ah! A scream came from Ho Hu's mouth. But before he could curse, he began to tremble wildly. Swish! 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 Dot! Countless similar sounds rang out in his body. And his face became paler and paler, even pale. Suddenly, a blood snake came out of Ho Hu's body. Unlike before, it was small and bloody. It was more than doubled in size. Did it seem to be full? Blood evil, come back. With a low voice, the blood snake returned to Wang Yuan unwillingly. It slowly got in from the formation diagram behind him. At this moment, Luo Chen felt the change in Wang Yuan's momentum. He had begun to break through the state of perfection in the key refining stage and was constantly moving towards the foundation establishment stage. Return. 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 Blood snakes came out of Ho Hu's body and kept returning to Wang Yuan's body. His momentum was also rising. In contrast, Ho Hu's body was getting thinner and thinner. He floated in the air, like a thin painting. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva, and a fear spread from his soul. It seemed that if those blood snakes got into his body, they would take away everything from him. The blood essence of the cultivator. The essence of his bones and flesh. The foundation of the great Dao. Even. Soul-stealing. Wang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and two blood-red lights burst out from his eyes, falling straight onto the painting in the air. At this moment, the painting came alive. A wisp of identical ghost floated out of the painting. At first, his eyes were blank. Then, he stared at Wang Yuan with a face full of resentment. You will not die well. No, I will live well. Wang Yuan smiled coldly. Come on, borrow your life to help me achieve the foundation of the Great Way. The blood-red light was recovered. The ghost struggled in fear, but still could not stop everything from happening next. When Ho Hu's soul was pulled into Wang Yuan's body, a blood-colored light suddenly bloomed from Wang Yuan's back, turning into a light curtain that wrapped Wang Yuan tightly. Not just one. There were as many blood snakes as there were before, and there were as many rays of light blooming at this moment. Layer after layer, almost like silk, it wrapped Wang Yuan up, and finally formed a huge cocoon. At this point, the first step has been completed. Yes. This is just the first step. Luo Chen took a deep breath, looked at the huge blood-colored cocoon, and then walked out of the door. He did not leave. Instead, he took out a storage bag, while wearing away the restrictions on it, while paying attention to the changes in the house. The last time Wang Jie seized Duan Qianqin's soul, It took a full 3 months to completely end it. I don't know how long it will last this time. But it should be smoother than the last time. That time, Wang Yuan was only at the 9th level of the key refining stage, and the blood evil soul seizing formation was also extremely rough, and his soul foundation was even more ordinary. But this time, with his own efforts and the help of Luo Chen, it can be said that there has been a drastic change. And the object of the soul seizure is not Duan Kaiankin, who has been building his foundation for many years. It is Ho-Hu, who has just built his foundation. In the past few years, Ho-Hu has been under Wang Yuan's personal control, and his realm has not improved at all, and has always maintained the level of the Battle of Gaolingyuan. The two are also very different. There has been a failure. This time, it must succeed. There are only 3 chances to use the blood evil soul stealing formation, and once you embark on this path of foundation building on the blood path, you cannot use other methods of foundation building. Wang Yuan cannot afford the consequences of another failure. Luo Chen did not want to see that scene either. Everything, leave it to time. Luo Chen sighed, trying his best to get rid of the scenes in the green thatched cottage in his mind. That is not the path of foundation building that a normal cultivator should take. 1 month later. Under the Dangsha Peak. In a medium-sized cave, Chu Lingjin was personally leading people to make pills. His subordinates put in the medicinal materials for him and looked after the fire for him. And what he had to do was to rely on experience to judge the changes in the medicinal power inside. From time to time, he had to inject spiritual power to control the fusion and differentiation of the medicinal materials inside. Huh? Chu Lingjin waved his hand, and the Shenmuding burst into brilliance, and more than 30 pills flew out. At this moment, naturally someone came to collect the pills. Looking at the more than 30 pills, the young man with stubble had a calm face. 2 portions of raw materials were used to make this furnace of jade marrow pills. In the end, 25 of the middle grade and 11 of the lower grade were obtained. After leaving the alchemy room, Lingjin, your alchemy skills are getting better and better. The words of praise came from a woman with a dignified temperament and a smile on her face. It was Sima Weinyang. Chu Lingjin shook his head. President, you are too kind. It's nothing. Master can produce pills steadily, and they are all top grade. Compared with him, I am just a firefly in a bright moon. I still have a long way to go. Sima Weinyang smiled gently. The president is a rare alchemy genius. Why do you have to compare with him? In my opinion, you are already very good. Indeed. Chu Lingjin's alchemy skills are really not weak now. The large amount of middle-grade jade marrow pills he refines can provide Luo Xianhu with thousands of spirit stones of profit every month. And he is only in his 20s now. It is hard to imagine how far he can grow in the future. The president is a man of good judgment. He accepted him as his disciple when he was still young. Chu Lingjin shook his head. He was not comparing himself with his master, that was too disrespectful. He was taking his master as the direction to move forward. In one's life, one must always have a correct direction to move faster and more steadily. By the way, President, are you here for something in the alchemy hall? It's nothing big. I just came to see how your alchemy is going recently. Is there anything in your life that needs our help? Sima Weinyang said gently, since your master is not here, I have to take care of you. I'm fine. As Chu Lingjin spoke, his eyes fell on another alchemy room. The door opened. A beautiful figure walked out like a willow in the wind. He hurried forward. Sister Mili, how are you today? Mili smiled slightly. Fortunately, I made 7 Zongmiao pills, a small harvest. Chu Lingjin was extremely happy. It seems that your alchemy skills have also improved. Thanks to the detailed explanation of the refining of the Zongmiao pills given to me by the president, otherwise I would not have made such rapid progress. Next to her, looking at the lively atmosphere of the conversation between a man and a woman, Sima Weinyang couldn't help shaking her head and chuckled. It seems that today is a double happiness. In addition to the president, our Luo Chen club has 2 new alchemy stars rising. Mili was a little embarrassed. Chu Lingjin scratched his head and grinned. He asked curiously, by the way, is my master in seclusion again? Why haven't I seen him for this month? Sima Weinyang shook her head. She knew where Luo Chen was and what he was doing. But there was no need to tell others these things. Coming here today was just a routine inspection and condolences. Since they didn't need anything, they could leave. There were still many things waiting for her to deal with. Just as she was about to leave, her expression changed slightly. Then, she flew out, came to the ground, and looked up at the top of Dangsha Peak. There was a majestic momentum that was slowly rising. Sima Wei Niang's face showed surprise. She was not unfamiliar with this momentum. Although she had little contact with it, it was definitely Wang Yuan's. From now on, my Luo Chen society will have 3 great foundation building masters. Not just her. At this moment, all the cultivators of Luo Chen society noticed the movement from the top of Dangsha Peak. Countless escape lights flew out of the mountain and looked into the sky. Chapter 252 Dangsha's Wedding, Reactions from all sides. At the top of Dangsha Peak, the majestic momentum retreated back into the thatched cottage like a tide. It seemed that nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was stunned. Failed. Impossible. The next moment, the wooden door opened with a bang. Wang Yuan walked out from inside, wearing a linen robe, barefoot, with black hair draped behind him, moving without wind. In his deep black eyes, there was an unconcealed joy. Luo Chen smiled. Congratulations on building the foundation. Wang Yuan smiled slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he staggered. Looking at the big foot deeply stuck in the rocks, both of them were stunned. Wang Yuan frowned. The sudden rise in realm has caused my control over my physique to deviate. It seems that consolidating the realm is the top priority. This was something Luo Chen had never expected. But after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Wang Yuan's physical realm has always been ahead of the key realm. There have been fluctuations in strength before. Now that the realm has increased by a large stage, this situation will only become more obvious. In this way, Luo Chen gave up the idea of holding an internal foundation building ceremony for Wang Yuan. This is for you. Consider it a gift to congratulate you on your foundation building. Wang Yuan took the red storage bag, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Is it Ho Hu's storage bag? Luo Chen nodded and smiled. Yes, it was originally your trophy. I spent 2 years and finally completely unlocked its spiritual sense restrictions. Now it is a good opportunity to return it to you. Wang Yuan controlled his not-so-skilled spiritual sense to enter the storage bag. After a slight glance, a look of joy appeared on his face. He patted the storage bag. Just in time. I was still worried about where to find the initial cultivation resources after building the foundation, but I didn't expect it to be here. As a genius of the Ho family and a disciple of the Yan League, Ho Hu didn't need to earn cultivation resources by himself all the way. Before designing the Battle of Gaolingyan, he personally hosted an auction, and a part of the Ho family's income was brought with him. Therefore, his storage bag is so rich. Luo Chen had checked it before. Even though he himself was wealthy, he was shocked by Ho Hu's inheritance. One person was enough to replace most of the Duan family. After the restriction was unlocked at that time. To be honest, Luo Chen did have a moment of greed. But he quickly suppressed it. This is Wang Yuan's spoils of war. With this resource, Wang Yuan will not have to worry for a short time. He can still tell right from wrong. Luo Chen, thank you. Wang Yuan thanked him while weighing the storage bag. If you were to unlock Ho Hu's storage bag by himself, it would take at least a few years, which would be too troublesome. Luo Chen's move really helped him a lot. Brothers, you said this. Luo Chen waved his hand and said generously, this is just a small favor, not a real gift. Wang Yuan was stunned. Luo Chen blinked. There is one thing I didn't tell you before. 2 magic weapon embryos were found in Duan Qianqin's storage bag. I planned to give one to Duan Feng and one to you. But it is still in the embryo stage now, and I need to collect materials to complete the final steps. I will send someone to keep an eye on it. When I encounter the materials, I will definitely take it down. When the magic weapon is formed, you will have a magic weapon. Wang Yuan's heart warmed slightly. He touched the wristband on his hand. Actually, I have a magic weapon, you can keep that one for yourself. Dragon Tiger Wrist. It is a magic weapon that Ho Quan exchanged for Ho Hu with a lot of resources. It contains Dragon Gang Tiger Evil, which is extremely powerful. This magic weapon is just suitable for Wang Yuan, who uses evil spirits to refine his body all year round. When Ho Hu was captured, this magic weapon belonged to him. But he had never built a foundation before, so he couldn't use it thoroughly. I don't need these, why are you being polite to me? What Luo Chen didn't say was that there were not only 2 magic weapon embryos in Duan Qianqin's storage bag. Strictly speaking, The scabbard he got was also a magic weapon embryo, and it could even be said that it was already formed. The only missing material was the sword pill. It was just that the thing belonged to Xiang Xing's name. This matter could not be said carelessly, as it would easily cause trouble. Therefore, the fewer people knew about it, the better. The three of them also divided Duan Qianqin's inheritance equally. Next, Luo Chen simply stayed on the mountain for 2 days and exchanged with Wang Yuan his experience of cultivation after foundation building. Although the other party did not intend to go too far on the immortal path. But at least he had to stabilize the realm of the foundation building period. Only in this way could his long lifespan allow him to go further on the path of body refining. 2 days later, Luo Chen went down the mountain. But he did not leave. Wang Yuan's foundation building was a big event and a happy event. Although it could not be held in a grand manner, the cultivators of Luo Chen should at least feel the joy. The foundation building ceremony could not be held. But there was another way to show it off. Have you set a time? Luo Chen looked at the pair of people standing in front of him. The man's sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes are quite handsome, and the woman is not beautiful, but her temperament is gentle and sophisticated. If they get married, they will be a match made in heaven in the eyes of everyone. Duanfeng and Feng Xiao looked at each other, and then nodded to Luo Chen. My realm is almost stable, and there is no reason to delay the marriage. I have also calculated the time with Min Longyao. 9 days later will be an auspicious day, suitable for marriage. Okay, then 9 days later. Luo Chen clapped his hands. Don't worry about the wedding ceremony, I will let Luo Xianu take care of it for you. You just need to wait for entering the bridal chamber. Hearing the 3 words entering the bridal chamber, Feng Xiao lowered her head, and a blush appeared on her neck. Her relationship with Duanfeng has long been no secret in Luo Xianu. But in order not to delay Duanfeng's foundation building, even if they live together, they still abide by the great separation of men and women. Now that Duanfeng has finally built his foundation, some things should be done. After Luo Chen gave an order, Luo Xianu became busy. In fact, it wouldn't take much time. Muir and King Lian took people to the city to buy things needed for the wedding ceremony. Sima Wei Nyong hung red silk ribbons and big red lanterns on Dangsha Peak, and ordered the logistics monks to slaughter pigs and sheep and prepare spiritual wine. With the monks' mobility and the help of so many people, it didn't take 9 days at all, and everything was prepared soon. The red tape required for the traditional wedding ceremony was avoided because of the lack of elders on both sides. Only Luo Chen was invited to be the witness. 9 days later, a grand and lively banquet was held on Dangsha Peak. This was different from Duanfeng's internal foundation building ceremony, which only a group of senior officials participated. This time, it was a carnival for all the monks and the entire gang from top to bottom. In the Luotian Hall, Luo Chen no longer sat alone at the head, but walked down and drank with everyone. The main target of everyone's toast was Duanfeng, and the secondary target was Luo Chen. It is precisely because of Luo Chen's leadership that they have been able to step by step reach the current point and are still full of hope for the future. It is rare that Luo Chen is not arrogant today, so he naturally wants to seize this opportunity to drink hard. Luo Chen also accepts everyone who comes. While a group of people surrounded Duanfeng to force him to drink, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The wine used today is all good wine, which was purchased in bulk at a high price from Zuxianzhou in Xianlan Fairy City. He did not deliberately eliminate the alcohol and drank so much, so he was a little drunk. With drunken eyes, he looked at the hall. Gu Kai was like a butterfly, wandering between the wine tables, chatting with anyone and drinking a few glasses. Xiu Gu and Muir and King Lian sat together, talking about raising children. Chu Lingjin held Mili's hand and sat quietly in the corner. The latter looked at the big character with envy and longing. Qin Liangchen pulled Min Longyao and recalled the past events of the Daohofeng Forum. He also patted his chest and said that if he had been the first to go up, he would definitely have knocked him down. Min Longyao just smiled and didn't believe it at all. This made Qin Liangchen anxious. He recounted how much advantage he had at the time, the top-grade robes, and Sima Wei Nyong and her 2 brothers sat together, drinking wine in small sips. She was too busy at ordinary times. And as a president, she often had to show her selfless and ruthless side. Therefore, after so many years, the relationship between the brothers has faded. Now sitting together, she pulled Sima Wenji to persuade her eldest brother Sima Xian to get married. She knew clearly what good girls there were in Luo Chen. Even if Sima Xian looked down on insiders, there were still people outside. As the president of Luo Chen, she gradually gained a reputation around her, and her network of contacts spread out. Find a cultivation family and arrange a marriage for her eldest brother, and she would never force it. Sima Xian was persuaded by his younger brother and sister, and his usually calm face became awkward. In addition to these people, there are many familiar people. Zhou Yuanli, Liu Qiang, Bian Zhen, Su Zialan, Su Zialiu, Yuan Dongshen. Looking at the familiar faces and listening to the past events, Luo Chen was getting more and more drunk unconsciously. Along the way, so many people have gathered around him. This is the most precious wealth besides his cultivation. It is a witness to his immortality. It's worth the trip. He walked out of the hall while muttering. On Dangsha Peak, the lights are bright and colorful, and fireworks are shot into the sky from time to time, forming beautiful fireworks. Everyone is celebrating. From Daohofang to Xianlan Fairy City, too many things have happened. The monks of Luo Chen also need such a feast to vent the emotions that have been accumulated for many years. It's just that this scene has a vague sense of familiarity in Luo Chen's eyes. When we first settled in Xiaohun Mountain, there was also such a wedding banquet. At that time, the hosts of the wedding banquet were Zheng Wen and Xiu Gu, who had returned from prodigal sons. Now, things have changed. Luo Chen is no longer just a few big cats and small cats, but has 3 real foundation-building cultivators. If it were still in Daohofang, it would have been a giant. And Zheng Wen is no longer here. On the road of cultivation, such a lively scene is only a short moment. Although Luo Chen was happy about this atmosphere, he knew that he must not indulge in it. If you want to see this scene again, only by being strong and immortal can you always watch the scenery. For now, that is only to form a pill. Bang! A burst of fireworks hit the sky, and in an instant the fireworks were bright. Behind him, there was a lively booing. Duanfeng, who was drunk, was surrounded by the crowd and went to his cave. President, are you going to the bridal chamber? No, I won't go. Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand, letting everyone go away. Looking at Duanfeng's high-spirited look, he seemed to feel a little empty in his heart. But in an instant, he shook his head fiercely and pushed away that feeling. Duanfeng should be satisfied with the wedding gift I gave to the couple. After muttering, Luo Chen returned to his residence in Dangsha Peak. It is a cave with relatively rich spiritual energy. In the desolate and quiet cave, the Lai Shangxiang was slowly lit, and the Shenglong pill was swallowed into the mouth. The lonely figure practiced the skills and absorbed the spiritual energy from all directions. The excitement gradually dissipated. Duanfeng, wearing a close-fitting red dress, walked into the bedroom. Looking at the figure of the beautiful woman wearing a veil and sitting alone on the bed, he showed a rare gentleness on his face. Holding the wedding scale, he lifted the veil. Sister Xia, I'm back. Feng Xia's eyes were full of waves and tenderness. Husband, call me wife from now on. Wife? Duanfeng smiled, but the smile soon froze. Your voice. The sound was as soft as silk, and like the sound of a spring, ding dong dong. It was a little strange, but very pleasant. No longer hoarse and dry as before. Your voice. Feng Xia put her hand on her throat and sighed. It was Luo Chen, he cured me. Duanfeng was a little at a loss for a moment. After a long time, he sighed. We can be together, thanks to him. Who can say it's not so? If Luo Chen hadn't dissuaded him, Duanfeng might have plunged into the giant ruins of the Guiyuan Mountains, which could be called a grinding wheel of flesh and blood. There is a high probability that he would not come back alive. If it weren't for Luo Chen's help, Feng Xia would not have been able to survive by running a milk tea shop after being fired by Beikao Deng, let alone using that time to warm up her relationship with Duanfeng. Luo Chen played a great role in the two of them being able to be together. In the future, we must repay him well. Feng Xia said. That's a matter for the future, let's not talk about this tonight. Duanfeng got on the bed and pulled down the big red curtain. The wedding of Duanfeng and Feng Xia had a huge impact. First, it released the depression that Luo Chen had accumulated for many years, making the cohesion even stronger. Second, this wedding ceremony was also noticed by the surrounding forces. It was impossible not to notice it. That day, red silk was fluttering, there were crowds of people, gongs and drums were loud, firecrackers were blasting. The excitement lasted until late at night. This kind of scene is still rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Most of the forces that can do this are some confident forces. Only with strength can you have confidence. Through this wedding ceremony, it is a disguised declaration of the strength of Luo Chen to the surrounding forces of all sizes. At the beginning, Luo Chen was just Luo Chen, a foundation-building cultivator. But in a short time, it became an existence with 3 foundation-building cultivators. Especially behind it, there is the support of Ice Castle. In this way, everyone has to take Luo Chen seriously. Not long after the wedding ceremony ended, Sima Wei Niang received good news. The Zheng family agreed to cooperate, settled in Biao Valley, and continued to carry out their previous business. At the same time, a small market controlled by their family was open to allow the medicine business of Luo Chen to flow in. This wave is mutually beneficial. The other is pure good news. Previously, because of the medicine business, several forces secretly targeted Luo Chen, and they were very harsh on the quantity, price, and even the deposit of raw materials. Now, the restrictions have been directly lifted. When the monks of Luo Chen went to purchase goods, the other party's attitude was much better, and they said that they didn't need that huge deposit. Direct cash on delivery. Even in the conversation, they mentioned in-depth cooperation, and Luo Chen could be given preferential treatment of goods first and payment later in the future. In addition, there is a family of immortal cultivators living in the downstream of Xianlin Immortal City, on the banks of Qinhu River, and after several contacts, they proposed the marriage with Luo Chen. The lifespan of the foundation-building ancestor of this family is approaching the end, and he will not live for a few days. And their family has no capable descendants who can sprint to the foundation building. They are in urgent need of a backer. Otherwise, the resources in that area cannot be kept at all, and they can only follow the Fu family and move far away in the future. Now the wealthy and powerful Luo Chen has entered their sight. This news was reported directly to Luo Chen. Li family. Yes, the Qinhuajiang Li family. Sima Wei Niang said. Luo Chen looked at the post and wondered, I remember that their family is also an elixir refiner, and they had business conflicts with us before. This is a different time. Their ancestor has a short lifespan and is about to pass away. Unfortunately, the elixir business has been hit by us and the Zheng family, so that the income is getting less and less. Even the foundation building worshipper hired by the family is unable to support the salary. Now that the ancestor is about to die and the worshipper has left, the Qinhu Li family is shaky. So, they are eager to find a new backer to support them for a few days until the next foundation building appears in the family. As Sima Wei Niang narrated, Luo Chen gradually got to know this family. Looking at the post, Luo Chen understood the general resources of the Qinhu Li family. Standing by the river, it has a huge grassland and many medicinal herbs. Such an existence, if there is no foundation building cultivator, it will definitely not be able to survive. Marriage? What do you think? Sima Wei Niang was in high spirits. I think it is feasible. The Qinhu Li family does not have a deep foundation, but the resources they have are very good. If we win them over through marriage, whether it is mutual assistance and mutual benefit, or annexation and cannibalization in the future, there is a lot of room for development. Luo Chen smiled. It seems that Wei Niang is thinking long-term. Mutual assistance and mutual benefit naturally refers to the initial covenant between the two parties at the beginning of the marriage, which will have a time limit. If the other party really has a new foundation, then mutual assistance and mutual benefit will be achieved. If the time limit is exceeded, Luo Chen can annex the other party and cannibalize it. Okay, then I agree. Did they mention the candidate for marriage? The Li family put forward Li Yingjin, whose cultivation is not high, barely at the 7th level of key refining. The main thing is that she is of noble status, and is the granddaughter of the ancestor who is about to sit in meditation. Sima Wei Niang said the other party's candidate for marriage. Then, with a hesitant tone, she slowly said, they hope to marry the head of the Dan Hall of Luo Ocean Society. Chu Lingjin. Not long ago, as Chu Lingjin advanced to the 5th level of key refining, Luo Chen resigned from the part-time position of the head of the Dan Hall and handed it over to Chu Lingjin. It was to reduce his burden and at the same time encourage Chu Lingjin to improve in alchemy. In this way, Chu Lingjin also became the youngest and lowest level of the head of the Luo Ocean Society. No one questioned this. Because Chu Lingjin was Luo Chen's disciple. And because when Luo Chen was in the Pashan gang, he was also the head of the Dan Hall at this level. However, The candidate for marriage of the Qinhuajiang Li family is Chu Lingjun. This is quite interesting. Chapter 253 Wang Heichao's Huge Inheritance. President, is there anything wrong with this? Seeing Luo Chen's interested smile, Sima Wei Niang asked hesitantly. Not right. Luo Chen laughed. For their Qinhu Li family, of course there is nothing wrong. Lingjun is my apprentice, and he is the head of a sect. If we can marry him, it means that we are deeply bound to Luo Chen. In this way, even if the Qinhu Li family loses its ancestor, other forces will not dare to act rashly for my sake. Sima Wei Niang agreed deeply. The other party did have this in mind. However, why did the president still show that expression? When she was puzzled, Luo Chen changed the subject. But, they are too optimistic. Lingjun is only at the 5th level of key refining, and his aptitude is not good. At least in the eyes of ordinary people, he is a person who has no hope of building a foundation. This kind of marriage partner will not pose any threat to his Li family, and can also borrow the power of my Luo Ocean society. How can it be so beautiful? Sima Wei Niang was stunned, and then suddenly woke up. She only saw the importance the other party attached to the marriage, marrying the granddaughter of a foundation-building cultivator at the 7th level of key refining to Chu Lingjun at the 5th level of key refining. But inwardly, wasn't it to ensure that Chu Lingjun, who was at a low level, would not interfere too much with the interests of the Li family as a son-in-law? Just thinking about it, Sima Wei Niang's face showed a look of sudden enlightenment. The president is wise. Then should we still refuse the marriage? Reject. Luo Chen shook his head. Why refuse? The other party had already thrown out the bait, and there was no reason for him not to take a bite. With the strength of the Qinhu Li family, he couldn't pull up this big fish. On the contrary, taking this opportunity, there is a chance to drag the Li family into the water. Submit 2 more marriage candidates and let the Li family choose. Which 2? Luo Chen glanced at Sima Wei Niang and spit out 2 names. Sima Xian. Yuan Dongshen. Hearing the name of the eldest brother caught Sima Wei Niang off guard. But after thinking about it seriously, she felt it was natural. Sima Xian's realm is not low, and he holds real power in the war hall. With Wang Yuan not caring about things for many years, Sima Xian is the nominal master of the war hall, and he is qualified to be the object of marriage. The most important thing is that he is the biological elder brother of the president of Luo Xianhu. This weight is only slightly lower than that of Luo Chen's apprentice. As for Yuan Dongsheng, I think the president added the quota to fulfill Grandma Yuan's wish. But the Li family will most likely not choose Yuan Dongshen. After all, he is just an elder of the spirit plant in the medicine hall. Therefore, the main object of marriage is still his elder brother Sima Xian. But the realm of the eldest brother's 9th level of key refining? Will they agree? Faced with this question, Luo Chen showed his white teeth. They can't disagree. They proposed the marriage request, so this must be done. Sima Wei Niang's eyes lit up, and she vaguely understood Luo Chen's thoughts. Bowed. Then leave this matter to me. I will definitely satisfy you. After Sima Wei Niang left, Luo Chen couldn't help smacking his lips. As the Luo Xianhu becomes stronger, these things will happen sooner or later. It seems inconsistent with the quiet and inaction style of the immortal cultivators. But in fact, where there are people, there are interests. In the past, he was unknown and no one cared. Now there are 3 foundation-building cultivators in one family, backed by the behemoth Ice Castle. Some people are afraid, and naturally there will be people who are jealous and flattering. He doesn't dislike these things. On the contrary, as long as it is handled properly, the benefits will be of great help to him. However, those helps cannot be seen overnight, and it will take at least several years or decades to see some results. But now, there are real benefits that can help him. With a flip of his wrist, a storage bag fell into his palm. Wang Heichao's storage bag. Before, Luo Chen had a total of 4 storage bags of foundation-building cultivators in his hand, in addition to his own. Duan Kaiankin, Ho Hu, Tu Shan, Wang Heichao. The first 2 were all removed from their restrictions little by him, and the benefits were really great. In this process, in addition to the resources visible to the naked eye, Luo Chen also had a basic understanding of restrictions. Therefore, not long after unlocking Ho Hu's storage bag, he easily unlocked Tu Shan's storage bag. After all, he was just a casual cultivator, and there were only some rough spiritual power marks on the storage bag. If he was not in a hurry to prepare a foundation-building gift for Wang Yuan, he would have been able to crack it in one go after unlocking Duan Kaiankan's storage bag. After unlocking the storage bag, Tu Shan's legacy did not disappoint him. Poor. Very poor. There were only more than 7,000 spiritual stones in cash, and all the other miscellaneous resources added up to less than 10,000. It was really embarrassing for the foundation building cultivators to get to this point. No wonder he was unable to compete with Luo Chen for the Kingaon Mayan method at the Ho family auction. In fact, this is the normal state of foundation building for normal casual cultivators. In order to build the foundation, all their wealth has been spent. After building the foundation, if they do not have any special skills, they can only serve as a sacrifice to some forces, or join some forces to work hard. Only in this way can they continue to practice. Those who are stronger and have a longer-term vision will form their own forces and gather resources, such as Mi Shuhe and Wang Hechao. Luo Chen is also in this category. In addition, some casual cultivators who build the foundation feel that the Great Road is hopeless, so they just give up. Marry a wife and have children, establish a cultivation family, and pass on the bloodline. In this way, they can still enjoy life for a long time. However, the disadvantage is that they cannot involve higher-end resources, and can only be tied down by the family and wander around in a small area. They often have to compromise with other strong people. Luo Chen never had any expectations for Tushan's storage bag. Naturally, he would not be disappointed. But he was very interested in Wang Hechao's storage bag. It's just the spiritual mark of the third level of foundation building, and it's not mixed with restrictions. With my current strength, it's easy to break it. Although he was talking big, Luo Chen was still very careful. He had spent less than a month to crack this storage bag. Today, he would be completely successful. Swish. As a blue spiritual light flashed and then gradually disappeared, Luo Chen knew that he had succeeded. He opened the storage bag without any damage. His spiritual consciousness probed into it, and after just a slight glance, Luo Chen couldn't help showing a happy expression on his face. Fellow Taoist Wang, Luo really thanks you. Spiritual stones. Densely packed spiritual stones. Even if 90% of them were low-grade spiritual stones, they were piled up like a mountain, and the number was difficult to count at a glance. Luo Chen guessed that Wang Hechao might be very rich. After all, the other party was not like Mi Shuhe who had family ties, and was not like Tushan who was helpless. With the help of the Daijiang gang, he had been operating for many years and amassed countless wealth. Even if he spent more on cultivation, he would still have a lot of surplus. But he didn't expect that he would be so rich. He spent some time to count carefully and finally came up with a number. 160,000 spiritual stones, of which 300 are medium-grade spiritual stones. This amount has exceeded Luo Chen's current wealth of 150,000. In addition to being excited, Luo Chen's mood gradually calmed down. It was foreseeable that Wang Hechao would have this wealth. When he left Daofang, he grabbed more than 200,000 from the income from boat tickets alone. Later, he bought monsters from the Li family and the Nanguang family and lost a sum. At the auction, he spent another 70,000 or 80,000 to bid for the magic weapon Zhuanghe sword with Nanguang Jin. In the end, he still had 160,000 left, which was considered as good management in the early years. But this amount of spiritual stones seems to be a huge amount. If it is placed in Xianlan Fairy City, it is nothing. Apart from other things, just renting a second-level cave house costs at least 10,000 a year, and as much as 48,000. The cultivation time of a cultivator spans dozens or hundreds of years. If you want a good cave, you need hundreds of millions. A mere 160,000 is really not good enough. Unless there is a steady stream of income, such as Luo Chen's Luo Tian Club. No wonder Wang Hechao insisted on staying in Taishanfang. With a sigh, Luo Chen transferred the spiritual stones to a storage bag on his body. He now has 3 storage bags on him all year round, each containing various cultivation resources. Low-grade spiritual stones may seem small, but too many always take up space. This amount of spiritual stones looks a lot at first glance, but it is very little when you look closely, but it is a good supplement for Luo Chen now. The large-scale auction held once every 10 years in Xianlan Fairy City will be held soon. If he wants to gain something at the auction, he must have enough financial resources. This is not the time of Daofang, when a few 100,000 could dominate the whole venue. Including Tushan's, Luo Chen's cash savings directly reached 320,000. Luo Chen Club still has more than half a year of spiritual stones that have not been drawn. If converted, his income can be collected to about 400,000. If he ignores everything and withdraws all the working capital of Luo Xianhu, he will have more money on hand. With my wealth, I can even compete for a mid-grade magic weapon. In the world of cultivating immortals, the price of magic weapons can also be traced. Conventional ones are within 100,000 yuan for low-grade ones, 100,000 to 500,000 yuan for mid-grade ones, and high-grade magic weapons that are powerful enough to be passed down by a sect can be sold at a high price of nearly 1 million. There are even some unique ones that are often out of stock and sold at a price of more than 1 million spirit stones. The wealth of a cultivator can also be defined by the price of magic weapons. Luo Chen judged from the values of his previous life that key refining cultivators generally only have a few hundred or a few thousand in savings, and they have to spend all their wealth for a foundation building pill. The rich among them can save tens of thousands of savings after satisfying their own cultivation, and they are the best among people. They can be called 10,000 yuan households. Luo Chen was one of the best at the time. And the foundation building people generally have a wealth of tens of thousands. It is difficult to be poor like Tushan. As rich as Luo Chen, he could even make up a fortune of 400,000 or 500,000. Some of the richer ones could only make less than 1 million. Therefore, the foundation building cultivators can be regarded as the middle class of 100,000. And when they reach the giant stage or above, they can be regarded as millionaires. However, Luo Chen did not have much contact with giant cultivators, and he did not know how much they earned specifically. But I think they would not be poorer than ordinary foundation building cultivators. As for Yuan Yingzhenren, they can rule a region and create a superior sect. Their personal assets easily exceed 10 million, and it is not an exaggeration to call them billionaires. Of course, this is just Luo Chen's personal opinion. At that level, perhaps spirit stones are not so important at all. After all, some truly scarce resources cannot be measured by spirit stones at all, and they are often traded by barter. Anyway, I am now a wealthy person among the foundation building cultivators. After packing up the spirit stones, Luo Chen smiled and focused on the other items in Wang Heichao's storage bag. There were all kinds of magic tools, mainly medium grade and high grade. They can be sold in Luo Chen Club, and most of the profits will belong to Luo Chen, and he can save the trouble of handling them personally. As for the elixir, it is the key combining elixir that is widely circulated in the foundation building true cultivation. There are a total of 10 bottles, worth several thousand spirit stones. There are a lot of various materials, mainly water-attributed spiritual materials, which are also very valuable when converted. These can also be thrown into Luo Chen Club. In addition, there are more than a dozen secret manuals of exercises. Recorded in books, bamboo slips, jade slips, animal skins and other carriers. Luo Chen took a rough look and found that most of them were first-level exercises. Only the jade slip and bamboo slip recorded the second-level exercises. The infinite Sigong, a second-level water-based exercise, is famous for its strong spiritual power. Wang Heichao's main exercise was based on this, trying to compete with Luo Chen in terms of strong spiritual power. As a result, he was poisoned by the green musk, not only unable to exert the advantage of strong spiritual power, but also restricted himself. The glazed sky curtain, a second-level water-based spell. Luo Chen was very familiar with this person. He had practiced it himself. It was a gift sent by Wang Heichao to him when he was building his foundation. After flipping through it, Luo Chen's eyes showed surprise. The bamboo slips actually recorded the experience of previous practitioners. I can study it carefully, maybe it can speed up my practice of Liu Li Xianmu. He happily put the bamboo slips into the storage bag. Luo Chen flipped through the last pile of miscellaneous items in the storage bag. Suddenly, he took out a jade box. There was no restriction, only a simple spiritual power blockade. Wang Heichao was only at the third level of foundation building at the beginning. Luo Chen is also at the third level of foundation building now, and his spiritual power is purer and stronger than Wang Heichao. With a little spiritual power, he quickly broke the blockade. He was far away and looked carefully with his eyes. A very familiar pill the size of a longan came into view. Foundation building pill. Luo Chen opened his mouth, but for a moment he was a little unresponsive. No? Didn't Wang Heichao have a foundation building pill? It was because of this that Min Longyu had been begging for it but failed, So he changed sides at the last minute and joined Luo Chen. But how to explain this foundation-building pill that has been sealed for many years? After being stunned, Luo Chen remembered what Wang Heichao had done before. Finally, he laughed. This foundation-building pill should be one of the 4 foundation-building pills that were bought by each of the 4 foundation-building masters at the Daohofang auction. Haha, it's a bargain for me. This kind of pill used to break through the realm is not suitable for daily practice because it contains huge and violent medicinal power. But in Luo Chen's hands, it can play a big role. Maybe it can bring a true foundation-building cultivator to Luo Xianhu. In this way, I can be more calm at the auction. Luo Chen looked thoughtful and took out the invitation that Zhuan Yanzi gave him. There were more and more new resources on it. Chapter 254, Marriage, Quota, Trade Fair, Picking Up Bargains. Xianlan Fairy City is the name of a city. But for the cultivators who practice here, Xianlan Fairy City refers to the vast area inside and outside. In addition to the mountains and veins, there is also a river around Xianlan Fairy City. The river is called Yunjin, which is not big, far less than the Langkang River in Daohofang. The main source of water comes from the water rushing out from the Xianlan Peak of Xianlan Fairy City. And that river is extraordinary. Qinhu River is a huge waterway formed by the confluence of many streams and rivers in the Yuding domain. It rushes all the way and pours into the distant East China Sea. This river flows for too long a distance, so the resources are extremely rich. The Li family has been prosperous for 200 years just by occupying a small riverbank. However, as the ancestors' life is approaching, the Qinhu Li family has become precarious. Fortunately, a great happy event washed away the uneasiness in the hearts of the Li family cultivators. The Li family will form an alliance with the emerging Xianlan powerhouse Luo Xianhu. Or it should not be called an alliance, but a marriage. Just today, the leader of Luo Xianhu personally brought people to the door and gave a betrothal gift to arrange a marriage with Li Yingjin, the granddaughter of the Li family's foundation-building ancestor. The process was naturally uneventful. The only strange thing is that Li Yingjin's engagement partner is unknown in Luo Xianhu. It may not be appropriate to use the word unknown. But a mere elder of the medicine hall's spiritual plants is not worthy of Li Yingjin. Facing the thoughts of low-level cultivators, Luo Chen didn't care. He probably could see through the thoughts of the Li family's ancestor. Sima Yan's realm is too high. And it seems that there is no hope of building a foundation, which will only make the other party covet the Li family's property. In comparison, although Yuan Dongsheng is not famous and his realm is not high, but he is indeed the kind of person who is not high in position, but has great power. Luo Xianhu's hundreds of first-level spiritual fields are all in his control. This kind of person must be someone that Luo Xianhu relies on. Besides, he had to focus on the management of Luo Xianhu's spiritual field, so he naturally wouldn't have extra thoughts to covet the Li family. Looking at the other person's face that looked extremely old, but still smiling, Luo Chen secretly said to himself that he was an old fox. President Luo, would you like to try the spiritual medicine tea of my Li family? Li Jinhuang said with a smile. Luo Chen had no objection and picked up the spiritual medicine tea. That was a specialty of the Li family. He tasted it carefully before putting it down. It tastes fresh and mellow, with a sweet aftertaste. The medicinal taste is not obvious, but the spiritual energy is like a painting on a sunny day, leaping above the Danshan Qi Sea. This method of adding medicine to tea is really wonderful. Hearing this evaluation, Li Jinhuang's turbid eyes lit up. Dao are a person who understands tea. Luo Chen smiled slightly and said a few words modestly. His understanding of spiritual tea is not as good as spiritual wine. The evaluation just now was just a paragraph he deliberately wrote down from the information he collected about the Li family. The engagement party outside was lively. The 2 foundation-building monks inside were also polite and courteous. But Luo Chen came here today not just for this trivial matter, otherwise Sima Weinyang would have done it for him. Just say it. Luo Chen put down his teacup. Li Jinhuang also looked serious. I have never participated in the auction of the Immortal City, and I don't know much about it. I need to ask fellow Taoist Li to teach me about the taboos and even the unspoken rules. This was his real purpose. Li Jinhuang has been operating in Xianlan Immortal City for more than 200 years and has rich experience. Now that the other party's lifespan is not much, he will rely on Luo Chen to protect the Li family in the future, so he will naturally not keep this matter private. Compared with people like Shi Boing and Zhuan Yunzi, Luo Chen trusts Li Jinhong, who has interests tied to him, more. As expected, the other party soon told Luo Chen some things that Luo Chen didn't know. Except for the Yuding Sword sect, the Xiancheng auction is usually jointly held by two major sects. Such a grand event will inevitably attract the participation of Jinden monks. One of the taboos is that if a Jinden monk takes a fancy to an item, no matter how wealthy you and I are, we should try not to participate. The consequences will be unbearable for you and me. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Is there a precedent? Yes. After an explanation, he mentioned that a few decades ago, a major force relied on its financial resources to compete with Jinden monks for an auction item. It won. The consequence was that the entire major force was destroyed by the angry attack of the Jinden monk. The Xiancheng side did not give any explanation. For you and me, the most desired thing for the foundation building generation is the Jinden spiritual object. My suggestion is that you should not participate in the competition until you are in the late stage of foundation building. Li Jinhong talked freely. Luo Chen frowned again. Will there be murders and treasures? Such things are unavoidable. But the real danger comes from the 6. No, now it's the 5 Jinden major sects. Li Jinhong changed his words and pointed upward. Unless you have the support of the major sects above, the road to Jinden will be full of difficulties. I don't know the details, but I believe that Aoyao has reached this level at such a young age, so you will naturally know the inside story in the future. Luo Chen took a deep breath and asked in confusion, who are the Jinden spiritual objects that appeared at the auction prepared for? Jinden masters, powerful people in the late stage of foundation building, and those forces with close ties to the major sects. Li Jinhong said tentatively, Daoyao seems to have a good relationship with Bingbao, so it should be considered a close relationship. Luo Chen reluctantly nodded. His relationship with Bingbao is really not very close now. Or rather, he has a good relationship with Tan Taiyu. But if it involves Jinden spiritual objects, the other party may be more jealous than him. In addition, regarding the spiritual objects for foundation building. At this point, Li Jinhong looked at Luo Chen with a half-smile. Fellow Taoists should want a quota. Quota. This is the most desired thing for Luo Chen. When Dao Feng auctioned the foundation building pill, he watched the whole process. Except for the one reserved for the casual cultivators, the rest were divided up by the 4 major foundation building forces. This means that there must be a private connection between the true foundation building cultivators. Different places must have similar rules. The same is true for Xianlan Fairy City. He asked Chu Kui privately, and the quota for the foundation building pill in the Fairy City also has rules. Only those who have been rooted in Xianlan Fairy City for more than 50 years are eligible to join the Feast of Division. New forces like Luo Xian who have no quota at all. If you want it, you have to compete with the casual cultivators and pay a high price. Moreover, it is very likely to offend the big golden pill sects. It seems that fellow Taoist Li understands my thoughts. Luo Chen admitted his thoughts generously. Li Jinhong sighed. In that case, I'll give you the quota for the Li family this time. The transaction price is 5,000 spirit stones per pill this time. So high. Luo Chen was surprised. At the beginning, the foundation building cultivators in Daofeng privately priced it at only 2,000 spirit stones per pill. Foundation building pills have always been precious, and most of them come from the Yuanying upper sect. This time, the ones who took out the foundation building pills are Luoyan sect and Yao Wang sect. Li Jinhong said seriously, we have to give face to Luoyan sect. Got it. Luoyan sect is a newly promoted Yuanying upper sect. This time, their ally Kingdom Valley also participated in the auction. Luoyan sect is willing to take out the foundation building pills, which is also to support the ally. There are too many twists and turns in it. Luo Chen will not think about it, and just follow the trend when the time comes. In addition, before the auction begins, Xiancheng will open up a market for everyone to trade freely. This is a good opportunity for our foundation building forces to do business. Fellow Taoist Luo can't let it go. Luo Chen nodded, he knew this. During the Daofeng period, Yuding Sword sect also did this, and it has become a fixed procedure. Next, Luo Chen and Li Jinhong chatted for a long time, and exchanged their foundation building experiences. He said goodbye and left only when he saw the other party showing fatigue. After he left, Li Jinhong's face was still tired, but he forced himself to be energetic. A young woman walked in. Grandpa. Have you seen your fiancé? Li Yingjin bit her teeth and nodded gently. I have seen him, he is a pretty good person. Is his relationship with the leader of Luo Chen as good as the rumors say? Li Yingjin hesitated and said, it should be considered good. They had an intersection when they were in humble positions. Later, after Senior Luo Chen became successful, the Yuan family contributed a lot. It is said that when Grandma Yuan died, he personally saw her off and asked Luo Chen to give her a grand funeral. Is that so? Li Jinhuang breathed a sigh of relief. If it was before, he might have had some other ideas. But after meeting Luo Chen, those ideas were directly wiped out. This boy is not very old, but he acts steadily. If I go, the Li family cultivators will never make trouble under my nose. In this case, it is better to let my granddaughter integrate into the Luo Chen society and gain a relationship with her relatives, so as to take care of the Li family indirectly. Seeing that Grandpa is still busy with these things at this age, Li Yingjin's face showed a trace of guilt and self-blame. It's all because of our incompetence that you, Grandpa, have to work so hard. Li Jinhuang shook his head. It's not your fault. In fact, even if one of you has a foundation-building true cultivator now, I will still form an alliance with the Luo Chen society. Li Yingjin was stunned. Why is this? Li Jinhuang sighed. Your vision is too narrow and you see things too short. The overall situation of the entire Yuding domain is slowly changing. How can the Qinhu Li family survive in such a huge situation with only one or two foundation-building masters? Li Yingjin said in surprise. Grandpa, are you referring to the battle between the nascent soul and the upper sect? Yes. But hasn't it calmed down a lot in the past 2 years? Calm down. Li Jinhuang sneered. What if it calms down for a few more years or decades? The fundamental contradiction has never been resolved. Li Yingjin said self-righteously. Could it be the hatred between the disciples and followers who died on both sides during the initial battles? No, that's nothing. Whose family hasn't been stained with the blood of his sect members? Li Jinhuang said solemnly. The fundamental contradiction is that the Yuding domain, a mere place, cannot accommodate two nascent soul sects. The young woman opened her mouth slightly, her expression a little shocked. In other words, there will be more fighting later. Yes. Li Jinhuang said decisively, his tone cold. Not only will there be fighting, it will even be more intense than before. Maybe all the big and small sects in the entire Yuding domain will be swept into it. And this is why he wants to find a backer for the Li family. As for why it is the new and powerful Luo Chen society, this is his own consideration. Whether it is to establish prestige when they first arrived, or to quickly find a giant sect as a backer, or to use the means of not seeing gunpowder smoke in the later period to easily and domineeringly kill into the first-level cultivation elixir market. All these things show that there are capable people in Luo Chen society. This kind of capable person is fine in normal times, and will be bound by many rules. If a big chaos really comes, the other party will be like a fish in water and rise up. After a short contact, Li Jinhuang, has confirmed that the capable person of Luo Chen society is Luo Chen. It has nothing to do with the details of the intelligence, it is just a feeling. Yingjin. I left a foundation-building resource for your brother. If it doesn't work, it's fine. If it does, you can let him join the Luo Chen society. Li Yingjin, who was still in shock, was stunned when he heard this. Grandpa, how can that be? My Li family. Be obedient. Li Jinhuang looked solemn. Your brother is obsessed with cultivation. I will remind him later, but if I go, you have to remind him. Luo Chen is a man who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. 1 month later. The center of the immortal city. The 7 beast carts changed their routes and concentrated their stops in the huge square in the center. Every day, countless cultivators were brought in. And in the huge square, countless temporary stalls were set up. They were set up after each household paid the rent. There were also many casual cultivators who set up stalls. The lively and familiar scene will last for 9 days. After 9 days, the Immortal City auction will be officially held, and it will last for a total of 3 days. However, regular large-scale auctions are not something that ordinary casual cultivators can participate in. From Jinan to key refining, except for those with invitations, they must verify their capital before they are eligible to participate. For this grand event, Luo Chen who naturally became busy. Luo Chen was very generous and rented 3 stalls from Binglin Palace. Pills, magic tools, snacks. There are only 9 days in total, and we must seize the opportunity. Maybe we can earn the same income as 1 or 2 months. The cultivators of the battle hall are constantly transporting the goods produced from Dangsha Peak. In the Jintang, Gu Kai temporarily handed over the management of Dangsha Hall to the female cultivator she trusted. And she went to the Immortal City Square to take charge of the overall situation. As for Luo Chen, after refining pills for a month, he also relaxed. Alone, he restrained his breath, changed his appearance, and strolled around the market of the Xianlin Trade Fair. After all, I am a time traveler. I haven't picked up a bargain in my life. He automatically ignored the big bargain of Di Liujiang. Wang Yuan took him there to pick them up, so it can't be counted as his own merit. But this time, he really planned to go shopping to his heart's content. Relax and pick up bargains. The cultivators from all over the world brought all kinds of things. Maybe there will be something suitable for me. Just because I can't enter the auction doesn't mean there are no good things. With my increasingly clear spiritual eyes, it's my turn to pick up bargains. Luo Chen grinned, rubbing his hands, ready to pick up a lot. Chapter 255, The heroic Luo Chen swallowed 3 magic weapons in one gulp. In the central square of the Immortal City, people were coming and going. The free trade conference was being held in a lively manner. Most of the casual cultivators who were not qualified to participate in the auction vented their enthusiasm in this free trade conference. Even the wealthy people who were qualified to participate in the auction would come to this free trade conference from time to time. Maybe they could find some good things. The third day of the trade conference. A figure squatted on the ground, swinging a tunbo nahe pot. Even though it was contained in the magic weapon, he still felt a heavy force. The cultivator opposite him was promoting his things eloquently. Senior, I will never lie to you. These 3 drops of liquid are definitely heavy mysterious water. It's just that the quantity is too scarce, and the Immortal City has to charge expensive handling fees, so I took it outside to sell. If you really want it, take it directly for 10,000 spirit stones. Luo Chen held a tunbo nahe pot, with a look of regret on his face. Although it is said that a drop of the heavy mysterious water is worth 1,000 jin, the quantity you have is really too little. Without more than 10 drops, it cannot be combined with the force of 10,000 jin, which is too useless. As he spoke, he put down the magic weapon casually. Then, he stood up and made a gesture to leave. The key refining cultivator was anxious. Senior, that's not what you said. It is impossible for ordinary people to take out more than 10 drops of heavy mysterious water in one go. You can buy 3 drops first, and then slowly collect them when you have the chance in the future. Luo Chen paused and touched his chin. What you said seems to make sense. Then how about this? 5,000 yuan, I want it all. The casual cultivator was stunned. He had seen people bargaining. He had never seen people bargaining like this. Cut it in half directly. Swallowing his saliva, he murmured, Senior, this is a 3rd-level material. Isn't 5,000 too disrespectful to it? Then how much do you want? Let me make it clear first, 10,000, it's really not worth it. The casual cultivator thought seriously, 9,000, 3,000 per drop is really not expensive. You are not sincere. Luo Chen turned and left. The casual cultivator was really anxious now. Although this heavy mysterious water has a great reputation, it is really useless before a large number is gathered. Even at the auction, this amount will only end up with no one interested. It's rare to meet an interested customer, how can I let it go? He rushed out of the stall and blocked Luo Chen. Senior, give me a number, the kind of sincere one. Luo Chen frowned, you and I will take a step back and compromise. 7,005, it's okay, if it's okay, forget it. Hearing this price, the casual cultivator showed hesitation on his face. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't care much, he could only grit his teeth. Okay, deal. Walking in the spacious but crowded market, Luo Chen tossed and played with a tunbo nahe pot. There were only 3 drops of liquid in it, but it felt like holding a small lake in his hand. Heavy and condensed. He was in a good mood. He had been shopping for 2 days before and got nothing. I didn't expect to come across something good as soon as I went out today. This heavy mysterious water is a 3rd-level water material. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is not unknown, but it is also very famous. 1 drop is said to have 1,000 pounds of force. If you can gather dozens of drops and refine it thoroughly, there will be few rivals among your peers. If you can achieve the number of 365 zhaoshan, It is said to be able to change the course of rivers and waterfalls. However, the heavy mysterious water of the number of Zhaoshan is no longer something that can be controlled by the true cultivator of the foundation building. Only the golden elixir master can control it. This thing is of no use to Luo Chen, who practices the fire and wood method. He spent some time to buy it, mainly preparing it for Duanfeng. This thing is one of the two main materials that the embryo of the flying sword magic weapon lacks. You don't need too much, just one drop is enough. To achieve a magic weapon, you need qualitative change, not quantitative change. 2 more drops are not a waste. After Duanfeng established his foundation, he didn't give him any decent gifts, so he might as well give him these 2 drops of Chongsun Yaoshu. Luo Chen had also read the Kanghe Duan Langju that he practiced. It mentioned the means of refining killing moves with the help of unique heaven and earth strange water. For example, the Gishu's hinging of the Gitu of the Duan family Zeguo, and the Chongsun Yaoshu. The former is only the 2nd level, relying on quantity to win. In terms of potential and power, it is far inferior to Chongsun Yaoshu. However, if the killing move wants to become stronger, Duanfeng will have to collect more Chongsun Yaoshu in the future. Putting away the magic weapon, the Tunbo Nahepot, Luo Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped. He took 2 steps back and walked to a stall in the corner. Magic weapon, and magic weapon. Each magic weapon was stained with all kinds of filth. There were bloodstains, evil spirits, and some strange scars. It can be seen that these magic weapons were basically of shady origin. Each magic weapon was marked with a price. In particular, a sign caught people's attention. No bargaining. Although this stall was in a corner, it was not deserted. There were people all around. 1,500 spirit stones. Can you buy a top-grade magic weapon? The one who spoke was a low-level cultivator of the 7th level of key refining. He looked at a rusty flying sword with burning eyes. This card stall owner gave him a cold look and said, "No bargaining, just pay the spirit stones if you want it." The low-level cultivator couldn't wait to take out a large amount of spirit stones, and after paying, he took the top-grade flying sword and left quickly. Seeing him treat the rusty sword as a treasure, there was no lack of sneers among the onlookers. This card stall owner collected the spiritual stones and said coldly, "The magic tools here are good and bad. The price is fixed, no bargaining, and no refunds or exchanges once sold." In other words, he is not responsible for the quality. If you want to buy, it all depends on your eyesight. The others heard it and did not refute. There are many stalls like this. Some monks are dull and don't like to bargain. They just do this one-time deal. It's just that this card stall owner who has reached the great perfection of key refining has too many magic tools on display. Some of them are old antiques. Luo Chen restrained his breath and mixed in the crowd. His eyes fell on the 3 things in the innermost part near the card stall owner. They are a bronze mirror, a banner, and a compass. Next to each one, the price is marked with a paper tag. 30,000, 20,000, and 15,000. Such expensive prices seem to have declared the identity of these 3 things. Magical weapons. In fact, this is the reason why so many onlookers can gather. No one has ever seen a mere key refining cultivator take out 3 magic weapons at once, even though they all looked like incomplete magic weapons. Finally, someone couldn't help asking, "Dao, didn't you empty the cave left by a giant cultivator?" Considering the rusty magic weapons, it's no wonder that someone would think so. Facing this question, the card stall owner said coldly, "If you want to buy it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why do you care where these things come from?" Although he didn't get angry, his words were not polite. With a state of perfection in the key refining period and the fierce aura, he actually stunned everyone. At this time, Luo Chen stood out from the crowd. Are these 3 magic weapons all incomplete? At this moment, he revealed a trace of the pure spiritual power fluctuations of the foundation establishment period. The onlookers were all shocked. How could a foundation establishment cultivator come to such a remote corner? Facing Luo Chen, the scarred face, who was fierce and ferocious before, softened his attitude. He said with a hint of respect, "It is indeed incomplete, so it cannot be sent to the auction, so it is sold outside. Since it is incomplete, how can we guarantee whether it can still be used?" Luo Chen asked. Scarface told the truth, "I can't guarantee whether it can be used, so it all depends on the eyesight of the senior. He is only at the realm of key refining. Facing the common things of giant and cultivators, he naturally cannot judge." Luo Chen did not embarrass him, but asked curiously, "Then what are these 3 magic weapons? Do you know this?" Scarface hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "I don't have enough experience. I only know that this compass is a formation plate, the flag is called the Soul Gathering Flag, and I don't know what this bronze mirror is used for." Luo Chen looked at him deeply. Because of that hesitation, it can be seen that the other party has reservations. However, this kind of trade fair is mainly about free buying and selling. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. He can't force it. Let me see it. If others want to try, he will definitely not be willing. But Luo Chen is a true cultivator of foundation building. Scarface naturally couldn't refuse. He respectfully handed the 3 magic weapons to Luo Chen. First, the cheapest compass. Luo Chen injected spiritual power into it, but there was no reaction. He thought about it and used the spiritual power restriction method from Duan Kaiankan and Ho Hu's storage bags to cast a restriction composed of spiritual power. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, a formation spread out faintly. Luo Chen's figure also became looming. With a raised eyebrow, Luo Chen removed the restriction, and his body outline became clear. This magic weapon can still be used. If it is fully activated, it can at least have the effect of a top-grade magic weapon. Then there's the Soul Gathering banner. Luo Chen let go of it just by holding it. As for the bronze mirror, he couldn't see through it for a while. But since the other party dared to mark the price of a normal low-grade magic weapon, it must be precious. While Luo Chen was thinking, there was silence around him. The Scarface stall owner watched Luo Chen's reaction carefully. When the array plate moved a little, he felt it was a pity. But as the 2 magic weapons behind him did not react in the hands of this foundation building senior, he became a little nervous. Finally, he couldn't help asking, "Senior, which one do you like?" Luo Chen glanced at him and put all 3 magic weapons into the storage bag. "I want them all." As he spoke, he was about to take out the spirit stones from the storage bag. 65,000, right. Hearing this number, many key refining stage casual cultivators around were directly shocked. Scarface was also stunned. He didn't expect Luo Chen to buy them all. Obviously, he just wanted to take them out and try his luck before. Feeling the greedy eyes around him, Scarface shuddered all over. Too much is as bad as too little. "Senior, 60,000 will be enough, 60,000 will be enough." Luo Chen smiled and glanced at him. He was a man who knew how to advance and retreat and knew the limit. It is estimated that he also saw that he was rich and not easy to mess with, so he wanted to sell this good thing. If he could get a discount of 5,000, he would naturally not refuse. After taking out enough spiritual stones from the storage bag, Luo Chen floated away. After he left and disappeared completely, the monks around the stalls burst into a loud noise. "Are all foundation building cultivators so rich? Come on." He spent 60,000 yuan at once without blinking an eye. "No, as far as I know, ordinary foundation building cultivators are also very poor, just a little richer than us." To say that he can take out 60,000 yuan without even taking a breath, he must be a direct descendant of the sect, a true disciple of the foundation building sect. That senior clearly concealed his aura. Maybe he is a true disciple of the Jinden sect. I envy him. But stall owner, you. Hey, where are you? While everyone was talking and not paying attention, the scarred monk, who swept the magic weapons on the stall, had already disappeared. With such a huge amount of money, it is very easy to attract attention, so it is better to leave as soon as possible. In the central square, Luo Chen, who bought 3 incomplete magic weapons in one breath, is still wandering around. There were too many treasures in this kind of large-scale free trade gathering. Even if the quality was not fixed, there would always be something useful if you carefully searched. Luo Chen was not the only one who had this idea. He met several people along the way. After walking for a long time, Luo Chen found several broken magic weapons. But he did not buy them these times. The reason was very simple. This stall was set up by a true cultivator of foundation building. The broken magic weapons that such a person took out to sell must be of very low value, at least for a true cultivator of foundation building. They were of no great use. Luo Chen also tried 2 of them and found that the effect was only equivalent to a full-strength attack of a top-grade magic weapon. In terms of effect, it was similar to the broken magic weapon fragment of Su Renki, the broken knife in Daofang. Su Renki was a famous wandering cultivator in Daofang, and he had wandered in many markets. I think he also got his broken knife in this way. However, the 3 broken magic weapons that Luo Chen got were different. It was sold by a key refining cultivator. Whether it is still useful or not depends on his personal vision. He might be able to find a big bargain. Apart from other things, the compass is worth more than 10,000 yuan. Just a simple test just now, the formation that hides the body is quite mysterious. As for the other 2 magic weapons, Luo Chen is somewhat sure about the soul-gathering banner. As for the remaining bronze mirror, he is not sure. But it can be sold at such a high price, it must be the most valuable thing in the mind of the Scar monk. This is pure gambling. With money, you can do whatever you want. After a day of shopping, Luo Chen did not plan to shop anymore. He had discovered it. This super large free trade fair, apart from other things, magic tools and incomplete magic weapons are really common, and there are too many to count. Needless to say, the reason for this situation. It must be related to the fight between the 2 Yuanying upper sects. It is said that the Sword sect and the Luo sect have also sent their own disciples to Xianlan Fairy City. They won't fight, will they? Luo Chen chuckled. If they really fight, he plans to join in the fun. Back to the cave. Luo Chen took out all the harvests of today. He plans to have someone send the Chongsun Yaoshu to Duanfen tomorrow. Now, he plans to study the 3 incomplete magic weapons carefully. This compass is quite strange. It does not require special sacrifices and can be activated as long as you understand the forbidden formation. With my formation skills, it is difficult to fully activate its power. Maybe I can give it to Min Longayu to study it. After I find a specific method, I will use it. Putting down the compass, Luo Chen's attention fell on the flag. Soul Gathering Flag? This name is somewhat similar to the Soul Refining Flag. But one is gathering and the other is refining, so they must have different uses. He tried to activate it, but got nothing. It seems that this magic weapon needs a lot of thought and can only be used after it is thoroughly refined. But what I lack is time. However, this thing can be given to Xia Ling to try. With a thought, a ghost mill fell into the cave. A beautiful figure flew out of it in a daze. Master, is there anything? Here, it's for you. What is this? Bai Miling took the flag in confusion. The moment she got it, she was pulled to the ground. It's so heavy. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. This is the soul gathering flag. You should study it carefully. Maybe it will be helpful for your soul cultivation. As he spoke, he picked up the soul gathering flag and inserted it in a corner of the cave. The beautiful figure that was pressed on the ground struggled to get up. Surrounding the flag, his eyes were full of curiosity. Luo Chen no longer paid attention to the other party, but focused his mind on the bronze mirror in front of the table. Ancient and yellow. Flowers, birds, insects and fish were faintly engraved on the edge of the bronze mirror. Only a corner of the mirror was missing, as if it had been broken in battle. This thing always gives me a sense of familiarity. Gambling? Luo Chen would never gamble. He was looking for a bargain. Even if he couldn't find a bargain, the things he bought must be worth the money. The reason why he spent the equivalent of a normal low-grade magic weapon to buy this bronze mirror was the familiar feeling he had when he bought it. Where did it come from? Luo Chen frowned and thought carefully. While thinking, he occasionally sent out spiritual power, but the bronze mirror didn't respond. He couldn't find the way to explore it with spiritual consciousness. Suddenly, Luo Chen's mind moved. A black chess piece appeared between his fingers. Spiritual power was injected into it, and wisps of black light slowly emerged. As if it was sensed, a yellowish light suddenly lit up on the bronze mirror. The moment the 2 lights touched, they blended directly. Luo Chen looked at this scene in surprise. Lan Kiki. Could it be that this bronze mirror is also from the Ghost Valley? Just as he was surprised, the 2 merged lights suddenly transformed into colorful colors, instantly covering his whole body. This strange and mysterious scene directly frightened Bai Miling, who was flying around nearby. She floated in the air, her little face hesitant. Then, she approached Luo Chen step by step. Master. No response. She shook her hand, and Luo Chen closed his eyes and still did not respond. Suddenly, she turned her head 180 degrees and twisted a circle, and her dark eyes stared at the broken bronze mirror emitting colorful light. In the mirror, a familiar figure was slowly opening his eyes. Chapter 256, Hardships, Bitterness, and Frosted Hair, but the ambition never ends and the golden elixir is formed. According to ancient legends, this world is called Shanhai. The mountains are endless, the rivers and seas are boundless, and countless monsters and spirits live in between. The strong ones can fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and move mountains and seas. The weak ones can play in the mountains and forests, feeling very comfortable. Although there are human cultivators, they are few and far between, and they are barely surviving. However, since ancient times, the human race has flourished, and there are endless golden elixir and primordial infants, and there are even gods who have transcended the tribulation and ascended. Under such a trend, the territory of the human race has continued to expand. After thousands of years, it finally settled in Zongmiao and established the Shanhai realm, laying the foundation for the great cause of the human race. With Zongmiao as the center, it is divided into 4 major domains: East Wilderness, South Xinjiang, West Desert, and North Sea. The 5 domains were initially determined, and the human race in the Shanhai realm changed the era name and named it Shanhai, and determined the first year of the Shanhai calendar. Since the first year, time has passed, and the years are like a shuttle. 3,000 years have passed in a flash. During these 3,000 years, the cultivation of the human race in the mountain and sea realm, adhering to the concept of great power, constantly launched wars of development to expand the territory of the human race. As a result, there are 35 domains of different sizes in the East Wilderness, 187 ridges in the south border, and the boundless North Sea, which reaches the North Pole Yamo heaven. 400 years ago, in the Hahoun region of the East Wilderness, a giant sect gave birth to Yuanying's Henrun. Feeling that it could not grow in the Hahoun region, it applied for a war of development. This sect is called Yuding Sword Sect. Under the auspices of the East Wilderness Holy Land and with the support of the Hahoun sect, the Yuding Sword Sect quickly obtained the joint support of the Yuanying sects such as Yaowang Sect, Shenfu Sect, Wuxing Shenzong, and Xianfan City. In this way, there are 6 Yuanying upper sects. Not only that, in the domains of the major upper sects, there are also giant sects who want to seek other developments and join the war of development of the Yuding Sword Sect. Lian Sect, Horan Sect, Minghuang Sword Sect, Bingbao, Kingdom Valley, a total of 10 giant sects. Together with the 6 major sects, the mighty war of development 400 years ago began. The target was the Liangsha Mountains. This war was also known as the 16 sects joint attack on Liangsha. The final result was naturally a success. The territory of the human race changed from 35 regions in the eastern wilderness to 36 regions. The Yuding region, together with the other 5 regions, was also known as the 6 regions of the Far East. However, success also comes at a price. Of the 10 major giant sects that came out of each major region, 4 major factions were almost completely wiped out. Ghost Valley was one of them. To be honest, Ghost Valley is one of the most powerful of the 10 major giant sects. The Grand Elder is a powerful existence who is at the 9th level of the Jinden and is only 1 step away from condensing the nascent soul. The entire Ghost Valley is famous for its formations, and there are several sects protecting magic weapons that are famous. The Demon Locking Tower, the Lan K Chess, the Washuang Sword. Among these magic weapons, there is also a little-known magic weapon that is envied by all the major giant sects. Ghost God Questioning Heart Mirror. This treasure is not of high grade, only of low grade. It has no defensive ability, nor offensive power. Even the formation that Ghost God Valley is best at does not have any amplification effect. But this treasure has a miraculous effect on the cultivator's condensation of golden elixir. As for where the effect comes from, outsiders do not know. Because with the destruction of Ghost God Valley, the remaining people changed to the cultivation family and attached to the Yuding Sword Sect, and this treasure seemed to disappear. The sentence everyone is thinking about a brilliant golden elixir, not asking about the common people but asking ghosts and gods has since become a masterpiece. But today, someone who tried to pick up the leak entered the Ghost God Questioning Heart state with the help of a chance in the dark. Opening his eyes, Luo Chen regretfully put down the bronze mirror in his hand. It's a loss this time. After his experiment, this incomplete bronze mirror magic weapon has no other use except for a slight psychedelic function. And the psychedelic function is now only powerful enough for cultivators in the lower key refining stage. 30,000 yuan. It was all in vain. Luo Chen was heartbroken and decided not to pick up the leaks anymore. While I have some time, I will refine a few more furnaces of elixirs and earn more spirit stones. Although he usually refines elixirs for half a year, it is enough for Luo Chen to sell for a year, and the spirit stones earned are also enough. But who would complain about more spirit stones? Luo Chen immediately devoted himself to the great cause of alchemy. 6 days later, Luo Chen got out of his busy alchemy work and participated in the auction held by Xianlan Fairy City. This auction was extraordinary. It was jointly held by Kingdom Valley and Ice Castle, and the host was a giant and master of Ice Castle. Luo Chen's move was extraordinary. He successively bought the foundation building pill, the middle grade key combining pill, and the spirit pill. He also helped Kang Xiangqiang and bought a third-level healing spirit medicine she needed, thus confirming the Kang family and Luo Xianhu's gold jade liquid agency business. After the auction, Luo Chen personally supervised Min Longayu's foundation building. Outside the cave, Luo Chen was full of expectations. If Min Longayu can succeed, then my Luoyan club will have another foundation building cultivator, and a foundation building cultivator who is proficient in formations. However, the result disappointed him greatly. Min Longayu actually failed and collapsed in the cave with serious injuries. Min Longayu looked bitter about the reason for his failure. I hesitated. Luo Chen opened his mouth, but could only sigh. There is no such thing as a sure thing in foundation building. Fu Ziuxiu failed, Duan Rui failed to take the foundation building pill twice in a row, and even Wang Yuan, who was strong, succeeded the second time. Even he himself failed several times before barely succeeding. Min Longayu dragged it on for too long. After sighing, he did not get depressed. Just kidding, it was not his failure, and Min Longayu and he were not very close, so why should he get depressed? On the contrary, because he still had Wang Hechao's foundation building pill in his hand, 2 years later, he gave it to Sima Weiyuang. The other party succeeded in one fell swoop. From then on, Luo Xianhu had a president in the foundation building period. Under Sima Weiyuang's diligent efforts, Luo Xianhu developed better and better. The pills that Luo Chen refined day and night were sold far and wide in Xianlan Fairy City. He began to sell the Zongmiao Pill, Jade Pill, and even Zongmiao Pill. Because of the benefits of these pills, he accumulated an unimaginable number of spirit stones. He was not a stingy person. In addition to relying on huge wealth to improve his own cultivation, he also supported his former friends. For example, Gu Kai and Murin Kinglian were also lucky to build a foundation. Even Zhou Yuanli, whose qualifications were not very good, Luo Chen bought 3 foundation building pills for him one after another because he had followed him for many years, so that he could build a foundation by chance and successfully prolong his life. Qin Liangjun, on the other hand, chose to give up after failing to build a foundation twice, and his blood and ki became more and more depleted. If he continued to attack, it would be hard to say whether he would succeed or not, but he would be gone. The situation in Yuding domain was changing day by day. The battle between the two Yuanying upper sects finally broke out. Even though Luo Xianhu had accumulated more than 2 hands of foundation building cultivators over the past decades, they were unable to control their own fate and were eventually swept into it. After that, there were decades of war. Luo Xianhu lost many cultivators in this process. Even Wang Yuan, who was closest to Luo Chen, was chased and killed for thousands of miles because he was too ruthless. Not to mention other friends. Luo Chen was born cautious and smart. He hovered on the edge of life and death many times, but he survived. When the war ended with the Yuanying's Henrin of Yuding Sword sect brazenly killing his way into the mountain gate of Luan sect and perishing together with the Yuanying of Luan sect, the war was declared over. The war was over. The lingering Luo Xianhu returned to Xianlan Fairy City. The long recuperation began again. Luo Chen's realm finally successfully entered the 8th level of foundation building at the age of 170. At this moment, he was considered a big shot in Xianlan Immortal City. Even though the rotating sect was changed to Yanmen, which was close to Yuding Sword sect, he also reached a vassal relationship with the other party through the elixir business. However, the practice of the 8th level of foundation building made Luo Chen almost despair. Even though he had accumulated wealth for hundreds of years and could obtain countless resources. But because of the limitation of qualifications, he had resources but could not quickly improve his strength. And this is only the 8th level of foundation building. There will be a more difficult 9th level of foundation building, and even the most dangerous level of elixir formation. It can be said that his hope of the avenue is almost zero. Luo Chen was unwilling to accept it. He frequently participated in auctions, even went in and out of other immortal cities in Yuding domain, and joined a large Jinden sect as an external offering to obtain higher level and more efficient cultivation resources. However, his realm was still upgraded slowly. At the age of 200, he sat on the top of Dangsha Peak, looking at the magnificent sea of clouds, but his heart was confused. Behind him, footsteps sounded slowly. It was Gu Kai. She had built her foundation by chance, and survived the battle with the upper sect by chance. After 200 years, she still had the ability to maintain her youth. Even because of the changes of time, she even had a more voluptuous charm. Luo Chen, do you want to take a break? The road is ahead, how can I rest? Luo Chen said resolutely without turning his head. However, there was a bit of despair in that determination. Gu Kai walked to his side and looked at him with pity. I have known you since you were at the 4th level of key refining. For nearly 200 years, you have either been refining pills or practicing. Even if you were not practicing, you were mostly dealing with many major forces to open up living space for the Luo Chen society. For 200 years, you have never stopped. Aren't you tired? As the words "aren't you tired" were spoken, Luo Chen, who was sitting on the top of the mountain, felt dizzy. There was an extreme fatigue rushing out from the depths of his soul. At first it was like water from a spring, then it became a stream, and finally it roared like a surging river. He was really tired. For 200 years, he did not get close to women, did not covet power, and never stopped practicing. There has never been someone as hard-working as him in the world. Relying on the master-level alchemy, the speed of grabbing wealth is far beyond that of the same level. Even the Jinden cultivators are not half as rich as him. But even so, the Jinden realm is still a long way off. The despair under the determination spread endlessly. A gentle mountain breeze blew past, but his figure began to sway. The plump waist approached him, supporting his gray face. Gu Kai stroked his gray hair with pity, and murmured, "Let's not fight anymore, okay?" Not fighting? 3 days later. Dangsha Peak, a grand wedding began. Luo Chen, a great monk in the late stage of foundation building and a second-level alchemy master, and Gu Kai, an elder of Luo Chen society, became a Taoist couple. There were many people who gave gifts at the wedding. There was no key training when they came and went, but there was foundation building when they talked and laughed. Even 3 Jinden monks showed up to congratulate Luo Chen. This wedding came in a hurry, but it had a far-reaching impact. Even after 20 years, it is still widely circulated in Yuding domain. It is said that on that day, even Yuding Sword sect sent someone to send Luo Chen a gift. The Divine Talisman sect, thousands of miles away, sent foundation-building disciples to congratulate him. It was said that the visitors were named Fu Xiuxiu and Chen Shui. 20 years later, it was still the top of Dangsha Peak. Luo Chen watched the dim sunset gradually disappear under the boundless sea of clouds. In his arms was the silent and lifeless Gu Kai. Her lifespan was over. The beauty had passed away. Luo Chen sat for a long time. Until 10 days later, the purple air came from the east, and a scorching sun jumped out of the sea of clouds. Under the illumination of the rising sun, the old Luo Chen's silent heart beat again. I've rested enough. After burying Gu Kai, Luo Chen embarked on the path of cultivation again. This time, he no longer sought stability, but became more crazy than ever. In the case of a slow upgrade of his realm, he longed for more efficient cultivation resources. But the big sect would not give him. Even if he became a nominal worshipper in the other sect, it would not work. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Luo Chen began to frantically refine the emperor's flowing juice that he had kept in his bottom box, desperate to improve the strength of Luo Xianhu. The number of true foundation-building cultivators increased from the number of hands. Later, many casual cultivators who had no hope of building a foundation also joined in after hearing the news. 10, 20, 30, 50. During this process, he even spent a lot of resources to recruit several Jinden cultivators. These Jinden cultivators were not unknown. Most of them were strong men who survived the destruction of their sects during the nascent Soul War. Because the sect was destroyed, even if they survived by chance, they would only survive and be alone. Join Luo Xianzong. Attack Yuding Sword sect, there must be a chance to condense Yuanying. Don't worry about Yuding Sword sect's foundation. They suffered a lot in the war 100 years ago. I have been planning this war for a long time. In addition to Luo Xianzong, Yanmen, Kingdom Valley, and Beihou Palace will also act together. No one knows how much thought Luo Chen has put into it. He formed an army of 4 sects. He wanted to condense Dan. Others wanted revenge. Jinden cultivators wanted to condense Yuanying. A war broke out in Yuding domain after 100 years of recuperation without a leader. This war came fiercely. But it ended very hastily. Because there was a Yuanying true cultivator from outside the domain intervened. In a large domain, a Yuanying true cultivator was born in a Jinden sect, and came to Yuding domain to seek development. The war between the 5 major Jinden sects was too ridiculous in front of Yuanying true cultivator. It was easily suppressed with just a flip of the hand. After the war, the aftermath was still spreading. As the mastermind behind the war, Luo Chen was included in the must-kill list. Luo Xianzong, who went to the meeting to build the sect, suffered a devastating blow almost immediately. Those friends who were good friends with Luo Chen, his apprentices, his descendants, and the descendants of his friends, all failed to escape and were destroyed. Only Luo Chen survived. He was like a stray dog, wandering in the world of immortal cultivation. At this time, he was already old. His lifespan exceeded the foundation building limit and reached 280 years old. It was Wang Yuan's legacy that made him successful. In the battle between the Sword sect and the Luan sect, Wang Yuan perfected the practice of the second realm of body refining to the third realm. It contains the immortal way and the force way as one, and is mainly based on the blood way. Luo Chen relied on his own innate understanding and integrated the soul way on this way. After that, he relied on devouring the essence and blood of the cultivators and their souls to continue to survive. Occasionally, the elders of the cultivators who were killed by him took action, but were also defeated by him. Even the Golden Core Masters often return empty-handed. The name of the Blood Demon gradually spread throughout the 6 regions of the Far East. At the age of 330, Luo Chen returned to Xianlan Fairy City. Relying on the improved and perfected breathing spirit technique, plus a huge amount of resources, he temporarily exchanged for a 3rd-level lower-grade cave on Xianlan Peak. At this time, he has already completed the foundation building. Not only that, but he also has several secret techniques for forming a golden core. Sprint to the golden core stage, today. A huge vortex spun wildly from his sea of ki. A huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth rolled towards him. His snow-white long hair fluttered behind him without wind. Under his vicissitudes of life, there is an unshakable determination. Hardships and hatreds have made my hair frost-covered, and my ambition is to form a golden core. How can I stop here in my life? Boom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Eternal Sleep. 6 days later. In Xianlan Fairy City, thousands of monks poured into the fully open Binglin Palace. In the past, only a corner of the Binglin Palace was open, but now it is fully open, and it is not crowded at all to accommodate tens of thousands of monks. The law enforcement team composed of Bingbao monks patrols outside Binglin Palace day and night to prevent the scoundrels from disrupting the order. Everyone honestly verified their capital, obtained the qualifications, submitted the tickets, and entered Binglin Palace step by step. In the sky, from time to time, the escape light of the Jinden stage monks would fly into it. However, in a corner, there was a group of people gathered together, and the impetuous atmosphere continued to spread. Is your president still in seclusion? Kang Xiangqiang's face was full of anxiety, and her eyes kept scanning in all directions, hoping to see that figure in the crowd. However, she was disappointed. Sima Wei Niang said calmly, Senior Kang, don't worry. I, the head of Luo Xianhu, Duan, have already gone to invite the president in person. I won't delay you. How can I not delay you? Seeing Kang Xiangqiang so anxious, Sima Wei Niang frowned. The other party is also a true cultivator of foundation building after all, and his key cultivation skills are too poor. She said patiently, as far as I know, the auction will last for a total of 3 days. In addition to the finale treasures, the resources corresponding to the 3 realms of key refining, foundation building, and golden elixir are basically. The purple sun liquid you need is a 3rd-level spiritual medicine, and the auction should start on the 3rd day. There is no need to be so anxious. Kang Xiangqiu sighed and suppressed her worries. There are more than one person who is as anxious as her. There is also Min Longyu in the crowd. However, his words are not taken seriously, so he can only be patient at this moment. Suddenly, a Liu Iron Beast car stopped in front of Binglin Palace. Duan Feng hurried out from inside. His face was solemn, and his steps were a little heavy when walking. Seeing this, Sima Hunyang, who had already become an instinctive observer, thought to herself that something was wrong. She stepped forward quickly. Master Duan, the president. Duan Feng said coldly. The president said that the auction 2 days ago was mainly for President Sima. For the foundation building spiritual objects and foundation building period resources, you should think carefully and I will conduct the auction. He is also a foundation building true cultivator now. At the auction, his words carry more weight than those of the Luo Chen, whose 9th level key refining cultivators. As he spoke, he quietly handed a storage bag to Sima Hunyang. He even transmitted his voice through his spiritual consciousness. Here is 100,000 yuan, enough to buy what my Luo Chen club needs. Sima Hunyang's eyelids jumped. Did the president give it to me? What's wrong with him now? Duan Feng glanced at the people of the Luo Chen club who were looking forward to it, and whispered in secret, the president is fine, but there was a problem with his practice and he needs to recuperate for a while. I have already used the 1,000 paper cranes to inform Elder Wang Yuan, and he will go there in person. However, hearing this, Sima Hunyang was not relieved. Her heart became even heavier. She said it was fine before, but later it was to the point where Wang Yuan had to be asked to go. It seems that something big has happened to the president. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and turned around. Everyone, follow me into the venue. Some people were curious about Luo Chen's situation, but under Duan Feng's cold gaze, they suppressed their curiosity. When entering the venue, Duan Feng stopped and patted Min Longyu on the shoulder. Don't worry, the quota for the foundation building pill has already been taken by the president. Min Longyu, who had looked as if dead before, couldn't help but reveal a light of hope in his eyes. However, he was still a little uneasy. Without Luo Chen's help, could Sima Wei Niang alone bid for the precious foundation building pill? Time went back to 5 days ago. After getting the bronze mirror, a day and a night passed in a flash. With a roar from the depths of his consciousness, Luo Chen woke up slowly from the long journey of more than 200 years. Master, are you okay? Bai Miling looked at Luo Chen with great concern. However, when Luo Chen's eyes, which seemed to have experienced vicissitudes of life, fell on her, she couldn't help but shudder. I'm fine. In the next few days, guard the cave and refuse all outsiders. If Wei Niang or Duan Feng comes to look for her, give her this storage bag and the sound transmission note. After speaking, Luo Chen put down a storage bag full of spirit stones and staggered into the bedroom. Since moving into this second-level lower-grade cave, Luo Chen's figure usually only appeared in the quiet room for cultivation, the alchemy room, the study and the living room for receiving guests. He rarely set foot in the bedroom reserved for people to rest. Now he stepped into the bedroom again and fell headfirst on the soft bed. The ghosts and gods ask about the state of mind. What a journey of asking the mind. While muttering, Luo Chen fell into deep sleep. Regardless of the turmoil in the outside world, he fell into deep sleep, not knowing the years and months. This was a long sleep. Since Luo Chen traveled through time and embarked on the path of cultivation, he had never slept so freely. He did not dream during the sleep and rested very well. It was not until a few days later that he slowly woke up. Lying on the soft bed, covered with a thin and soft silk quilt, Luo Chen opened his mouth and finally sighed softly. Since traveling through time, I seem to have never had such a good and long rest. If the 10 years of cultivation in his previous life are not counted, it took him only 11 or 12 years from key refining to foundation building. This speed of cultivation is almost comparable to the legendary genius with natural spiritual roots in the world of immortal cultivation. Although no one said it, Luo Chen often saw envy in the eyes of his friends and subordinates. Envy? But it's just at the cost of his life. Refining pills day and night to earn spirit stones, and never stopping cultivation. Relying on huge resources and 10 years of persistence. He barely achieved this level of cultivation. The reason why he worked so hard was not only the constantly changing external factors around him, but also his internal factors of poor qualifications and insufficient lifespan. Even after building the foundation, he was still trapped by this. Therefore, he never stopped his pace. But after experiencing the dreamlike experience a few days ago, he realized that he seemed to have gone too far. Luo Chen, aren't you tired? How can I not be tired? With a chuckle, Luo Chen opened his eyes wide, and his thoughts seemed to have returned to the long years in the mirror of ghosts and gods. After waking up, he learned a lot of information about a bronze mirror, which was left in it by a giant master with his spiritual consciousness. This magic weapon originated from the powerful array sect Ghost Valley hundreds of years ago. Its wonderful use is that it allows cultivators to have one, and only one, special questioning of the heart journey. In other words, it is not just questioning of the heart, and its main use is even in simulation. With the experience and knowledge of the cultivators, with the help of this unique magic weapon, a specific thing can be simulated. In the Ghost Valley, this treasure has been mastered by the elder Jinwu who teaches the skills for many years. It is mainly used for the disciples of the Ghost Valley who have cultivated to the great perfection of the foundation building. Help them simulate the process of the condensation of the golden elixir. Even if it is only once, it is a precious experience. When the Ghost Valley had this thing, even if there was no superior secret technique of forming the elixir, the number of giant and cultivators in the sect has been showing a steady upward trend. Later, the sect became more and more powerful, far surpassing the same giant and sect, and it can be said to be extremely powerful. But unfortunately, there is no Yuanying cultivator in the Ghost Valley. In order to avoid being feared by the Yuanying sect in the domain, the Supreme Elder of Ghost Valley decided to move out of the original domain and join the Jading Sword sect's war of opening up, seeking a new place for Ghost Valley to survive. Unfortunately, Ghost Valley, which later served as a pioneer in the war of opening up, was completely annihilated by the 4th-level Demon King. With this, a generation of formation sects gradually fell into decline. The reason for the decline was not only the loss of the sect's elite. It was also because with the disappearance of the Supreme Elder of Ghost Valley, a defensive magic weapon also disappeared. Lancade chess. This magic weapon is of medium grade and consists of 2 black and white chess pieces. Logically speaking, it should not enjoy the same reputation as the top-grade magic weapons such as the Demon Locking Tower in the world of immortal cultivation. But in fact, within Ghost Valley, the importance of Lancade chess is no less than that of the Demon Locking Tower. The reason is that this treasure can be used in conjunction with the Ghost God questioning heart state. Although both have defensive effects, they also have their own focus. White chess protects the body, and black chess protects the soul. The fact that Luo Xianhong was able to transform into a ghost general first after his death was due to the black chess. Luo Chen once blasted him into slag, but he was able to quickly repair himself with the help of the black chess and the ghost realm. This shows how outstanding the black chess is in the defensive effect of protecting the soul. It was precisely by using the soul-protecting effect of the black chess of Lancade that the Ghost Valley was able to allow the foundation-building disciples to use the heart-searching mirror. But unfortunately, this treasure was lost in the Guiyang Mountains. Since then, the Ghost Valley has gradually lost its ability to succeed the giant and cultivators. After the elder Jinwu, who passed away, gathered the remaining disciples, it once supported for a long time. But after he passed away, the Ghost Valley did not produce any new giant and cultivators, and could only rely on the Yuding Sword sect. Among the younger disciples, it is not that there were no attempts to simulate the formation of the elixir with the help of the Ghost and God heart-searching state. But without the black chess of Lancade to protect the soul, even if the simulation was successful, they would often get lost. After many attempts, this magic weapon gradually became overwhelmed. Finally, a corner of it collapsed and became incomplete. After several twists and turns, it finally fell into Luo Chen's hands. I've gone off topic. This information was only inferred by Luo Chen himself through the few words left by the giant and master on the Ghost and God questioning mirror. However, combined with the later history, he felt that his inference should be correct in the general direction. By chance, I happened to have the black chess piece of Lancade in my hand, which allowed me to protect my soul during the long simulation and simulated all the way to the end. With emotion, Luo Chen's thoughts spread out uncontrollably again. The 300 years of experience in the mirror were extremely tortuous. The earlier the simulation, the clearer the events. In the middle and late stages, he could only rely on his experience and knowledge to derive in a targeted manner. For example, in the war between the two Yuanying upper sects, Luo Tian would be dragged into it. In order to practice, Wang Yuan killed a lot of people and offended the Jinden master. Later, he took a risk and besieged the Yuding sword sect without a Yuanying in the alliance. These are all things that he or the people around him can do. As for the end, Luo Chen would be destroyed. It seems very likely that he would fall into the path of evil in desperation. Because from the beginning, he, Luo Chen, was just an unknown cultivator in Daofang. He had done things like killing people and stealing treasures. Although he was forced. As for the final impact on the Jinden stage, the result was naturally a failure. With his current experience and knowledge, it is impossible to simulate successfully. Moreover, this ghost in God questioning state did not take the proficiency system into consideration. In the simulation, I fell into the path of evil for cultivation, and ended up being neither human nor ghost, and only managed to achieve the great perfection of foundation building. The time spent even exceeded the lifespan limit of 300-year-old foundation building cultivators. 330 years old is the end of the simulated lifespan. In common sense, the upper limit of the lifespan of a true foundation building cultivator is 250 years old. With the help of unique exercises, one can extend his lifespan by more than 10 or 20 years. If there is an elixir to extend life, the limit will be 300 years. He was able to live to the age of 330, relying on the blood Dao body refining technique that Wang Yuan had finally researched. He survived that long because of the one killing and nourishment. But in the end, he was wanted by the entire Yuding domain. He was neither a human nor a ghost. He went crazy and failed the first time he tried to reach the golden core. Failure is not terrible. Even the prodigy of Ghost Valley back then would fail. For him, the most dangerous part was actually the 8th level of foundation building, the stage when he was desperate for cultivation. At that stage, his fighting spirit was exhausted, and he even formed a Taoist couple with Bigu. Ask your conscience. That was a level that tested his heart for the great Dao. If he had not been ambitious and wanted to compete for the great Dao again, even if he had the help of Lan Ke and Heike, his soul would have been frustrated and his heart for the Dao would have been greatly hit. After waking up, I'm afraid he would be confused and unable to control himself. No wonder Ghost Valley has always only given this item to disciples who have reached the great perfection of foundation building. People of this generation have already abandoned all distractions, and only have the matter of forming a pill in their minds, so naturally they won't think too much about other things. As he sighed, Luo Chen realized something was wrong. He found that his thoughts seemed to spread easily. Is it the sequelae left after the simulation of the ghost god questioning heart state? Luo Chen frowned. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme hunger came from his stomach and sea of consciousness again. His face changed slightly, and he sat up. Xiaoling, prepare 10 days of spiritual meals for me. Bai Miling, who was lying outside studying the soul-gathering banner, responded sweetly. Luo Chen felt the state of his body, and just as he released his spiritual consciousness, he felt dizzy. Not only the body, but even the soul seems to be overused. That's right. A cultivator who has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment in Ghost God Valley only needs to devote all his energy to simulating the formation of the elixir. And I am only at the 3rd level of foundation building, but I have to simulate it step by step. This process is all done by relying on my own foundation. If it weren't for my soul foundation, which is infinitely close to the late stage of foundation building, I probably wouldn't be able to make it to the stage of simulating the formation of the elixir. In the simulation, his failure to form the elixir was not only due to the lack of experience and knowledge. There was also the reason that the soul could not support it. Feeling it, Luo Chen felt dizzy. Fortunately, I still have a spare Zongmiao Pill. Even if it can't increase, it should still be able to supplement 1 or 2. Without thinking, Luo Chen took out a Zongmiao Pill and swallowed it into his stomach. Outside, a feast of spiritual food filled with rich spiritual energy was served on the stone table under the care of Bai Miling. Half an hour later, Luo Chen, who was slightly better, walked out of the bedroom. Coming to the stone table, he couldn't wait to enjoy the spiritual food feast that ordinary cultivators couldn't afford. While eating, Luo Chen asked, "How many days did I sleep?" Bai Miling lay on the table, supporting her face with her hands. She picked up her fingers and counted carefully. After you came back, you stayed in front of the mirror for a day and a night. Then, you slept for another 7 days. Someone came to see you in the middle. It was Duan Feng. Oh, Wang Yuan also came yesterday, and went back when he saw you sleeping. Listening to this chattering, Luo Chen's eating movements gradually slowed down. Is there only one day left for the auction? Fortunately, there is still time for everything. Chapter 258, Heartless Fairy, Warm Sunshine and Fragrance. The next morning, in Luo Chen's cave on Xianlin Peak, Wang Yuan looked at Luo Chen, his forehead almost wrinkled into shape. You are in a very weak state now. Are you sure you want to attend the auction? Luo Chen, who was eating breakfast, forced a smile. Go. How can I not go? I have to do what I promised to others. Wang Yuan shook his head. It's just a level 1 or 3 healing pill. At most, I won't do the business of the golden jade liquid. Luo Chen smiled and didn't argue with Wang Yuan. His participation in the auction this time was not just a promise. As the auction continued, the remaining things became more and more precious. On the third day, those auction items were no longer available to key refining cultivators. This was a feast exclusively for Foundation Establishment true cultivators and even Golden Core Masters. The invitation that Zhuan Yanzi gave him before specially marked some precious resources, which happened to be what he needed most now. Considering its expensive price, he was not at ease if someone else bid on his behalf. Therefore, even though he was in a bad state now, he was determined to attend this auction. Xialing, wash the dishes, I'm going out. Okay. Wang Yuan glanced at the ghost cultivators running around in the cave, and followed Luo Chen out of the cave. After releasing the lanky flying boat, Luo Chen handed the control formula to Wang Yuan. Then, under Wang Yuan's control, the two slowly flew out of Xianlin Peak. What are you going to do with a ghost cultivator? What do you mean? Even if the Yuding domain does not prohibit ghost cultivators, the cultivation of ghost cultivators is much more difficult than that of normal humans like us. If you keep her by your side, over time, she will not only be unable to see the avenue, but will even affect you. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. His weak soul was not because of bimieling. This time, Wang Yuan was wrong. But the other party cared about him so much, and his weak heart still felt quite warm. Thinking of Wang Yuan's end in the long simulation of the ghost god questioning mirror, Luo Chen's smile gradually faded. Xialing, I have my own plans. It's you. Wang Yuan was puzzled. What's wrong with me? Luo Chen said earnestly, Yuding domain does not ban ghost cultivation, but it bans magic cultivation. Brother Wang, you can't embark on the way of magic cultivation. Haha. Wang Yuan laughed. What are you thinking about? I'm not such a short-sighted person. Besides, the theory of good and evil is ridiculous. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and my actions are based on my heart. How should good and evil be judged? Faced with this matter-of-fact statement, Luo Chen naturally couldn't refute it. He just sighed. Brother Wang, tell me honestly. How far have you perfected your body refining skills? The Wang family secret book that Wang Yuan gave him before only recorded the first level of body refining, and even the part of entering the second level of body refining. Now that many years have passed, the other party must have made progress without paying attention to trivial matters. Wang Yuan looked at Luo Chen in surprise. He didn't expect him to be so interested in body refining. But along the way, the two of them have supported each other. There is nothing wrong with talking about such general things. He said confidently, I have supplemented a little bit before. After I established my foundation, I have a new understanding of the soul, will, spiritual energy, and blood. Therefore, I have gradually figured out the specific practice method of the middle stage of body refining. What about the late stage of the second stage of body refining? Luo Chen chased after him. He asked again, is the practice you are currently borrowing from Xiao Wuan's blood practice, or the heavenly peng change we bought from the black market? Wang Yuan hesitated. In the end, he chose to tell the truth. I mainly borrowed from the blood practice. After all, what I used to build my foundation was the blood evil spirit formation. Hearing this answer, Luo Chen felt a little dizzy. No wonder in his simulation, Wang Yuan would embark on the path of blood magic cultivation. Sure enough, the simulation is based on the logic of reality. However, if this continues, that kind of practice will sooner or later affect people's character. If Wang Yuan acts recklessly in the future, he will sooner or later attract the attention of Jian and Shangren. This is Xianlin Fairy City, not Daofang. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen calmed his mind. Brother Wang, there is a set of second-level bodybuilding exercises at the auction today. I will buy it for you. You can practice it or learn from it. Wang Yuan was stunned. How could he not know this? Just when he wanted to ask again, the lanky flying boat had already sailed outside the Binglin Palace. With their arrival, many foundation-building true cultivators who were entering the venue subconsciously looked over curiously. This flying boat seems to be much higher in grade than those land-based flying boats sold recently by Wanbao Tower. I don't know who the owner is. Among those eyes, Luo Chen found several familiar people. Li Yixun and Nang Guangjin, who had not seen each other for a long time. They gathered next to a group of foundation-building true cultivators, and one of them was Zhou Qing, the elder of the Lianian Merchant Alliance in Daofang. Seeing Luo Chen get off the flying boat, Li Yixun opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing, just smiled bitterly and nodded. Luo Chen frowned. The other party and Nang Guangjin seemed to have joined the Lianian Merchant Alliance. He was looking at the other party, and the people over there naturally saw him. Zhou Qing looked at him curiously, and then shook his head in surprise. Li Yixun and others all said that Luo Chen was powerful and had a strong foundation. But at first glance, his eyes were dull and his expression was exhausted. No matter how you look at it, it seems that his foundation is superficial. That's right, he has already established his foundation at the age of 30, and he is not a genius from a big sect. If he can achieve such success at this age, he must have taken some evil ways, so his foundation is naturally not solid. Let's go in. The elder of the Lianian Merchant Alliance entered the Binglin Palace, and Zhou Qing also called Li and Nang going to go in together. Luo Chen didn't want to reminisce with him, but came to the Luo Xian who had been waiting for a long time. Although they said they were a group of people, there were actually only 3 people. Sima Wei Niang, Duan Feng, and King Xianqiang. This was the 3rd day of the auction, and there was no need for other key refining cultivators of the Luo Xian to participate. Seeing Luo Chen appear, the 3 people finally felt relieved. "Brother Luo, are you okay?" Kang Xianqiang was the first to greet him. Pulling the corner of his mouth, Luo Chen felt a little uncomfortable. He waved his hand. "It's fine for me. I will do my best to do what I promised you. Just prepare the spirit stones." Kang Xianqiang nodded gratefully. In her opinion, since Luo Chen promised to do his best, he would succeed in 9 out of 10 cases. "Are you really okay?" Duan Feng walked to Luo Chen's side, and his usually cold face also showed a look of worry. He was considered to be a person who had a very good relationship with Luo Chen. Along the way, it was rare to see Luo Chen in this state now. In the past, no matter how difficult it was, he was always energetic and calculated this and that all day long. Not like now. He looked exhausted and tired. When he spoke, he was also sickly, like a weak person who had just recovered from a serious illness. Faced with this sudden concern of his friend, Luo Chen slapped Duan Feng on the shoulder. "Little Duan, why are you worried about me? Instead of worrying about me, you might as well consider when to work hard with Sister Xia to give me a little nephew." Duan Feng glared at him speechlessly and walked aside. Luo Chen walked to Sima Wei Niang with a smile. "Come in, let's talk while we walk." 3 years are almost up, and the previously abandoned spiritual fields on Dangsha Peak will soon be restored to the 1st grade lower grade. At the first day of the auction, Yuan Dongshen, Feng Xia, and I bought a lot of spiritual medicine and spiritual plant seeds. After the winter, our spiritual fields can be put into use. As they walked, Sima Wei Niang reported on the auction of the previous 2 days. Luo Chen listened and asked in depth from time to time. In the auction of the previous 2 days, Sima Wei Niang almost used the 100,000 spiritual stones to the extreme. A large number of spiritual seeds, various tools needed by spiritual plants, fertilizers that can promote the rapid growth of spiritual plants, etc. This is just what the medicine hall needs. She also bought a lot of resources needed by other halls of Luo Xianhu. For example, the quenching liquid, special minerals, and molds that are urgently needed when casting in the weapon hall. Another example is that the alchemy furnaces in the alchemy hall are not enough, and the old alchemy furnaces are on the verge of being scrapped after years of alchemy. She also spent a large amount of spirit stones to buy a batch of low-grade, medium-grade, and even high-grade alchemy furnaces. In addition, she even negotiated a batch of robes with the monks of the Xianai building outside the auction. 100 low-grade robes were customized in one go, spending a full 20,000 spirit stones. The requirements are that the style is the same, and in addition to the conventional formation, the Luo Xianhu logo must be carried invisibly, She has already built the Luo Chen according to the standard sect model. Listening to these trivial matters, Luo Chen was very patient. Sima Wei Niang is very capable, and more capable. This is a good thing. She can share a lot of things with him. In the simulation of asking the heart, although he did not succeed in simulating the formation of the elixir in the end, he did not even taste the process a little bit. But this simulation is not without any gains. He deeply realized that if he behaved and practiced in the original way, he would live a very tiring life. It's not the tiredness caused by cultivation. It's the tiredness caused by too many distractions. So, he must learn to delegate power. Not just to Sima Wei Niang. In the future, more power will be delegated to people like Chu Lingjun, Duan Feng, and Bian Zhen. Only in this way can he focus as much as possible on cultivation. Using the quota of the Qinhu River Li family, we successfully bid for a foundation-building pill. President, here you go. Sima Wei Niang respectfully but reluctantly handed a jade box to Luo Chen. This scene was also seen by Duan Feng, Wang Yuan, and King Xiangqiang. That is the foundation-building pill. The most desired thing for a cultivator in the key refining stage. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen pushed it back. You keep it. Eh? Sima Wei Niang was stunned. This foundation-building pill belongs to you. When you reach the great perfection of the key refining stage, take it directly. Luo Chen put his hands behind his back and stepped into a VIP box specially reserved for him in Binglin Palace. Sima Wei Niang walked in blankly. But. No buts. We have seen your contributions over the years. This is what you deserve. Moreover, you don't need to replenish the spirit stones. It belongs to you. Seeing that Sima Wei Niang was still in a trance, Luo Chen said lightly, I will explain to Min Longyao. Thank you, President. Sima Wei Niang's voice was a little choked. Luo Chen waved his hand and didn't care. The 5 people sat down one by one, and their eyes fell on the huge palace. Speaking of which, in the few days I was away, have you counted how many foundation-building true cultivators appeared in Xianlan Fairy City? Have any major events happened during this period? Luo Chen suddenly asked. Duan Feng immediately replied, I have roughly noticed that at least 200 foundation-building true cultivators appeared at this auction. So many. Luo Chen was surprised. Duan Feng shook his head, this is not a lot. I had a brief chat with Li Jinhong of the Qinhu River Li family. In the past, when it was at its peak, there were more than 400 to 500 foundation-building cultivators participating in the auction. Now this is still considered a small number. Luo Chen was a little surprised. He had secretly estimated before that there were about 100 foundation-building cultivators who lived in Xianlan Immortal City for a long time. There were no more than 20 to 30 people who came and went for a short stay. Now, relying on large-scale trade fairs and auctions, it has doubled. At its peak, it can even increase by 4 or 5 times. This is just the tip of the iceberg. From this, we can see how huge the number of foundation-building cultivators is in Yuding Domain. This is just the number of one immortal city. In Yuding Domain, there are 9 immortal cities that are not inferior to Xianlan Immortal City, and there are also some small-scale second-level immortal cities. In addition, the 7 Yuding sects have many foundation-building cultivators. If you count them as a whole, the number of foundation-building cultivators in Yuding Domain alone is as high as thousands. With so many people crowded in a J-tripod domain, the demand for resources will be huge. No wonder there are more and more conflicts. It is only natural that a war broke out between the 2 Yuanying upper sects. After Duan Feng finished speaking, Sima Wei Niang talked about some major events that happened in Xianlan Fairy City recently. It was nothing more than the chaos caused by the outsiders who did not abide by the rules of Xianlan Fairy City. One of the mid-stage foundation-building cultivators tried to resist the law enforcement team and flew away with a magic weapon. As a result, he was struck to death by a lightning in the formation above Xianlan Fairy City. The no-fly rule is not just talk. While everyone was talking, the auction had already started in an orderly manner. It had been held for 2 days before, and the process was already familiar. The only change was that the host of the auction was changed. A Jindan master. That is the joking fairy of the ice castle. She is very powerful. She appeared briefly on the first day of the auction. Duan Feng's introduction came to his ears. Luo Chen nodded, his eyes slightly solemn. He had heard of the name of Joking Fairy, and even specifically inquired about her intelligence. No other reason. This person was exactly Tan Taiyu's master. In a sense, she was Luo Chen's real supporter in Xianlan Fairy City. I didn't expect that she would personally host the auction on the third day. Although it was unexpected, it was also reasonable. In a small auction, a foundation-building cultivator can control the whole scene. But in a large auction like Xianlan Fairy City, with tens of thousands of participants and hundreds of foundation-building cultivators alone, it is not something that ordinary foundation-building cultivators can control. Especially. Luo Chen's eyes shifted upwards, and he glanced at several boxes. There were several giant masters participating in this auction. It seemed that the name was as good as her. Juking Fairy's personality was also a little indifferent. The auction in the fairy city hosted by her was contrary to the hot and lively atmosphere of the previous 2 days. The overall atmosphere was depressing. But this did not affect the transaction price excessively. Because the main participants were all foundation-building cultivators and giant cultivators. Each of them had a rough idea of the true value of various resources. When a piece of tree core was carefully taken out, Luo Chen knew it was time to make a move. Warm sun and warm fragrance. Semi-finished third-level spiritual material. Taken from the third-level spiritual tree Zuyang wood. It can be used in alchemy and medicine to increase the foundation of the soul and expand the range of spiritual awareness. The starting price is 3,000 spirit stones. Chapter 259, Xian Chang Auction, Luo Chen takes action. As the fairy Juking revealed the auction items, the foundation-building true cultivators joined the auction. Luo Chen was one of them. As a third-level spiritual tree, the economic value of the Zuyang wood is very high. When it grows, it can improve the environment and climate to a certain extent, and play a role in harmonizing yin and yang. The vitality it exudes will attract many spiritual birds of higher grades. Birds such as the pen bird especially like to use the Zuyang wood to build nests. However, the upper limit of this tree is not high. Generally, after reaching the third level, it will not grow again, but will harm the ground veins in turn. Therefore, after the third level, someone will cut it down. After being cut down, the bark of the Zuyang wood can be used as medicine, the essence of the leaves can be used to make magic tools, and the most important tree core is the most precious material on it. It is also the only material on the Zuyang wood that can reach the third level quality. It can be used as medicine in alchemy to increase the foundation of the soul and expand the range of spiritual awareness. This alone is what many alchemists desire. Of course, the recipe for the elixir that can increase the foundation of the soul is extremely rare, and few people can use it. The reason why cultivators crave this item is that it has another simple and crude effect. Burning it with a foundation-building true fire, the spiritual fragrance produced can quickly repair some of the soul injuries. The name of Nuan Yang Wen Xiang comes from the latter. This knowledge is not secret, so many people know it. Therefore, whether everyone has soul injuries or not, if they encounter it, they will buy a copy as a backup. I used the heart-searching mirror to simulate the future, which caused my soul to be overconsumed. Even if I have Zongmiao pills to replenish it, it will take at least several months to slowly recover. If I have Nuan Yang Wen Xiang to nourish my soul, it will definitely help me recover quickly. Luo Chen made up his mind to bid for this treasure. The atmosphere of the auction was not very enthusiastic. But the price continued to rise, even without the instigation of the heartless fairy. Luo Chen has been participating in it all the time, without using any risky auction methods. He just bid like that. 5,000. 6,000. When the price reached 6,008, many foundation-building true cultivators chose to give up. It is not cost-effective to spend too many spirit stones for a backup. Only 2 parties were still participating in the competition. When Luo Chen called out 7,500 spiritual stones, the person competing with him wisely chose not to follow. It can be seen that Luo Chen was determined to win. And he himself also had something that he was determined to get next, so there was no need to waste money on resources that were not urgently needed. Congratulations to Luo Xianhu for bidding for this item. Next, we will auction a rare spiritual material. Hearing the 3 words Luo Xianhu, Luo Chen frowned, and then he didn't care anymore. This kind of auction organized by a large giant sect generally publicizes the information of both parties. There are many benefits. If you encounter a wealthy and powerful person on the other side, you can avoid unnecessary overbidding and avoid hurting the relationship. In addition, everyone knows who will get the resources that have been auctioned. It is also convenient for some people to make concessions and conduct secondary transactions next. As for the auction atmosphere not being hot enough, the price cannot reach the highest, and part of the profit will be lost. This is not within the consideration of the large sects. They don't care about that little bit of profit. In the final analysis, what they want is this harmonious business atmosphere. What they want is this sustainable and stable business model. It is impossible to hold an auction and have a lot of people arguing with each other, and even killing people to rob treasures in private, and the cycle repeats. If this continues, who'll dare to come to the Xiancheng auction if they are a little weak? If the information is made public, it will be very good to curb the occurrence of such things. Even if there are robbers who really want to kill people and rob treasures in private, they will easily be blacklisted by the Xiancheng party after the incident. Precious auction items appeared one after another. Luo Chen also calmly made many moves. A third-level mineral material cost 12,000 spirit stones. This thing is another main material needed for Duanfeng's magic weapon embryo. In this way, plus the heavy mysterious water that Luo Chen found on the street stall before. After Duanfeng returns, he can start to complete it. The second-level body refining method also appeared. The starting price is not expensive, only 5,000 spirit stones. There were only a few bidders. After all, it was just a declining body refining technique. However, one of them had been bidding against Luo Chen, and was quite persistent. The price kept rising, and it had already reached 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's Lu Rong from Shengguang sect. Duanfeng frowned. Sima Wei Niang said worriedly, because of many trivial matters in the past, the relationship between Shengguang sect and our Luotian society has always been not very harmonious. President, do you want to give up this body refining technique to avoid making too deep a grudge? Making too deep a grudge? Luo Chen sneered. He had never offended the other party on his own initiative. If he held a grudge because of such a trivial matter, it would not be his fault. What's more? Glancing at Wang Yuan, who was quite moved, Luo Chen said calmly, Lu Rong also practiced body refining, which is well known in the Immortal City. A body refining technique that he can appreciate must have its merits, even if it is only the second level. Such treasures are naturally owned by the rich. As he spoke, he decisively shouted out an absolutely high price. 10,000. It soared directly from 8,000 to 10,000. There were not many people following the auction, and now no one was interested. The fairy Zhuking glanced at the box where Luo Chen was, and said calmly, for the gas same origin method, Luo Xian will bid 10,000, one time. In the seat where the Shengguangman was. They did not have a separate box and could only sit in the hall, which showed that their status in the Immortal City was indeed not high. Luo Xian who also got a remote small box because of the cooperation with Tan Taiyu. Lu Rong's face was extremely gloomy. 10,000 spirit stones, not too much, but definitely not too little. The efficiency of their Shengguang sect in earning spirit stones has always been poor, and the amount he gets is even less. Usually, just renting the cave house costs 1,000 every month. At the auction yesterday, he also bought many elixirs needed for cultivation. Therefore, he is a little short of money now. He looked for help at the man next to him. Master, can you lend me? Fei Kenkyu, the master of Shengguang sect, looked unhappy. For cultivators of our generation, we refine ki and refine body, but you always like to mix them up. With your little wealth, do you still want to form a pill in this life? But. There is no but. If you want to buy it, and don't talk about borrowing spirit stones. Seeing that Lu Rong was still unwilling, he tried to bid. Fei Changqi reminded him, if you bid too high, and you can't come up with spirit stones at that time, the consequences will be serious. Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Lu Rong clenched his fists instantly. He glanced at a box where Luo Xian who was in hatred, and finally withdrew from the auction. As the host Zhuking Fairy shouted 10,000 spirit stones for the third time, the second-level body refining technique named gas of common origin fell into Luo Chen's hands. In the box. Wang Yuan smiled. Luo Chen, I'll give you the spirit stones now. Luo Chen waved his hand. Why are you and I talking about this? Just lend it to me to study it a little when the time comes. Wang Yuan smiled and stopped talking about giving me the spirit stones. Kang Xiangqiang, who was watching this scene, felt that she was so out of place. She was a little curious about the relationship between Luo Chen and these people. Giving Sima Wei Niang the foundation building pill. Bidding for Duanfeng. bidding for the body refining technique for Wang Yuan. This is too generous. Perhaps, this is why so many people are willing to follow him. The auction continued. The more precious the things were, the more Luo Chen's actions became. However, not every time he succeeded. For example, he wanted to bid for a large second-level spirit gathering array. If this is arranged on Dangsha Peak, the concentration of spiritual energy will definitely be raised to a higher level. All the cultivators of Luo Chen Club can benefit from it. However, there are many bidders for this set of spirit gathering array, and 5 immortal cultivation families are almost putting all their efforts into the bidding. Halfway through, Luo Chen withdrew. In the end, this item was successfully bought by Zhang Qijin of Rolling Dragon Ridge for 28,000 spiritual stones. This price can almost buy an ordinary offensive low-grade magic weapon. Only the Zhang family is a family of elixirs, rich and powerful, so they can successfully win it. Shaking his head, Luo Chen's attention fell on the next item. Ice Silkworm Futu, a top-grade magic weapon. It is a specialty of our ice castle, made of silk spit out by the ice silkworms of the Great Snow Mountain, and an auxiliary magic weapon for cultivation. During the cultivation process, if this Futu helps, it can make the cultivator's heart as clear as ice, and the sky will not fall. Starting price, 5,000 spiritual stones. Hearing the wonderful use of the ice silkworm Futu from the Heartless Fairy, Luo Chen was moved. Instruments that assist cultivation are extremely rare. The Ghost and God questioning heart mirror in his hand is such a treasure. Such treasures can either increase cultivation efficiency, or block external interference, or have special bonuses for certain secret techniques. And this ice silkworm cushion obviously has the magical effect of clearing the mind and restraining the birth of inner demons. I have been brave and diligent along the way, without stopping. Although I think the foundation of each stage is quite solid, the cultivation time is too short. It's okay in the short term, but if it goes on like this, it is very likely that I will go astray and become possessed. As for his own situation, if it was before, Luo Chen still couldn't see it clearly. But after the simulation of the questioning heart mirror, he had a very clear understanding. If you want to go fast and steady, you must consider all aspects. And, since the simulation of the Ghost and God questioning state of mind, my thoughts have always been uncontrollable and my emotions have been fluctuating from time to time. This state is not conducive to cultivation. If I have this treasure to help, maybe I can save a lot of trouble. In this auction, Luo Chen's main target is the Warm Sun and Warm Fragrance and the 3rd-level healing pill. The former can repair his exhausted soul in the simulation. The latter is a promise to Kang Xiangqiang. This ice silkworm cushion was not on the special treasures marked on the invitation before. Perhaps it was temporarily auctioned by the Ice Castle. Luo Chen did not hesitate and quickly joined the auction. In the end, after spending an absolutely high price of 9,000 spirit stones, he successfully won it. After he won the ice silkworm cushion, many foundation-building true cultivators in the venue began to pay attention to him. Counting it up, Luo Chen has made many bids since the auction began. And most of them were successful. This not only shows that his auction method is unique, but also highlights his wealth. In this way, if he takes a fancy to the following treasures, he will have to pay a high price. Many monks with shallow family backgrounds are already praying that this scene will not happen again. The words of the fairy Juking sounded again. An unrefined sword pill, produced by the J-Tripod Sword Sect. Those who are interested can participate in the auction. The starting price is 10,000 spirit stones. When the auction item information was announced, a strange silence appeared in the auction hall. Sword pill. This is the unique weapon of the sword sect in the J-Tripod domain. Moreover, it is occasionally leaked, but there is no such thing as production. Now it is openly auctioned by the Ice Castle monk? Of course, it is also possible that someone else is consigning it. But how could Ice Castle agree? Could it be? In a hidden way, some sect monks and the foundation building true cultivators of the sect's vassal forces are thinking about it in a deeper direction. Although they think about it, the enthusiasm for bidding is not low at all. After all, the sword pill is a well-known magic weapon embryo. It can be nurtured when the foundation is established, and used as a top-grade or even top-grade magic weapon. If it is formed after the elixir, this treasure may even become the natal magic weapon. As we all know, magic weapons are also divided into high and low. In addition to the grade and type classification, it is also divided into ordinary magic weapons and natal magic weapons. For the former, As long as there are spirit stones and opportunities, anyone can get 1 or 2. Even if you are a true cultivator of the foundation, you can play some of its power. But the latter is completely different. The life of the natal is at stake, involving the path of the Great Way. From the beginning, it was tailor-made for the cultivator, and the grade has growth potential. As long as the cultivator keeps practicing, the natal magic weapon can be used until the nascent soul stage, the god transformation stage, and even after the ascension. Ascension is too far, let's not think about it for now. Just within the golden core stage, the power of the natal magic weapon is often greater than that of ordinary magic weapons of the same level. After all, it is tailored for the cultivator for himself, and he spends a lot of effort to nurture it. Not only can it be used as if it were an arm, but it can also perfectly display the skills of a cultivator, and there is no such thing as not being able to do it easily. An unrefined sword pill. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't want to switch to sword cultivation. Instead, he remembered the gray scabbard in his storage bag. It was a magic weapon embryo, and it also had the potential to grow. It was only a low-grade magic weapon at the beginning, but after adding a sword pill, it jumped to medium grade 1. If more sword pills were added, how high would the grade be? You know, that scabbard doesn't need to be nurtured for a long time, and the way to activate it is also very simple. He participated in the auction. However, as the price soared all the way, after reaching 30,000 spirit stones, he decisively gave up. The premium is too serious. This price is too tasteless for me. And after buying it, I have to worry about the trouble caused by the jading sword cultivator, so I'd better not force it. As he withdrew, the Xiaohu Mountain Yu family cultivator who is the main bidder cast a grateful glance at him. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. Everything is self-evident. The Yu family of Xiaohu Mountain is a family of immortal cultivators who are good at swordsmanship. Although they are not mainly engaged in sword pills, the sword sutras that are mainly cultivated in the family are far superior to ordinary cultivators in the way of controlling swords. The other party wanted this sword pill with all their heart, and they also wanted to increase the strength of the cultivators in the family. Luo Chen's previous appearance of being rich and powerful was really worrying. He gave up in advance now, which was also a good thing for the cultivators of the Yu family. After he withdrew in advance, the remaining forces were not as determined as the Yu family, and soon gave up. In this way, this brand new sword pill became the property of the Yu family. The next thing to be auctioned is the middle grade key combining pill refined by the Medicine King sect. There are a total of 100 bottles, which will be auctioned in 10 batches, 10 bottles each time. Starting price, 10,000 spirit stones. When the voice of the juking fairy fell. At this moment, Luo Chen held his breath. He was determined to get this thing, and the more the better. Chapter 260, Dragon and Phoenix Dual Pills, Elixir of Dan. After building the foundation, Luo Chen mainly took the low-grade Shenglong pill. Relying on the powerful medicinal power, coupled with uninterrupted use and other auxiliary resources, he went from the second level of foundation building to the third level of foundation building in just 3 years. But after entering the third level of foundation building, his cultivation speed slowed down again. In other words, it was not slow, but as the realm became more and more advanced, the spiritual energy required for each stage also increased. Compared with the increased upper limit, the original fixed cultivation speed will naturally lead to a slow increase in the progress bar. For this situation, Luo Chen has been trying to solve it, but in the end he is still powerless. The mainstream cultivation pills released by the major sects are only of low-grade level. Even if he has money, there is no place to buy it. Fortunately, there is an auction. Although it is not a medium-grade Shenglong pill, the medicinal power of the medium-grade Hiki pill should be much better than the low-grade Shenglong pill. This thing is of great use to me. Luo Chen would not miss this opportunity, so he decisively joined the auction. With abundant cash flow and good auction experience, Luo Chen quickly bought 30 bottles. For this, he spent nearly 40,000 spiritual stones in total. You know, this is just a medium-grade Hiki pill. 30 bottles, nearly 40,000 spiritual stones, equivalent to more than 1,300 per bottle. Another super standard premium transaction. But there is no way, exchanging spiritual stones for time, you have to pay this price. After taking 30 bottles, Luo Chen stopped while he was ahead. He did not participate in the subsequent 7 auctions. Although I still want it, 30 bottles are enough for me to use for nearly a year. If I continue to auction, it will be easy to offend others. Without Luo Chen's participation, the subsequent transaction price of the medium-grade Hiki pill was relatively lower. But the auction atmosphere was even more enthusiastic than before. Each bid was not high, but the bid was very fierce. In the last 2 times, the price went up again. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen sighed in his heart. He is not the only one who understands these principles. However, the mainstream cultivation pills of medium and even high grades have always been strictly controlled by the major sects. Everyone understands the truth, but there is really no demand for it. 30 bottles can be used for me for a period of time, but what about after that? I can't wait 10 years every time to bid for a year's supply. Although the immediate worries are gone, after experiencing the simulation of the heart mirror, he habitually looks at things from a farther perspective. He just saw it, but there is no better solution for the time being. The auction is still going on. The value of the resources that appear is getting higher and higher. Like before, it was Luo Chen, Lu Rong and other cultivators in the early and middle stages of foundation building who were competing for it. But now, cultivators in the late stage of foundation building have also become active. Even those giant masters have started to make moves one after another. Luo Chen gradually became silent. Until, Brother Luo. Yes, I know. The 3rd level healing pill that Kang Xianqiang needed appeared. There were many people bidding this time. Luo Chen spent a lot of time and energy to buy it at a high price. Friend Kang, I'm sorry. I spent 5,000 more spirit stones than I expected. Kang Xianqiang shook his head quickly, his face full of excitement and gratitude. It was not easy to win the bid. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get it. Thank you so much. Luo Chen smiled and accepted the thanks. As Kang Xianqiang said, even if the other party had enough spirit stones, it would be difficult to win the bid. This kind of large-scale auction is no longer just a competition of financial strength. Because the identity information is made public. Many times, the bids made by each party also have the taste of trying to give a dish to the person. In addition to the high price, Luo Chen was able to win the bid for Kang Xianqiang because he borrowed the name of Luo Xianhu and the momentum accumulated from several previous bids. Everyone knows that he is rich. When he is determined to win, ordinary people really can't compete with him. It would be fine if he just kept asking for a high price, but Luo Chen had the experience of stopping several times in the middle. It can be seen that he is not a fool who makes random bids just because he is rich. What if the price is really raised? Luo Chen suddenly didn't want it. But they would be the ones who would suffer. After fulfilling his promise to Kang Xianqiang, Luo Chen felt relieved. He had basically won all the things he needed. He spent money today and it was a pleasure. He planned to be a pure spectator for the following things. It was not because of lack of financial resources, nor because those things were not good enough, but because he could not afford to offend many of the participants. The low-grade magic weapon Qian Chongyuan, 55,000 for the 3rd time. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lion Kang from Alio Mountain. Looking at the magic weapon that was sold, Luo Chen looked a little envious. He knew about this magic weapon. The Chongfanine in his storage bag was made for the Qian Chongyuan, but because it failed, he changed the name. The attack of the Chongfanine is a little clumsy. But the Qian Chongyuan does not have so many shortcomings. Envy is envy, he can't compete with Lion Kang. Because the other party is a giant and cultivator. It's not just this one item. The subsequent items are getting more and more valuable. Even a mid-grade magic weapon appeared, which was auctioned off by a giant and master in Kingdom Valley at a price of 350,000. Such a high price is staggering. Sima Wei Niang and Kang Xianqiang, who were around Luo Chen, were stunned. Even Wang Yuan, who is always calm, lost his composure. They couldn't imagine how many years it would take them to earn enough spiritual stones to buy such a mid-grade magic weapon. Apart from killing people to rob treasures, they couldn't think of a second way to get such a treasure. Only Luo Chen remained calm. It's just a few 100,000 spiritual stones. If he saves for a few more years, he can buy it by legitimate means. Just like the giant and master in Kingdom Valley, he also bought the treasure he wanted with the spiritual stones he earned after years of hard work. Maybe it's not that hard. Most of the cultivators from Kingdom Valley know a few tricks of alchemy, and their speed of grabbing wealth is not inferior to mine. The sky-high prices that ordinary cultivators find unimaginable are just a drop in the bucket for them. That's what he thought. The giant and master of Kingdom Valley did the same. He bought 3 magic weapons, 2 of low quality and 1 of medium quality. His generosity far surpassed that of the other giant masters. Time passed slowly. When the fairy Juking finally took out a dragon transformation pill and a Bingfang pill, the auction reached its climax. The dragon transformation pill comes from Kingdom Valley, and the Bingfang pill comes from Bingbao. Both are 3rd level pills. Take them together, and with my Bingbao secret technique, you can increase the chance of forming a pill by 10%. The starting price is 10,000 spirit stones, please. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was boiling. In the box, everyone in Luo Chen breathed quickly, including Luo Chen. However, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. The dragon transformation pill is not difficult to find. It is a specialty pill of Kingdom Valley and is sometimes sold outside. Bingfang pill is relatively rare and is generally only circulated within Bingbao. But in terms of price, as a 3rd level pill, it is only a few thousand spirit stones per bottle. 1 pill costs only a few hundred spirit stones. The two together were bid at a high starting price of 10,000, mainly because of the secret technique that Bingbao brought out. It can increase the chance of forming a pill by 10%. With emotion, Luo Chen said calmly, "Don't think about it, this is not something we can participate in." Several people around him were stunned, but seeing the source of the bidding in the venue, they all tacitly gave up the idea. They were all great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. Chu Kui, whom Luo Chen knew, was also among them. The ancestor of the Zhang family of Gunlongji, although only in the 6th level of foundation building, also joined the bidding. In addition, there were several powerful beings whose origins he could not name. This was a feast for cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. The early and middle stage cultivators in the lower level could only watch helplessly. The giant cultivators in the upper level watched coldly, as if they were not moved at all. In the end, this giant in spirit medicine fell into the hands of a man with red lips and white teeth and a handsome face. That's Zongmiao, the actual manager of Taoshan. I heard that he is the concubine of Taoho Patriarch of Beihou Palace, and he is very favored. Sima Wei Niang suppressed her excitement and explained the other party's origin to Luo Chen in a low voice. After hearing this explanation, Luo Chen suddenly understood. Sure enough, it is about the giant in spirit medicine, which is not something that ordinary casual cultivators can covet. Look at the people who were competing just now. Most of them have the background of large sects, or are collateral branches, or vassals. Even Zongmiao, although not a disciple of Beihou Palace, is also the concubine of Taoho Patriarch of Beihou Palace, and is managing a Taoshan on his behalf. In comparison, how can other casual cultivators compete with him? In the sight, Chu Kui's lonely expression was very conspicuous. Shaking his head, Luo Chen stood up. Let's go. If we want to participate in the competition for the giant in spirit medicine, it will take at least 100 or 200 years before it will be our turn. He looked free and easy. But others were not so indifferent. When many people left, they still looked at Zhuanyu, who was full of pride, reluctantly. Even if it can only increase the chance of forming a pill by 10%, it is still a 10% increase after all. The difficulty of forming a pill is thousands of times more difficult than building a foundation. This kind of difficulty is difficult to experience personally unless you are the person involved. You can get a glimpse of it from the few giant and cultivators in Yuding Domain. In Yuding Domain, there are millions of key refining cultivators, and there are also thousands of people who are building a foundation. But the number of giant and cultivators in the 7 major sects combined is less than 100. This is truly 1 in a million, or even 1 in 100,000. The reason why the number of giant and cultivators is so scarce is because it is too difficult to form a pill. Zhuanyu now has a giant in elixir, and he has the support of Taoho Patriarch behind him. I am afraid that in a few decades, there is a high probability that he will achieve a giant. By then, he can truly join the Beihou Palace as a giant master and become the 4th person besides the 3 giant masters of the Beihou Palace. After leaving the private room, Luo Chen, led by Sima Wei Niang, went straight to the side hall of Binglan Palace. This is a place for delivering goods and spiritual stones. After all, such a large auction involves too many resources, and it is impossible to deliver them on the spot after each transaction. Therefore, all of them are accumulated until the auction is over, and then the settlement is made. Coming to the room shielded by the formation, Luo Chen took out 90,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Among them, 12,000 were given to him by Kang Xiangqiong, specifically used to pay for the third-level healing spiritual medicine. In addition, 78,000 were the spiritual stones he spent on this auction. Fellow Taoist Luo, these are your things, please count them on the spot. The person in charge of the settlement in this room is an old acquaintance of Luo Chen. Shi Boying of Bigu. Luo Chen smiled slightly, took the things, and did not pretend to be generous, but counted them carefully. Shi Boying saw it, but did not care. When it comes to such a huge amount of spiritual stones, everyone should be more serious. Warm sun and warm fragrance, good quality, it seems that it was taken out from the Zhuang wood not long ago. Third-grade mineral materials, no problem. Ice silkworm cushion, exuding a faint chill, just touching it, Luo Chen's thoughts calmed down a lot. 30 bottles of medium-grade key combining pills, just opening them, he could feel the rich spiritual energy, the quality is absolutely fine. Gases of the same origin, second-grade body refining exercises. The ban is complete, and after confirming that it has entered the auction, it has never been opened again. After a thorough inventory, Luo Chen put these things away with satisfaction. Sorry to bother you, Taoist fellow Shi. Shi Boying smiled, it's not a big deal, it's only once in 10 years, and there's no need for me to take action in ordinary small auctions. Shi Boying, who used to be cold and unpopular, became more and more friendly to Luo Chen as he and Tan Taiyu cooperated. During the communication, she always smiled. Are you going to leave directly, Taoist fellow Luo? Yes, is there anything else? Luo Chen asked curiously. Shi Boying pointed in a direction and said, I have a dinner party in Ice Castle. You may want to attend it. Oh? Dinner party? Yes, it is specially used to entertain the foundation building monks who participated in the auction. Shi Boying explained to Luo Chen in curiosity. It turned out that the dinner party after the auction was not specially organized by Ice Castle, but a routine. Almost every 10 years after the auction, the organizer will hold a dinner party involving foundation building and even golden elixir monks. The reason is very simple. At the auction, it is often the case that the atmosphere is high and people are bidding against each other, and then the person who bids the resources regrets and is dissatisfied. There are also people who cannot bid as much as the other party, but they are indeed in urgent need of the corresponding resources. There are even idiots who speak wildly, shout out sky-high prices, but in the end cannot come up with a corresponding number of spirit stones. As a result, after the auction, there are always many contradictions and a mess. There are many cases of fighting inside and outside Xianlan Fairy City for certain resources. Therefore, the organizer will specially hold such a banquet. It can allow people to transfer resources at a low price to get back their investment. It can provide an opportunity for people who are in urgent need of certain resources to pay spirit stones and make up for higher value resources in exchange for their desired items. Those treasures that failed to be sold will occasionally be taken out for re-auction. It can be said that this dinner is enough to solve many potential troubles for the organizer. Some sect geniuses will also appear at this kind of dinner. Make connections. The latter one is Luo Chen's own speculation. Of course, there are also some people who are unwilling to participate and leave in a low-key manner. Bingbao, don't force them. Shi Boying said. After listening, Luo Chen thought about it and felt that it was necessary to attend this kind of dinner. He is not the kind of person who only practices hard. Even if he doesn't have the resources he wants to exchange, he can make some connections. Before, because he had just arrived at Xianlan Fairy City, he and Luo Xian who behaved relatively low-key. Now that Luo Xian who has stabilized and he himself has reached the third level of foundation building, it is time to meet some people of the same path. The four elements of immortal cultivation are wealth, companions, law and land. He is always developing in an all-round way. Thank you, fellow Taoist Shi, for reminding me. I will attend the dinner. Without further ado, Luo Chen said goodbye to Shi Boying and left the house. He went outside and asked for the opinions of Wang Yuan and others. Wang Yuan was not in the mood to socialize and planned to go back directly to study the book on the common origin of gases. Duan Feng was the same. Feng Xiao was waiting for him at home. Sima Wei Nyong wanted to go, but unfortunately the dinner was only for cultivators above the foundation building stage. She had enough status, but not enough realm, so she couldn't go. Kang Xiangqiong, however, had no intention of participating. After receiving the healing elixir from Luo Chen, she couldn't wait to return to Taishan Square. In this way, Luo Chen was the only one left to attend the Binglin Palace dinner. He didn't care. After saying goodbye to the 4 people, he was led by a maid into a slightly dim side hall. Perhaps it was because he came out early. When he arrived at the dinner, there were not too many people, only a few. His eyes fixed, and he saw Chu Kui drinking alone at the table. "Fellow Taoist Chu, why are you sitting alone in a corner, drinking so much?" Chu Kui raised his eyes and laughed at himself. "Aren't you asking even though you already know the answer?" Chapter 261 Sister, this is fellow Taoist Tan Chenzi. Luo Chen smiled slightly and picked up a glass of wine. A temporary setback doesn't mean anything. With your strength, if you join a large sect, you may have a chance to form a golden elixir. Chu Kui sneered. "Forget it. I am a loner. I rely on myself to get resources. I can't bear the constraints of a sect." Luo Chen frowned. The opportunity of the Great Way is in front of him. Just because he doesn't want to be bound, he will give up? If so, why is he so depressed? Seeing Luo Chen's doubts, Chu Kui sighed. "In fact, even if I join a large golden elixir sect, what will happen? These famous and upright sects will not give me precious golden elixir resources. After all, I am just an outsider." Chu Kui pursed his lips and motioned Luo Chen to look at the door. Taoshan Zuanayu, who had taken pictures of the golden elixir before, walked in surrounded by a group of foundation-building true cultivators. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, looking around. He was full of energy and spirit, and he was really cool. "What's wrong?" Luo Chen was puzzled. Chu Kui transmitted his voice. Although Zhuan Yu was a casual cultivator before, he has extremely high aptitude and a dragon yang body. However, even with such an existence, he is only worthy of being a concubine of Taoho Patriarch of Beiho Palace. Don't look at him as the one in charge of Taoshan, and he has unlimited glory. But when it comes to Jinden, Taoho Patriarch didn't give him the Jinden elixir of Beiho Palace. He had to come out in person and work hard to get it through auction. Do you think that I can do better than him in a big sect just by fighting? It's useless to rely on fighting alone for cultivation. These words made Luo Chen silent. In the world of cultivating immortals, casual cultivators are not without a way out. Either they form a force or serve as a tribute to some small forces. The powerful ones will be actively recruited by big sects and become honorary elders. But after many years, he has indeed not heard of a few famous high-level casual cultivators in Yuding domain. The only giant and casual cultivator he has seen is Lu Jiashi. Because he coveted the demon locking tower and the land cage chess, he was used as a chess piece by the Golden Core Master of the Luoyan sect. In the end, he died tragically under the sword of the sword cultivator Pang Rengshan. Now that Chu Kui has revealed these secrets, he has a deeper understanding of the situation of independent cultivators. Under the control of the sect, independent cultivators have a certain way out, but they have no chance to make a breakthrough. How should I deal with myself in the future? While Luo Chen was silent, Chu Kui drank a few more glasses of wine, and then got up to make connections. This was his main purpose for attending the dinner. Usually, he earned some resources by discussing the Tao. But the big head, in fact, is to rely on a wide range of connections, do some shady work for others, and receive huge rewards from it. Doing this kind of thing too much, there are many external enemies. Therefore, he usually cultivates in Xianlan Fairy City and rarely goes out of the city. He doesn't want to join a large sect, and there is also this reason. Being bound by the sect and obeying the orders of others will make him helpless, and those enemies will easily cause trouble for him. "Dao Luo, what are you thinking about?" A gentle voice came to his ears, and Luo Chen came to his senses and looked at the person. It was Zhuan Yanzi, a foundation-building cultivator from Kingdom Valley. "Just some small things." Luo Chen shook his head, and then said, "I also want to thank Dao for the invitation, which allowed me to gain a lot at this auction." Zhuan Yanzi waved his hand and smiled. "With Dao's wealth, even without the invitation, you can still return with a lot of money, no need to thank me." This auction was jointly organized by Bingbao and Kingdom Valley. Zhuan Yanzi knew the transactions better than anyone else. Luo Chen and his Luo Xian who spent 170,000 to 180,000 spirit stones in just 3 days. This is not something that ordinary small forces can do. "Dao, are you an alchemist?" Suddenly, Zhuan Yanzi asked. Luo Chen nodded gently. The fact that he is an alchemist is not a secret. It's just that he is not as famous as he was in Daofang. Dan Chenzi's name is well known in Daofang, but in Xianlan Fairy City, it is insignificant. After receiving Luo Chen's personal recognition, Zhuan Yunzi seemed to be interested. Did you refine the Zongmiao Pill? Yes. Did you also refine the Zongmiao Pill? Luo Chen was about to nod, but his heart suddenly moved. Dao, are you very interested in the Zongmiao Pill? Zhuan Yunzi said somewhat unnaturally, I don't care about a mere first-level pill. It's just that I've been studying a recipe for a water-fire combination pill recently. I accidentally got a Zongmiao Pill and deeply felt the principle of yin and yang harmony in it. So, I want to discuss it with Dao. In sincere words. With Luo Chen's perception, he easily judged that the other party's intention was not here. Especially when Luo Chen first met the other party, his pair of spiritual eyes noticed the coexistence of life and death in the other party. At that time, Luo Chen looked at the other party several times with confusion. Now, the other party happened to mention the Zongmiao Pill. This recipe is not the style of Yuding domain at all. Several of the materials involved in the refining involve special products from other domains. Especially the main material, Bihe Jade Scallop, is only sold by Bigu Deng under Yao Wang sect. At the beginning, this recipe was from the remains of a disciple of Yao Wang sect. The divergent thoughts suddenly converged. Luo Chen smiled and said, the Zongmiao pills you bought were not made by me, but by a female alchemist from Luo Chen, but I just put my name on it. Zhuan Yunzi was stunned, and then suddenly realized. This situation is very common in the world of cultivating immortals. After all, products endorsed by celebrities are often more popular. For example, Luo Chen had seen many magic tools and magic treasures in Daofang before, and many of them were claimed to be made by Hu Yanzhou, the master of casting in Xianfan City. How can a giant and master have so much time to refine magic tools every day? It's just a false name. Suddenly, Luo Chen changed the subject. But I have also studied this recipe for a long time. I find the treatment of the main ingredient with water attribute particularly strange. I have tried to refine it many times but it doesn't seem right. But in the hands of a female cultivator, it always has unexpected effects. Do you know why this is the case? Zhuan Yunzi listened curiously and then gave his own answer. In the world of immortal cultivation, some medicinal materials do have special habits. Some need to be processed on the spot, or several medicinal materials need to be mixed to wear down their sharpness. Like what you said, it is a case of avoiding the sun but not the shade. But the jade scallop is just an ordinary first-level medicinal material. Logically, it should not have this habit. Maybe your refining method is not right. When you go back, you can try the alchemy technique of Huangxi hand to process it. Maybe it will work. Luo Chen suddenly realized. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. If I succeed in refining it, I will definitely come to thank you. Well, it's just a trivial matter, there is no need to thank you. Zhuan Yunzi waved his hand and was about to say something else, but his eyes paused. He forced a smile. Dao, I saw some old friends, so I'll go over first. Yes, go by yourself. Luo Chen nodded repeatedly. By the way, I live in Cave B3 of Xianlan Peak. When you are free, you can come to me and exchange some experiences in alchemy. After saying this, he left. Behind him, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He only said water-based main ingredients, but did not say jade scallops. As for the main ingredients of the elixir, Luo Chen's philosophy is to keep it secret as much as possible. Ordinary people don't know what the main ingredients of the Zongmiao Pill are. Because of the large quantity, Bigu Deng may know. But Bigu Deng is the property of Yao Wang sect, and Kingdom Valley also runs the elixir and medicinal materials business, and the relationship with them is definitely not harmonious. The other party can't find out from this aspect. What if he distinguished it by himself? This is also unlikely. The elixir in the world of immortal cultivation is not as simple as kneading the medicinal materials together. In many cases, it is refined by extracting the ore contained in the medicinal properties of the elixir. To easily distinguish the ingredients from a pill, one must have at least master-level alchemy attainments. It is obvious that Zhuan Yunzi is only a second-level alchemist like Luo Chen. Even Luo Chen's attainments in certain specific pills are far better than his because of the proficiency panel. Even Luo Chen can't easily distinguish the main ingredients of unfamiliar pills. Why can he, Zhuan Yunzi, do it? In other words, the reason why the other party knows that the North Sea Jade Scallop is the main ingredient of this Zongmiao Pill is probably only that one person. He has seen the recipe of the Zongmiao Pill. But this recipe, apart from Luo Chen and the Medicine King sect member who died in the cave, not many people have seen it. Tangquan and Mi Li and Luo Xianhu have seen it. But Zhuan Yunzi is not a member of Luo Xianhu. Thinking of the previous trip from Yuan's Haoguo, the body of the Medicine King sect member disappeared. Luo Chen had a vague guess in his mind. Life and death coexist, not in the body, but in the soul. Pay attention to the Zongmiao pills, and most likely have read the recipe. Possession. Just as Luo Chen was thinking, two figures came to his side unknowingly. Sister, this is the fellow Taoist Dan Chenzi I mentioned to you before. Luo Chen was startled, looked at the person who came, and said in surprise, Fellow Taoist Tao? When did you come to Xianlan Fairy City? The person who came was Tao Yishan, a foundation-building cultivator of Kingdom Valley. He was on duty in Yuan's Hao country before. Luo Chen had contact with him. They also exchanged their experience in alchemy all night. I have been here for a while. I wanted to visit you 2 days ago, but the president of your Luo Chen Association told me that you were in seclusion. I finally met you today. Tao Yisheng seemed quite excited. When he spoke, he was even more happy. Sister, this is Luo Chen, the friend I mentioned before who is very good at alchemy. Fellow Taoist Luo, this is my real sister, Tao Wan. In fact, as early as the first sentence, Luo Chen noticed the woman standing next to Tao Yishan. She was dressed in green and tall. She had an oval face and long eyebrows. At this moment, she looked at Luo Chen with clear eyes with suspicion. Luo Chen, meet fellow Taoist Tao Wan. Luo Chen greeted her in advance, and his tone was quite polite. The spiritual power fluctuations emitted by the other party were genuine late foundation building. And the other party's strength and fame were also widely spread in Xianlan Immortal City. On the Xianjiao list, this woman and Chu Kui ranked one after the other, and their fighting ability was no less. Tao Wan glanced to the side and frowned. Are you on good terms with He Yun? He Yun? Zhuan Yunzi's real name. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and said lightly, It's okay, what advice do you have for me? Tao Wan's suspicion became even stronger. Tao Yishan next to him finally noticed something was wrong, and he quietly tugged at Tao Wan's sleeve. Sister, this is my friend, who made friends with me before He Yun. There was an almost pleading tone in her voice. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen felt more and more uncomfortable. This woman is a bit strange. Perhaps to take care of Tao Yisheng's face, Tao Wan's expression softened a little, and she was no longer as aggressive as before. She nodded to Luo Chen, It's not a matter of teaching, I'm just curious. The Yuxu and He family and my Tao family don't have a good relationship, so I asked this question. She didn't apologize, but just explained the reason for the aggressive question before. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I don't know much about the grudge between you. Since she was at a low level and was a friend's sister, Luo Chen still gave her enough face. Tao Wan nodded, and when she was about to say something, her open mouth closed. A figure hurriedly passed through the increasingly lively banquet hall and headed straight for them. Dao Luo Chen, the elder of the ice castle invites you. It was Shi Boying who spoke, and her tone was neither too loud nor too low, so that normal people could hear it. When she finished speaking, in the hall, one gaze after another fell on Luo Chen. Luo Chen's expression remained unchanged. Please lead the way, Dao. Under the leadership of Shi Boying, the two walked through the hall, allowing those gazes to follow. In the original corner, Tao Yisheng's face was full of displeasure. Sister, he is a rare friend I have met since I left the sect, and he is also an alchemist with great alchemy skills. How can you treat him with that attitude? Tao Wan did not reply, but narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Luo Chen's departing back. The thin eyelashes concealed the emotions in her eyes. It was late at night. The narrow passage was still brightly lit. Under the reflection of the pieces of black ice, Luo Chen, who was behind Shi Boying, kept changing his face. Finally, he calmed down. Fairy Juking is Tan Taiyu's master. She has no other reason to see me except the Jade pill. With his mind settled, Luo Chen felt less anxious. Soon, Shi Boying took Luo Chen to a large hall with a deep chill. Please come in. The elder is inside. Luo Chen straightened his collar, smoothed the wrinkles on the corners of his clothes, and walked in openly. After entering, before he had time to look up, he heard a familiar voice. Did you refine the Jade pill? Compared to the auction, the voice was colder and more like Tan Taiyu. No, Or rather, Tan Tai's voice sounded more like this giant master. Luo Chen took a deep breath, lowered his head and said, "It was indeed refined by me. Can the number of pills be increased?" Not in a short period of time. The communication was interrupted for a while. In the deep cold hall, there was only an unspeakable silence. The aura of the giant stage spread from inside to outside. Luo Chen, who was already exhausted, felt as if his soul was frozen stiff under this momentum, and even his thoughts slowed down a lot. Until the fairy Juking spoke again. "Not in a short time, that is to say, you are confident that you can improve the success rate of the pill." It was not a question, but an affirmation. Suddenly, a thick book fell in front of Luo Chen and floated quietly. "This is the experience of alchemy written by a guest elder of my ice castle. It includes all levels from the first to the third. Study it and improve the success rate of the Jade pill as soon as possible." Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and the whole person was a little unresponsive. "In addition, your soul is too weak, and you can't even withstand a trace of my momentum. This is the Ice God Jade. Wearing it for a long time can help you improve your soul foundation." Luo Chen was dumbfounded. Did he meet his long-lost biological mother? She is so good to him. No. If you want to take, you must give first. The other party is just a normal exchange of interests. Sure enough, the next words confirmed Luo Chen's judgment. 10 years later, I want you to provide me with a stable supply of Juking Yimei Yuludan, no less than 1,000 per year. The more the better, the higher the quality the better. Can you do it? Looking at the book and jade in front of him, Luo Chen took a deep breath. He raised his head slowly but firmly. His clear eyes met those cold and ruthless eyes. "I need a top-grade alchemy cauldron, and the help of the second-level earth fire. I allow you." When Luo Chen walked out of the palace, his expression was still a little dazed. Today's harvest was really a bit too outrageous. So much so that he was a little bit out of his mind now. And when Shilan came to him, he almost couldn't hold it. "Senior Luo Chen, I have reserved the second-level superior cave residence for you. Chapter 262 When he attacks me, that is the day he regains his heart." Late at night, Luo Chen returned to the cave house at Xianlin Peak. Bai Miling had already prepared dinner for him. It was the second-level monster meat and second-level high-quality spiritual rice that Sima Wei Niang sent someone to purchase for him. Even the side dishes were vegetables that contained spiritual energy. In the past, Luo Chen was busy with cultivation and alchemy, so he often didn't take care of dinner. He only had one meal a day. Even when he was busy, he didn't eat much. After building the foundation, the cultivators could already do the key-taking and eating clouds, and simple fasting. But now Luo Chen has to resume a normal diet. At least in the near future, he must do so. The simulation of the ghost and god questioning mirror has seriously damaged his vitality and caused excessive consumption. The sequelae are very serious. He had already noticed something wrong when he went out to participate in the auction today. His thinking is too divergent and his emotions cannot be restrained freely. When encountering things, he is often surprised and has ups and downs. Especially when facing the Golden Pill Master at the end, he couldn't bear even a trace of pressure. This is not a good state. You must recover. After finishing dinner, Luo Chen asked Bai Miling about her research on the Soul Gathering banner. When he learned that there was no progress, he entered the quiet room. Not for cultivation. In his current state, he was not suitable for cultivation. Luo Chen took out a jade pendant and rubbed it. The requirements of the Juking fairy were extremely harsh for ordinary alchemists. From the initial refining of a kind of elixir to the output of more than 1,000 pills per year in just 10 years, it was extremely difficult. Especially the Jade pill itself is a second-level elixir that is very difficult to refine. But for him, it is not a difficult task. With a proficiency panel, he only needs to spend a little time to increase the success rate of the elixir. This is why he dared to ask for the best elixir cauldron and the second-level earth fire. He has the confidence to meet the requirements. But he didn't expect that the other party agreed without saying a word. Alchemy experience, Ice God Jade, top-grade alchemy cauldron, second-level earth fire, and even second-level cave dwellings are all prepared for me. It seems that the other party is very urgent. Contact the Jading sword pill that appeared at the auction. Ice Castle may soon turn to one of the parties and participate in the war. But these things have nothing to do with me for the time being. Since the other party wants me to have a stable supply of Jade pill, they will definitely protect me. Luo Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and put the ice god jade into the storage bag temporarily. The next thing is not suitable for wearing this jade. Take out an incense burner and then take out a piece of tree core. Luo Chen cut off a small piece and put it into the incense burner. A wisp of foundation building true fire slowly released from his fingertips. Under the burning of the foundation building true fire, the tree core of the Zhu Yang wood slowly burned. Wisps of smoke with a strange fragrance floated out. Luo Chen's mind was clear, and he relaxed his brain and inhaled all the smoke into his body without leaving a drop. A warm feeling gradually permeated his body. In his empty sea of consciousness, it seemed as if there was a tree that received the warm sunshine, gradually stretching its branches and leaves. The warm sun and warm fragrance restored the soul. It was slow and the fragrance was long. Early the next morning, Luo Chen woke up from the soft bed and stretched his body. Luo Chen rubbed his eyes and went to the living room. At this time, Bai Miling had not woken up yet, still sleeping soundly in that ghost mill. She never got up early. Without performing the cleaning technique, Luo Chen wet his cheeks with clean water and simply wiped it. Opening the formation, Luo Chen walked outside the cave. The cool morning breeze with water vapor blew in his face, and a figure stood quietly outside. Min Longyu. Luo Chen was not surprised at this scene. Yesterday he asked Sima Wei Niang to notify Min Longyu to come over, but he didn't expect the other party to come so early. It is conceivable how anxious the other party was after knowing that the foundation building pill at the auction was given to Sima Wei Niang by him. But this anxiety is only superficial. President. No hurry, wait till I do a set of boxing first. Min Longyu opened his mouth to speak, but stopped after hearing this. Next, under his gaze, Luo Chen faced the slowly rising sun and performed a set of boxing techniques one move at a time. This is a set of health-preserving boxing recorded in the Wang's secret book, called the 5 Internal Organs Health-Preserving Boxing. It does not focus on power, but on regulating the meridians and 5 internal organs and nourishing the 5 qi. Wang Yuan learned it in his childhood, and later adjusted it many times after he became a martial arts master. After embarking on the immortal path, he borrowed from the qi refining method and integrated the concept of spiritual health preservation. It was also because of his persistence in training that Wang Yuan had methods such as 5 qi return to origin and 5 qi return. Luo Chen had dabbled in those methods, but his foundation was not solid and he could not learn them yet. But practicing more is always good. After a set of boxing techniques, Luo Chen glanced at the attribute panel. Proficiency in Wang's secret book 147, 200, hey. I didn't notice it before. At some point, he actually upgraded a small level, and provided him with another achievement point. He sweated a little. With a flick of his hand, the cleansing technique was performed, and Luo Chen felt refreshed again. He slowly walked to a distance of 10 feet in front of Min Longyu. Under the other party's pleading eyes, Luo Chen said lightly, "You came here for the foundation building pill." Min Longyu nodded quickly. Since Sima Wei Niang took the photo of the foundation building pill, he proposed to give it to him first. However, Sima Wei Niang said that she would wait until the president came out of retreat before deciding who it belonged to. It was not easy to wait for Luo Chen to come out of retreat. As a result, he learned yesterday that the foundation building pill had been awarded to Sima Wei Niang. The other party also asked him to come to Luo Chen in person. For the sake of the great Dao, for the foundation, he came. Don't worry, I swore at the beginning that I would find the foundation building elixir for you within 3 years. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. Luo Chen looked at him calmly. But I doubt your determination to build the foundation. Min Longyu was stunned. Then, he said firmly, I am determined to build my foundation, and the heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Really? Luo Chen looked at him with a smile, in the face of life and the great way, are you sure you will go forward without hesitation? Before Min Longyu could answer, a pill the size of a longan suddenly appeared in his hand. The pill was sandwiched between his index and middle fingers. Luo Chen spoke softly, and his words seemed to carry an endless charm and guidance. Before Min Longyu noticed, a trace of spiritual consciousness quietly invaded his brain. This is the foundation building pill you want. I found it for you, but I think you don't deserve it. Such a miraculous medicine, how can it be wasted on you? Rather than waiting for you to fail in building your foundation and get seriously injured, I'd rather destroy it, so that you won't fail and hurt yourself. While speaking, 2 fingers slowly exerted force, and the pill the size of a longan gradually showed fragmented lines. Seeing this scene, Min Longayu's eyes instantly turned red. No. Don't. You can't do this. He subconsciously took a step forward and walked towards Luo Chen with difficulty, his hand raised involuntarily. Are you going to attack me? Have you really thought it through? I am a true cultivator of foundation building, with great strength. Do you know the consequences? Min Longayu's footsteps suddenly became extremely heavy. He didn't dare. Seeing that the pill was about to be destroyed by Luo Chen's hands, his right hand dropped in vain, and he closed his eyes in pain. In his mind, scenes began to play backwards. Gaolingidon, under the stone forest. Min Longayu sat cross-legged, with a smug look on his face. Luo Chen is extraordinary, Wang Heichao and others may not be his opponents. Even if I help them kill all the people of Luo Xianhu, what's the use? Instead of provoking a big enemy, it's better to be impartial and give them a way out until the foundation building battle is over. Even if Wang Heichao holds me accountable, I can deal with it. If Luo Chen wins, I can use this credit to join his team. With his broad mind and temperament, he will definitely tolerate me. Besides, Wang Heichao may not keep his promise and buy me a foundation building pill. Daofang, Langkang River. Zhou Qing stood in the clouds, overlooking Min Longayu. Lianan Merchant Alliance urgently summoned me. I need to go back to support. Min Longayu, do you want to come with me? Min Longayu hesitated, then shook his head. No. Think it over carefully. Lianan Merchant Alliance does not lack 1 or 2 foundation building pills. In this battle, if you can make great contributions with the power of the formation, I will definitely apply for a foundation building pill for you. Zhou Qing was a little appreciative of his talent. But unfortunately, Min Longayu still refused. Zhou Qing had no choice but to take his people away. After he left, Min Longayu smiled contemptuously. The Lianan Business Alliance can't protect itself, why should I wade into this muddy water? Foundation building pill? I want it, but I have to live to enjoy it. Scenes kept flowing. With his mastery of formations, Min Longayu was like a fish in water in the world of immortal cultivation. During this period, he was able to come into contact with a foundation building pill 3 or 4 times. But every time, for one reason or another, he chose not to risk his life and finally missed it. Luo Chen didn't know what the other party was thinking at the moment. He only knew that in his own heart-searching mirror simulation, Min Longayu's first attempt at foundation building ended in failure. The heart-searching mirror simulation is not a heavenly and earthly treasure that can predict the future. Luo Chen will not rely too much on the simulated events in it. But he knows very well that this magic weapon is based on his own experience and knowledge, based on his memory of familiar people and things, and is a future simulation based on logic. In other words, in his heart, he judged that Min Longayu's first foundation building would also have a high probability of failure in reality. This was very strange. You have to know that Min Longayu had prepared for years to build his foundation. His preparations were even as thorough as Luo Chen's. But Luo Chen just felt that he might fail. Perhaps it was because he was not confident from the bottom of his heart when Duanfeng built his foundation. Or perhaps it was because he prepared too much, which made him more timid. It can even be said that the older you are in the martial arts world, the less courageous you are. After so many years of hard work, Min Longayu has lost his courage to make progress. He couldn't do what Luo Chen did at the beginning. Even if he was caught in the cracks and under the malicious covetousness of countless people, he had to go against the trend and fight for a living space for himself. Even if the foundation building true cultivator blocked Luo Chen's way, Luo Chen dared to go against it. Luo Chen didn't want to give the other party a precious foundation building pill, and then heard that sentence in reality. I hesitated. So, he borrowed Miao Wen in the Ghost God questioning mirror and performed a small trick with soul stealing. The soul stealing technique nowadays, with the ability to project spiritual consciousness, no longer needs to be activated with the eyes. When activated, it is silent. For those who are below one's realm, it can even form a dimensionality reduction attack, and the opponent will be caught in it without any preparation. Now, another foundation building pill is placed in front of you. Are you still going to give in? What are you thinking about in your heart? Under the gaze of those deep eyes, the man opposite trembled and his face twisted. In memory, at the foot of Dangsha Peak, an old man held the hand of young Min Longayu and looked up at the towering mountain. This is Dangsha Peak, the clan land of my Min family when it was the most glorious. Longyao, you are the most talented person in my Min family. One day you must build a foundation and lead the Min family back to Dangsha Peak. Min Longyao raised his head with big eyes. Grandpa, I will definitely build a foundation. I will also lead the Min family back to Dangsha Peak. Time flies, and decades have passed. The Min family was on the verge of extinction, with its population declining, and it was no longer as prosperous as it once was. Min Longyao, who had already reached the 9th level of key refining, looked at the group of mortals curled up in the valley with a painful look. In the end, he turned and left. For the sake of my family, I must build a foundation. In order to build a foundation, I must abandon my family. Wait for me. This wait lasted for 10 years. When he returned to Xianlan Fairy City, the mortals of the Min family had already disappeared without a trace. Without the protection of the immortal cultivators, these people could not survive near the fairy city. Min Longyao, who was in a melancholy mood, returned to Dangsha Peak under the leadership of Luo Chen. Although I haven't built a foundation, I am indeed back. In this case, have I fulfilled the oath I made when I was young? Things in the world are unpredictable, but that's it. But I still haven't built a foundation. The cool breeze with moist water vapor blew into the mountain stream. Min Longyao suddenly opened his eyes and reached out his hand decisively. Snap! The pill the size of a longan broke. The powder rustled and fell, and was blown away by the wind. Luo Chen shook his hands and looked at him with a smile. How dare you attack me? Have you forgotten the oath you made to the great Dao that you would not betray me? The hand he stretched out froze in the air. Min Longyao's eyes were full of pain, but the whole person seemed to have been reborn, with an extremely resolute face. Luo Chen, you broke your promise first, how can I break the oath? Luo Chen laughed. The laughter was clear and there was no evil intention. Min Longyao was a little stunned. Okay, I believe you are determined to build your foundation. You dare to attack a true foundation cultivator. Tisk tisk. While Min Longyao was stunned, Luo Chen turned his wrist. A jade box fell into his hand. This is your foundation building pill. Remember to go to Sima Wei Niang to get 5,000 spirit stones after you build your foundation. Min Longyao stared at the jade box blankly, and his breathing became heavy. His mood was even more ups and downs, and he couldn't control himself. What was Luo Chen doing before? Was he bored and teasing him? This is impossible. The other party has never been such a boring person. Even if his every move is not meaningful, it is definitely targeted. The heart of foundation building, the heart of the avenue. Gradually, Min Longyao came back to his senses. When he spoke again, he was inexplicably choked. President. Luo Chen twisted his neck and didn't look at him. After looking around, his eyes fell on a place surrounded by clouds and mist above. You shouldn't have rented a second-level cave for breakthrough yet. I'm moving soon, and the lease of this cave will expire in 2 months. Pack up your things in the next 2 days and come over to get familiar with the retreat environment first. Chapter 263 Dreamlove. Half a month later. In front of the old cave on the hillside. Min Longyao stood at the door with a respectful look. Luo Chen looked at him in surprise. Are you sure you don't want to change the formula for entering and exiting the formation? Min Longyao nodded seriously. I believe you, success or failure will be revealed soon. Seeing his firm expression, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Okay, then I wish you success. Min Longyao hummed and turned to walk towards the cave. As he walked, clouds and mist gathered, and the formations were activated one by one. When the huge dragon-breaking stone fell, this cave fell into a locked state. Only Luo Chen, who knew the formula for entering and exiting, and the management of Xianlan Immortal City could open it. The latter also had a rule that they could only break the door violently after a transition period of 1 year from the lease period. This is also a small means for the Immortal City to make money. The most feared thing for a monk in seclusion is to be disturbed. If you don't want to be disturbed by the management when you are in seclusion in the Xianlan Peak Cave because the lease expires, then it is better for the cultivator to spend more spirit stones and rent it for a longer period of time. In this way, the management of the Immortal City can naturally make more money. Looking at the broken dragonstone, Luo Chen sighed in his heart. He is still not sure whether Min Longyao can succeed in building his foundation this time. But at least, he has done what he should do. Even Min Longyao's dusty original intention was found back by his questioning the heart method. If this is the case, He is still hesitant when breaking through the foundation. Then this person is really hopeless. Turning around, Luo Chen casually summoned a huge cloud. "Let's go." Behind him, Chu Lingjun, Mi Li, Jiu Ying, and Ma Shupu immediately got on the cloud excitedly. These 4 people are all alchemists of Luo Xianhu. Chu Lingjun is mainly engaged in refining jade marrow pills. Mi Li is mainly engaged in refining wonderful pills. Qing had been a deacon of the Danhua a long time ago, and learned a lot of alchemy skills by osmosis. Later, under the guidance of Luo Chen and the personal teaching of Mi Li, he learned to refine the Bigu powder. Ma Shupu was very young. He was only 23 years old. He was the son of a monk who died in the Battle of Luo Xianhu. When he was arranged later, he took the initiative to enter the Dan Hall and started as a medicine apprentice. Later, Chu Lingjun found that he was very talented in the recognition of medicinal materials, so he recommended him to Luo Chen during an alchemy. With the idea that talent should not be buried, Luo Chen confirmed his excellent talent in the recognition and even processing of medicinal materials after testing him. Then, he assigned him a job. Pian Spirit Liquid. After using it for many years, Luo Chen slightly optimized the pill formula. The new Pian Spirit Liquid is 30% more effective than before. Ma Shupu's current job is to refine the medicinal materials purchased by the medicine hall into wrought pulp. Then, these wrought pulps will be distributed into small gourds and sold by the Jintang. After buying it, the cultivators outside don't need to make it themselves like Luo Chen did in the early days. Just add hot water and mix in the original pulp, and you can enjoy the medicinal bath. The work of refining the original pulp is not difficult, and the requirements for alchemy are extremely low. The main difficulty lies in the processing of medicinal materials. The amount of medicinal materials needs to be strictly controlled, and the medicinal power contained in the medicinal materials must be accurately judged. In this regard, Ma Shupu is indeed very talented. Now he has started to get started. After selling the wrought pulp refined in large quantities, the profit is even higher than Mi Li's Zongmiao Pills. There is no way to make such a low profit from Zongmiao Pills. Even if Luo Chen made it himself back then. During the initial period, he could only break even, and there was no profit. Mi Li is still in the stage of brushing proficiency. Moving today. Luo Chen brought these 4 people with him because Shilan told him that the second-level earth fire he needed was directly placed in the new cave. If you want to rely on the second-level earth fire to make pills, the preliminary preparation is indispensable. These 4 people can help when the time comes. By the way, when Luo Chen makes pills, they can also watch and learn a thing or two. As the white cloud rises, the figures of the 5 people gradually become blurred. Mi Li and Chu Ying are older and more stable. Chu Lingjun has ridden Luo Chen's flying cloud many times and is no longer surprised. The young Ma Shupu is very excited at this moment. Looking at the increasingly unreal scenery under his feet, he said happily, "President, your magic is so powerful that you can actually take 4 or 5 people to fly together. This is nothing. When you build your foundation in the future, you can also do this." Luo Chen smiled slightly, and said self-deprecating words. But in his heart, he was still quite complacent. You know, Miao Wen couldn't take Luo Chen to fly at high speed at the beginning. His realm is equivalent to Luo Chen's current level. This shows how huge the gap is between the two in terms of magic understanding and spiritual power. This gap is the result of Luo Chen's hard work. The conversation did not last long. After a while, Luo Chen drove the white cloud and came to a wide mountain. As far as the eye can see, there is at least 1 acre of spiritual field. There are many exotic flowers and plants planted on it, exuding a rich fragrance. It's a second-level spiritual field, Master. Chu Lingjun pointed at the spiritual field and exclaimed. Luo Chen smiled faintly. This is the configuration of the upper-grade cave. In addition to the most important doubling of the concentration of spiritual energy, it is also equipped with an acre of second-level spiritual field. The area of the internal cave is far better than that of the lower-grade cave. Apart from other things, if the cultivator can make good use of this acre of spiritual field, he can make a small profit of spiritual stones in 10 years. Of course, Xianlin Immortal City will not do business at a loss. A second-level upper-grade cave requires 48,000 spiritual stones a year, and it has to be rented for 10 years. And unlike the lower-grade and middle-grade caves, there is a 2-month discount policy. Ordinary people can't afford to rent a top-grade cave at all. Without stopping, The few people descended from the clouds and walked towards the cave. However, before they got close, they heard a quarrel inside. Luo Chen stopped. "It's not that I don't want to rent it, but I'm short of money. Can't you give me a 2-day grace period?" "Senior Ling, I've already given you a grace period of half a month. How about this? I really can't take out 480,000 yuan at once. Can I pay a year's rent first? 48,000, no, how about 50,000? When I have enough money, I will pay the subsequent rent." "Senior Ling, rules are rules. Don't make things difficult for me, a cultivator in the key refining stage." Humph. With a cold snort, the negotiation broke down. A figure walked out angrily. She noticed Luo Chen the first time. "It's you. You want to rent cave B17. Luo Chen smiled slightly and bowed. "Fellow Taoist Ling Yazi, long time no see." This woman was the female cultivator who gave up her cave to them when Luo Chen and his friends first came to Xianlan Fairy City and wanted to rent a cave. Ling Yazi, a cultivator at the 6th level of foundation building. Ling Yazi naturally recognized Luo Chen. She was very impressed with this person. When he rented the cave, he was pretentious and pretended to be rich. At that time, she just thought that he was a country bumpkin. But half a month ago, at the dinner party of Binglin Palace, this person was summoned by Master Bing Bao Jinden. She also saw that scene with her own eyes. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was this country bumpkin whom she looked down on who robbed her cave. Ling Yazi's face turned pale and blue, and finally she left in anger. It was all because of poverty. After she left, Shi Lan walked out carefully. "Senior Luo, this is a new cave token. The basic second-level formation has also been rearranged. From now on, this B17th cave will belong to you." After receiving the token, Luo Chen weighed it. Shi Lan explained on the side, "This token can be divided into 9 small cards for your relatives and friends to enter and exit Xianlan Peak. The specific operation method is the same as the previous low-grade cave token." Luo Chen nodded, and then handed over 2 storage bags. "This is my 2-year rent, please click it." 2 years of rent, why is it divided into 2 bags? Shi Lan was stunned for a moment, but saw Luo Chen winked at her. Instantly. Understood. Shi Lan shyly put the spirit stones in one bag into her own storage bag. In the process, she nodded slightly, her eyes almost lit up. A full 4,000 spirit stones. This is all in addition to the commission, and it belongs to her alone. Senior Luo Chen, how generous. As for the other storage bag, it is 2 years of rent for 96,000 spirit stones. After some effort, Shi Lan transferred it and returned the 2 storage bags to Luo Chen. "Senior, everything is fine. The second-level earth fire you need has been brought up. I have just put down the top-grade alchemy cauldron. You can use it to make pills at any time. Also, do you need to clean up? I can do it for free." Luo Chen smiled. "No, I brought people here, so there is no need to trouble you." Shi Lan looked at the people next to her and nodded in understanding. "Okay. In that case, I will go back and report first." Waving her hand, the little girl happily left the cave. Looking at the excited back, Chu Lingjun came up and couldn't help asking, "Master, you are a foundation building cultivator, why do you have to be so polite to a key refining cultivator?" Polite, of course, is not superficial politeness. It refers to Luo Chen's behavior of giving him a favor just now. The conversation between the two just now did not avoid Chu Lingjun and others. Luo Chen smiled and said calmly, "Being polite is necessary, and being polite will naturally bring benefits." He turned around and looked at the huge cave that was shining. "Do you think no one would rent such a high-quality spiritual land?" Chu Lingjun asked in confusion, "But Senior Ling, didn't she have no money?" "She didn't, but that doesn't mean others don't." Luo Chen walked inside, and the people behind him hurriedly followed. As he walked, Luo Chen talked. "There are many people eyeing the second-level high-quality cave on Xianlan Peak. After all, this is a high-quality spiritual land that can greatly increase the speed of cultivation by doubling the concentration of spiritual energy. We have been in Xianlan Fairy City for only 3 years at most, and even if we make an appointment in advance, we will be behind others. In the end, I was the first to rent this cave. Do you understand the reason?" After hearing this, Chu Lingjun fell into deep thought. But the older people like Meili and Chu Ying had already understood. But they didn't say anything. It was obvious that Luo Chen was exercising his responsibility as a master and teaching his apprentice by example. Luo Chen's words actually had more to say. Shilan certainly helped him rent the top-grade cave in advance. But there was also a reason why he was valued by the ruthless fairy. Apart from anything else, the top-grade cave needs to be rented for 10 years. The rent must be paid in full at one go. It was for this reason that Ling Yazi couldn't afford the huge amount of spiritual stones and was unwilling to be driven away. But it was obvious that Luo Chen couldn't come up with the spiritual stones for a while. He had only paid 2 years' rent before. Why couldn't Ling Yazi do it? But he could. This was the role played by the ruthless fairy. And all of this was due to Luo Chen's alchemy. In the final analysis, dealing with people is one aspect, but one's own strength is another. When Chu Lingjin was at a low level, his strength was just that at best. Therefore, before practicing, one must first learn to be a human being. Otherwise, even if you become stronger in the future, you will still have difficulty in the world of immortal cultivation. There is no need to say these words too deeply. When Chu Lingjin reaches a higher level in the future, he will naturally understand. Entering the cave, a warm fragrance hits his face. Luo Chen frowned. In front of the 4 people, he waved his sleeves. A gust of spiritual energy whistled out. He went into each room and removed all the smells. Cleaning technique. Cleaning technique. It can remove the smell. Okay, I've removed the smell. You can clean up each room. Okay, Master. President, I'm going. The 4 took out tools from the storage bag and began to clean each room. After cleaning each room, they took out the furniture that Sima Wei Niang specially arranged for Luo Chen from the storage bag. Antique bookshelves, sandalwood tables and chairs, incense burners, large beds, bowls and chopsticks, pens, ink, paper and inkstones. I believe that it won't be long before this cave will be brand new and become Luo Chen's new home. While they were busy, Luo Chen stepped slowly into the alchemy room. The first thing he saw was a huge white tripod. Reaching out his hand, Luo Chen slowly stroked the pattern of the white alchemy tripod, as if he was touching the soft skin of his lover. His eyes were affectionate, and his breathing became hot. The best alchemy tripod, the Ice Emperor tripod. The alchemy tripod was made of the 4th level spiritual material of the Ice Castle, the 10,000-year black ice, as the main material. Originally, he wanted to refine it into a magic weapon level alchemy tripod, but because of the material of the 10,000-year black ice, it failed. But even if it failed, as a magic weapon used only for alchemy, this Ice Emperor tripod is also the best thing. Even because of its single function, its auxiliary blessing effect on alchemy is almost not inferior to those multifunctional tripod magic weapons. If compared with the top-grade magic weapon alchemy tripod below the best, it wins too much. Take Luo Chen's 4 elephants tripod for example. It can only refine 4 portions of raw materials at a time, and at the limit, it is only 5 portions. And the control is particularly complicated. The reason is that the 4 symbols cauldron has too many functions. When it comes to alchemy, it is often necessary to switch the control spirit formula. But the Ice Emperor cauldron is different. It can refine a full 10 portions of raw materials at a time. It is also quite simple to control. Because the arrays engraved on it are all auxiliary arrays related to alchemy. The 2nd level fire transforming array, the 2nd level Huimu array, the 2nd level solid pill array, and the only 3rd level array, the cloud gathering array. This cloud gathering is not the same as that cloud gathering. As we all know, any elixir that has reached a certain grade will have elixir patterns. Because the patterns of elixir patterns are mostly like misty clouds. Therefore, elixir patterns are also called cloud patterns. This 3rd level cloud gathering array has the unique effect of condensing cloud patterns. If you use this to refine elixir, the efficiency is far better than all the previous elixir cauldrons and furnaces. It can be said that this is Luo Chen's dream love cauldron. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon, comprehensively improving the training environment. Although the Dream Love Cauldron is good, it naturally has its flaws. Most of the best magic tools have the disadvantage of consuming too much spiritual power. This Ice Emperor Cauldron naturally has the same disadvantage. Luo Chen doesn't care about this. With his powerful spiritual power that is several times higher than that of this same level, this little consumption is just a drop in the bucket. The Ice Emperor Cauldron has another disadvantage, which is more fatal. This cauldron is 2 feet high, and the round cauldron body has a diameter of 1 foot and 2 feet. It can be called a giant. But such a big cauldron, but there is no big and small Ruai formation engraved. In other words, ordinary storage magic tools can't fit it at all. This disadvantage, strictly speaking, is not a disadvantage. According to the instructions left by Shilan, the Ice Emperor Cauldron was originally built according to this Henzong Ganding, and the body design is as high as 3 feet. A full 10 meters high. Such a giant is kept in the Ice Castle Dan Palace for a long time for the use of the Golden Pill Master. It was not thought of to be easy to carry from the beginning. The one in Luo Chen's hand is the product of a failed casting, and the size is slightly smaller. Even so, it was not something that his storage bags could hold. I guess Fairy Juking is afraid that I will roll up the cauldron and escape. After laughing, Luo Chen cast a spiritual spell towards the ground fire below. A wisp of flame came out like a spirit snake coming out of a hole. The fire was not big, but the scorching heat contained in it made Luo Chen's eyelids jump. This temperature is enough to rival the foundation building true fire of a cultivator who has just entered the foundation building stage. It is worthy of being a second-level ground fire. The foundation building true fire is a method that any cultivator can use after being promoted to the foundation building stage. No matter what spiritual root it is, even if it is a cultivator without a fire spiritual root. Because foundation building true fire is not so much fire as it is the powerful energy generated by the cultivator's direct and violent activation of the spiritual liquid after the spiritual power is transformed into liquid. Its nature is explosive and restless. Therefore, it is analogous to fire. Generally speaking, foundation building true cultivators rarely use foundation building true fire. Only in some special times, when extreme energy injection is required, will foundation building true cultivators use true fire. For example, when refining pills and casting tools, the temperature needs to be raised instantly. Another example is when facing invisible and intangible ghosts, it is necessary to use powerful energy to shake their spirits and bodies. Using true fire cannot maximize the use of the refined spiritual liquid. It is too wasteful. Now, with the help of the second-level earth fire, when Luo Chen is refining pills, he can also reduce the frequent use of the foundation building true fire. Especially the second-level pills. When refining the Jade pill, he had to shoot out a stream of true fire from time to time, which consumed a lot of spiritual power. This is why he took the initiative to ask the Juking Fairy for the second-level earth fire. The other party was also a knowledgeable person and understood his concerns in an instant. So without hesitation, he agreed to his request. The Ice Emperor Cauldron consumes spiritual power, and the second-level earth fire saves spiritual power. This in and out, I didn't lose much at all. On the contrary, after improving the efficiency of alchemy, I can make more. Luo Chen was in a very happy mood. He took out several medicinal materials from the storage bag and threw them into the Ice Emperor Cauldron. Let the wisps of second-order earth fire burn the alchemy cauldron. This is not to refine the elixir, but to warm the cauldron. It's just like a mortal family who buys an iron pot and needs to open it specially. The best alchemy cauldron also needs to be warmed. Obviously, this Ice Emperor Cauldron has never been used and is brand new. Luo Chen needs to warm it up. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Chen tested the formations on the alchemy cauldron one by one. In this way, it was not until the afternoon that he finished. When he walked out of the alchemy room, the cave house had been completely renewed. There was no trace of the previous Ling Yazi living there. Instead, it was well organized and antique furniture. Moonstones were installed in each room for lighting. In the corner, a few spiritual fish were thrown into the first-order spiritual spring containing a faint spiritual energy. In the pharmacy that leads directly to the alchemy room, Bai Miling also arranged the medicinal materials commonly used by Luo Chen in different categories. There was a faint sandalwood fragrance lingering between the wings of the nose. It was Mili who lit the incense in the living room. President. Mili greeted. Luo Chen nodded to her, and looked at the spacious cave with a new look, feeling deeply moved. After years of hard work, he finally had a decent home. Even if it was just rented. Okay, everyone, stop busying yourself, come and have a rest. Luo Chen waved his hand and sat on the soft sofa. This was a sofa specially customized by Sima Wei Niang for Luo Chen. The interior was filled with bird feathers and then sewn with monster leather. Sitting on it was a real pleasure. This didn't seem to be in line with Luo Chen's previous image of hard work. But Luo Chen also had something to say. After working so hard for so many years, can't he enjoy himself? Of course, it's impossible to enjoy himself blindly. Lying on the sofa, Luo Chen looked at the 4 people sitting on the stone chairs opposite. Have you encountered any problems in refining the elixir recently? While I'm free today, I'll answer them one by one for you. The 4 people seemed to have known that this would happen. Chu Lingjun asked the first question. He was the best among the 4 in alchemy, and could already steadily refine the middle-grade Alchemy pill. But the more he knew, the more ignorant he felt. Therefore, his mind was already filled with a lot of questions. Some were related to the refining of Alchemy pills, some were related to alchemy techniques, and some were related to fire control and medicinal materials. Luo Chen answered most of the densely packed questions. The other part was left for detailed explanation when refining the pill. After Chu Lingjun, Mi Li, Jiu Ying, and Ma Shupu also asked questions one by one. Those involving similar questions were naturally skipped. If there were some extremely simple questions that were just difficult to understand, Luo Chen would not give a direct answer, but would give examples and analogies, so that the other party could draw inferences and understand them by themselves. This question and answer continued until the evening. Luo Chen stood up from the sofa. Come on, follow me into the alchemy room. Today we are going to refine the Zongmiao Pill, which is a very difficult type of first-level pill to refine. Observe carefully, and how much you can learn depends on you. Enter the alchemy room. Chu Lingjun and the other 3 were all dumbfounded when they saw the huge cauldron that was 6 or 7 meters high. They used to think that the Master's 4 symbols cauldron was big enough. Unexpectedly, there was such a huge thing. What they didn't know was that the magic tools used by real high-level alchemists would be even more peculiar. Huge, but only for some large raw materials that are difficult to cut. As far as Luo Chen knew, some alchemy tools were known for being small. Even in the Medicine King sect, there was an alchemy pot called the Sun and Moon in the pot. This pot has 3 layers inside and outside, and it has a unique effect. Ordinary 1st to 3rd level elixirs are no problem at all. Even 4th level elixirs can be refined. The Sun and Moon in the pot dare not think about it. With this brand new top-grade Ice Emperor cauldron, Luo Chen was very satisfied for the time being. It was the first time to use the Ice Emperor cauldron to refine elixirs, and Luo Chen was relatively relaxed. The proficiency of Zongmiao Pill has been brushed to the proficient level, and the success rate is about 20%. His own alchemy attainments, after many years, have long been incomparable. Refining this mere first-level elixir is not difficult for him. However, a relaxed mentality does not mean that the actual actions will be perfunctory. On the contrary, his actions are more careful than ever before. The treatment of the demon fox blood involves the alchemy technique of Huangxi hand. Lingjun, you should watch carefully. The temperature of the first-level elixir using the second-level elixir fire is too high. Therefore, here, we have to use this fire-turning formation to reduce the temperature of the ground fire and increase the contact area. The fire-turning formation has no offensive or defensive power, and its main function is to adjust the size of the fire. As he spoke, Luo Chen's mind was focused on the Ice Emperor cauldron. Standing under the huge cauldron, he looked very small. But in the process of refining the elixir, his calm movement seemed so tall. The 4 alchemists of Luo Xian who watched carefully. During this process, Luo Chen would occasionally explain in person the reasons for using a specific elixir technique at a certain time. Combining practice with theory. This teaching method has benefited all 4 people a lot. It's over. But we have to wait a little longer. This Ice Emperor cauldron is different from ordinary alchemy furnaces. It has a pill solidifying array and a cloud gathering array. Although these 2 arrays have been in effect during the refining process, staying a little longer before taking the pill can maximize the effect of the array. Good food is never too late. Luo Chen smiled and removed the ground fire. Let the residual heat of the alchemy cauldron bake the elixir inside. A wisp of dreamy pill fragrance lingered in the alchemy cauldron, bound by the cloud gathering array, allowing it to be more integrated into the elixir and improve its grade. About half a cup of tea later, Luo Chen's mind moved and he made a move. The next moment, 7 snow-white pills fell into his hands. Master, is this the Zongmiao Pill? Chu Lingjin came up excitedly. The other 3 people were also full of curiosity. The name of the Zongmiao Pill is well known among the top leaders of Luo Chen. It is said that it has a magical effect on foundation building. This is already listed by Sima Hunyang as the 2 major foundation building spiritual medicines of Luo Chen. The other is the Pian spiritual liquid improved by Luo Chen. However, Pian spiritual liquid needs to be used for a long time, unlike Zongmiao Pill, which works quickly. Especially the first time it is used, the effect is amazing. This is the first time they have seen Luo Chen refine Zongmiao Pill in person. No wonder they are so excited. Luo Chen did not speak at first, but stared at the pill in his hand seriously. Finally, based on the experience of taking Zongmiao Pill many times, he judged that the quality of this pill has indeed improved. Although it is still low grade, the quality is better than before, and it is infinitely close to the middle grade Zongmiao Pill. This ice emperor cauldron really has the effect of improving the quality of pills. With a sigh in his heart, Luo Chen took out 5 pills and gave them to the 4 people. The extra one was naturally given to Chu Lingjin. After all, he is his disciple. Luo Chen will definitely prefer some. Don't go back tonight. Take this Zongmiao Pill from me and leave tomorrow. Nothing serious will happen with me taking care of you. Chu Lingjin was surprised and asked, is it dangerous to take this pill? Luo Chen nodded. By the way, he explained to them the taboos of Zongmiao Pill. When you enter the dream, illusions will arise. It is the most dangerous when you take it for the first time. But at the same time, the effect of the first time is also the best. The longer you enter the dream, the more your soul will grow. But this longer time is not endless. If you are deeply trapped in the illusion, you will hurt yourself. It's a bit contradictory, but that's the truth. After listening to it, the 4 looked at each other. After all, it was a young mind. Chu Lingjin patted his chest. Lingjin will definitely not let master down. Meili held the pill and nodded. Qing was the oldest and had served as a deacon in the Dan Hall, so she was relatively stable. She asked more questions, and Luo Chen answered them one by one. The young man Ma Shupu also made similar bold statements as Chu Lingjin, with a hint of unwillingness to admit defeat. Luo Chen didn't care. After leaving the alchemy room, he immediately asked them to find a separate room to take the elixir. Master, do you value the 4 of them? Bai Miling floated over. Luo Chen sat on the sofa, smelling the faint sandalwood, holding a white book that exuded a chill in his hand. Every page of the paper seemed to be condensed from ice flakes. The handwriting on it was vivid, as if it were alive. This was the 3rd level alchemist's experience book that Juking Fairy gave him, called Shanghu Danji. Compared with this simple and easy to understand Kingaun Danji, this Shanghu Danji is much more complicated. It involves the 2nd level and 3rd level alchemy techniques, which are even more difficult to understand. Luo Chen needs to spend a lot of effort to slowly figure out 1 or 2 sentences. Half a month after getting it, Luo Chen has only read a few pages. Hearing Bai Miling's words, Luo Chen said without raising his head, of course I value them, what's wrong? Bai Miling said puzzledly, but their highest realm is only the 7th level of key refining, and their attainments in alchemy are not even as good as yours. Why do I spend so much effort to cultivate them? Luo Chen chuckled, of course they have the potential to be cultivated by me. Among the 4, Chu Lingjin is the most talented, followed by Ma Shupu. Meili is better, and Xu Ying is the worst. Luo Chen personally solved the doubts, practiced in practice, and even gave the Zongmiao Pill that only the 9th level of key refining cultivators in Luo Chen can exchange. Spending so much effort is nothing more than improving their alchemy. After experiencing the simulation of the ghost in God questioning mirror. Even if those simulations are not the real evolution of the future, some of the memories in them can still be used as previous lessons. In the simulated memory, Luo Chen, has been refining pills for more than 200 years. It seems that he has not delayed his practice, but he is really too tired to live. If he could save more time for alchemy and use it for cultivation, would he achieve higher achievements? The answer to this question can be obtained without thinking too much. He will definitely achieve higher achievements. The reason is simple. The simulation of the state of mind does not take the system into consideration. And Luo Chen's system is a proficiency panel. To improve proficiency, time is needed. As of now, he still has a lot of skills that have not been upgraded to the maximum level. So, he needs time. So how can he be freed from the endless alchemy work? Cultivate a few alchemists who can replace him, and that's it. Of course, some people may think that Luo Chen treats them as tools and exploits them mercilessly. But if you ask them, they definitely want this opportunity. In the world of cultivating immortals, how many people want to be exploited by the superiors, but they don't have that opportunity yet. Luo Chen is a genuine second-level alchemist. In the refining of a few kinds of elixirs, he is undoubtedly an alchemy master. Being personally guided and trained by Luo Chen is a blessing they cannot ask for in several lifetimes. Without Luo Chen, Chu Lingjun, who has 4 spiritual roots, would never have a chance to succeed in his life. Without Luo Chen, Mi Li, whose family was broken and whose body was weak and sick, would have no future at all. And Chu Ying and Ma Shupu, without a special person to dig out their talents, could not realize their own talents. On the contrary, with Luo Chen, they can not only blossom their talents, but also have a great chance to build a foundation in the future. Grudges, love and hatred, and conflicts of interest. Luo Chen can clearly distinguish right from wrong. They also know it in their hearts. Wow, someone woke up. Luo Chen put down Shanghu Danji and walked towards a room. The first one to wake up was Chu Ying. This was within Luo Chen's expectations. Looking at Chu Ying, who was dizzy and looked disappointed, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Have a good rest, or go out for a walk. Well, thank you, President. Chu Ying nodded, then subconsciously huddled at the head of the bed, hugging her knees with both hands. It seems that this dream is not very beautiful. Luo Chen did not investigate further. Next, Mi Li, Ma Shupu, and Chu Lingjun also woke up one after another. The last one to wake up was Chu Lingjun. He really did what he said before and did not disappoint Luo Chen. He persisted for 2 cups of tea, almost 10 minutes. Luo Chen only lasted for 1 stick of incense, 15 minutes. Go out for a walk, blow the night breeze, and see the night view of Xianlin Peak. Mi Li and the others are waiting for you outside. Luo Chen rubbed the young man's hair. He was obviously in his 20s, but after waking up from a dream, his clothes were full of tears, crying like a child. It seems that his dream was a very sad dream. Standing in the living room, watching Chu Lingjun stagger out of the cave with the help of Mi Li, Luo Chen said to Bai Miling, please help me keep an eye on them. Stay around here and don't go to other cave areas. Bai Miling nodded quickly. At night, she is always very active. After dealing with all this, Luo Chen went into the quiet room for cultivation alone. He put on the ice god jade. He sat cross-legged on the ice silkworm cushion. A fierce incense was slowly lit. The spiritual energy from the second-level upper-grade cave was so rich that it seemed to be eager to drill into his body. Luo Chen held his breath and concentrated, and slowly started to practice the Yimu Medicine King Sutra. He had been recuperating for half a month. In addition to practicing the 5 internal organs health-preserving boxing and reading books, he did nothing. Alchemy, cultivation, socializing. That warm fragrance and warm jade has been completely consumed. And his tired soul has also recovered as before, and even feels that after recovery, it is much stronger than before. But he can't judge how much stronger it is. Now, everything is ready. It's time to practice seriously. He wants to know how fast he can practice in this fully improved practice environment. On the attribute panel, the realm column. Foundation building level 3, 10/100. Chapter 265 5 times the training speed. 10 out of 100 in the 3rd level of foundation building. 7 months ago, Luo Chen broke through to the 3rd level of foundation building. Now, more than half a year has passed, and the progress bar has reached 10. Minus the time when he protected Wang Yuan in foundation building, he fell into long sleep after being simulated by the heart mirror. In other words, it took almost exactly half a year to complete 1/10 of the practice of the 3rd level of foundation building. If you want to break through to the 4th level, you need to practice uninterruptedly for about 5 years. This speed is definitely not slow. It is worthy of the huge amount of spiritual stones he paid. The lower grade cave, the never-ending Zongmiao Pill, and the assistance of Lai Shangxiang and rich spiritual meals. These external cultivation environments are not something that ordinary foundation building cultivators can enjoy. Just like the group of foundation building cultivators in Daohofang, they didn't even have a stable 2nd level spiritual land. Even if they are better qualified than Luo Chen, they will be overtaken by him. If ordinary people knew Luo Chen's cultivation speed, they would definitely be envious. But Luo Chen still felt it was not enough. In Dahofang, relying on the remaining foundation building spiritual medicine in the second level superior spiritual land, he reached the second level of foundation building in 3 years of seclusion. After coming to Xianlan Fairy City, with better resources, he spent 2.5 years to build the third level of foundation building. And to break through to the middle stage of foundation building, at least 5 years are needed. This back and forth is more than 10 years. The progress of cultivation in the middle stage is 10 times that of the initial stage. The progress of cultivation in the late stage is dozens or even hundreds of times that of the initial stage of foundation building. 10 years. 100 years. 1,000 years. In the end, Luo Chen had only doubled the efficiency of cultivation on the original basis. Not enough, far from enough. Now that the external cultivation environment has been comprehensively improved, I hope to improve the efficiency of cultivation more. As his thoughts flowed, the master-level Yimu Yaga Wang Sutra was fully operated. In the quiet room, the huge spiritual energy that was bound in the cave rushed towards him like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. Half an hour later, Luo Chen opened his eyes, looked inward at the sea of qi, and examined it carefully. Finally, he nodded slowly. The concentration of spiritual energy in the cave doubled, so that the amount of spiritual energy captured and refined by the life-building technique in the same period of time also doubled. But this increase was not all of his. A normal foundation-building cultivator can only use the life-building technique at full power 2 or 3 times a day. I could use it 5 times a day before. With the help of the fierce god incense, I can use it 7 times a day. But I still haven't made perfect use of the fierce god incense. I can only absorb a little more than 2/3. After the simulation of the heart-searching mirror, although I was weak for a while, I feel that my soul has greatly increased after recovering recently. I don't know exactly how much it has increased. But by using the life-building technique to the extreme, I can test it a little bit. Continue. Luo Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyelids again. The quiet room, which had already calmed down, became agitated again as Luo Chen began to practice. Twice. 3 times. Soon, it exceeded the original 7 times. The 8th time to use the life-building technique. The 9th time. When the 9th time was over, Luo Chen felt fatally tired. But he was almost getting the data he wanted. His soul foundation had indeed increased. The soul foundation that was infinitely close to the late stage of foundation building before was now a genuine soul of the late stage of foundation building. But I feel that I still haven't reached the limit. The ice silkworm cushion under his buttocks exuded a hint of ice and moistness, making him, who was a little tired before, become energetic again. One more time. With his mind settled, Luo Chen took out a jade bottle. A medium-grade qi combining pill. This time, he would practice with a pill. It is said that the medicinal power of the medium-grade qi combining pill is more than twice that of the low-grade qi combining pill. I wonder how much more than the low-grade Shenglong pill? The Yimu Medicine King Sutra started to work again. The pill inside melted and released a large amount of spiritual energy. Outside, the rich spiritual energy of the second-level upper-grade cave was swallowed into his body. In Luo Chen's sea of qi, a torrent of spiritual energy rolled in. The spiritual power vortex constructed by the Kingagan Mayadan method was almost broken. Fortunately, after 3 years, he has cultivated this technique to perfection. He can now clear the source of the true essence and remove most of the poison. The shaky spiritual energy vortex finally held up. Another half-hour passed. Luo Chen opened his eyes with a slightly tired look. His eyes were full of surprise. This night's experiment made him sure of everything. First, his soul foundation has indeed grown to the late stage of foundation building. Secondly, the spiritual energy in the second-level upper-grade cave has doubled, and the external spiritual energy captured during cultivation has also doubled. Finally, the medicinal power of the middle-grade Hiki pill is far superior to the lower-grade Shenglong pill, and it is also nearly doubled. And these 3 points, in the end, add up to the result presented. My cultivation speed has more than doubled compared to before. Compared to the time when I first entered the foundation building, when there was only a second-level lower-grade spiritual land, the speed has increased 5 times. This may not be very vivid. It is much simpler to calculate using the time of cultivation to the great perfection of foundation building. When he first entered the foundation building stage, Luo Chen judged that it would take him 2,000 years to complete the foundation building. After arriving at Xianlin Immortal City, he shortened this estimated time to 1,000 years after repeated efforts. And now, his cultivation speed can allow him to complete the foundation building within 400 or 500 years. Even this time is still far beyond the maximum lifespan of the foundation building cultivator. But such an intuitive improvement finally gave Luo Chen hope. I still have a lot of room for improvement. My soul foundation is only at the beginning of the late stage of foundation building. If I refine the best Zongmiao Pill, I will have a chance to improve again. The soul limit affects the number of times the skills are operated, and the number of times affects the amount of external spiritual energy captured. In addition to the soul foundation and the quality of the pills. This is just a mid-grade key combining pill. What if there are top-grade ones? I can't get top-grade pills in the simulation of the heart-searching mirror, but that's just a simulation, which naturally ignores my subjective initiative, my system plugin, and the changes in the outside world are not fixed by my cognition. With a change of the general situation, I will definitely have many opportunities. In addition to the pills, there is also my physique. Luo Chen could feel that he was not far away from the second stage of body refining. When the physique becomes stronger, it can in turn enhance his immortal cultivation. In the simulation of the heart-searching mirror, I relied on the magic way to cultivate and completed the foundation at the age of 330. In reality, can't I do this on the road of righteous cultivation before my life ends? Luo Chen didn't doubt himself at all. There may be hardships along the way, but success after success has already forged his firm heart of Tao. The heart of Tao, the heart of Tao. He will not stop. The next day, Luo Chen woke up early in the morning. He only slept for an hour. But he didn't feel tired, he just couldn't practice too much. This is how most cultivators practice. The limit that Luo Chen tested before was actually the limit that he could test without excessively wasting his soul. But cultivators don't care about this when they break through a level. Not to mention 10 times a day. There are many people who can run dozens of times in a row when they are fully prepared. As long as they succeed in breaking through the level, all the losses are worth it. Luo Chen not only didn't feel tired, but because of the ice god jade, his spirit became more vigorous. The jade that the Juking fairy gave me is not a magic weapon or a magic treasure, but the effect is so strange. I don't know what material it is, it was directly polished. Luo Chen touched the jade pendant on his neck and came to the living room in high spirits. Chu Lingjun and the other four had been waiting outside. Master. Yes. Luo Chen nodded, came to the outside of the cave, and his eyes fell on the 1-acre spiritual field. He must live here for a long time. Then this acre of spiritual field must not be left idle with some flowers and plants like it is now. After you go back, ask Yuan Dongsheng to come over. Yuan Dongsheng, key refining level 8. Luo Xianhu's #1 spiritual plant husband. Now he is married to the Qinhu Li family and becomes the future son-in-law of the Li family, and his status is even more respected. Only below the 3 foundation building masters of Luo Xianhu and the president Sima Weiyuang. Surpassing ordinary key refining level 9 cultivators. Compared with those all masters, they can all sit on an equal footing. Asking him to come over is naturally to rely on his insights and think about how to make good use of this spiritual field. Chu Lingjun immediately agreed. In addition, I may not go to Dangshi Peak during this period of time. If you encounter any problems, just notify me with a sound transmission jade. As he spoke, he took out 2 jades. One is yours, and one is for you to return to President Sima. Chu Lingjun nodded quickly and put away the 2 sound transmission jades that Luo Chen had injected with spiritual consciousness. This specially made sound transmission jade is far more effective than the sound transmission notes and paper cranes. Not only can it transmit sound over 1,000 miles, but the speed is almost synchronized. Of course, with such a good effect, the price is naturally not cheap. One piece costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. And there is also the threshold of injecting spiritual consciousness into the foundation building true cultivation. After collecting the jade, Chu Lingjun couldn't help asking, what about the jade marrow pill business? Before the auction, I refined a large number of jade marrow pills, enough for Luo Xianhu to sell for half a year. Luo Chen naturally took this most important thing into consideration. If before, he would still be complacent because he had a deposit of 400,000. Then with the end of the auction, he no longer had this idea. In the auction, he spent a total of 240,000. He spent another 100,000 on the high-grade cave house he rented for 2 years. Now, he only has 60,000 spirit stones left. Among them, they are all medium-grade spirit stones, and 1 high-grade spirit stone. These 2 cannot be moved lightly, especially the latter. That is no longer currency, but a strategic resource, something that can save lives at critical moments. In this way, Luo Chen is now almost a poor man. But unfortunately. Next, he has a lot of places to spend money. The pills are okay for the time being. The medium-grade key combining pills bought at the auction can be used for about a year. But the rent of the second-level upper-grade cave house must be considered seriously. It costs 48,000 a year. Ordinary foundation building cultivators can't afford it at all. Therefore, the pills have to be refined. Next, every 6 months, you ask President Sima to send someone to get the pills. Chu Lingjun asked curiously, "Don't you need other people to assist you in refining pills?" "No, that group of people will use the rest of their time to cooperate with you in refining pills, except for processing the medicinal materials for me." Luo Chen smiled slightly. "Don't let me down." "Yet, I will definitely not let you down, Master." Chu Lingjun straightened his chest and said confidently. "The other 3 are the same. For low-level alchemists, the most difficult part of refining pills is getting started. After getting started, many problems can be slowly figured out during the alchemy process." Luo Chen also left them a lot of alchemy tips, and thoughtfully let them take Zongmiao pills to improve their souls. It can be said that they are now gradually equipped with a foundation to be independent. As for whether they can really be independent in the future, that depends on their efforts and luck. Next, Luo Chen gave a few more instructions. It was decided that every month, the 4 of them would take turns to deliver processed medicinal materials. How to allocate some manpower in the alchemy hall. What are the taboos of those alchemy instruments? After a series of things, Luo Chen let them leave. Horizontal ellipsis. "Master, why don't I see you nagging like this normally?" Bai Miling floated out. She appeared and disappeared like a ghost, and ordinary people would have been scared long ago. Luo Chen was already used to it. He looked at the backs of the 4 people leaving in the clouds and mist with a calm expression. It's much better than before. Now the Luo Chen Association has 2 major foundation building masters taking turns to take charge, and Sima Wei Niang is in charge of all major and minor matters. I just put more thought into this small piece of land in the Dantang. Bai Miling blinked. Now she has recovered most of her memories, and her personality is not as cold as it was at the beginning. She found that the master seemed to be getting more and more idle recently. This idle does not mean being idle every day. But, it is no longer like before, hammering here and there, and participating in everything. "Then master, what are you going to do now?" "What?" Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. "Of course, it is to replan his daily life. Counting from the early morning Mao time, that is, 5 o'clock in the morning. From 5 to 7 o'clock, read books. Over the years, whether purchased, given by others, or seized after battles, Luo Chen's storage bag has accumulated many books. Alchemy experience, spell secrets, travel notes of the world of immortal cultivation, array books, talisman making books, medicinal materials and monster illustrations. There are so many books that he has not read yet. He spends 2 hours every day reading books, increasing his knowledge and deepening his knowledge reserves. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to pick up leaks when encountering large-scale trade fairs in the future. Then he has a hearty breakfast, and after 7:30, he starts to practice the art of protecting the way. Whether it is the landslide that has been stagnant for a long time, or the art of frightening the gods, or the glazed sky curtain, there is still a huge room for improvement in these. In addition, he has accumulated a bunch of spell secrets, and he also plans to pick out a few that are suitable for him and practice more. It can not only enhance strength, but also brush proficiency and obtain achievement points. From 7:30 to noon, all are used to practice the art of protecting the way. And the afternoon time is naturally used to make pills. This is the foundation of his life. Being able to come all the way to now, and even being appreciated by the Golden Pill Master Juking Fairy, is also relying on alchemy. There is no reason to let it go. After the alchemy was finished, it was almost midnight. This was the time Luo Chen had reserved for cultivation. The operation of the 10 life skills meant that it would take at least 5 hours. In this way, after the cultivation, the day would almost be over. After sleeping for an hour or 2, it would almost be the morning. After planning, Luo Chen laughed at himself. The regular and boring cultivation life is about to begin again. Chapter 266, the second stage of body refining, the battle of the two sects. It's boring. In fact, Luo Chen enjoys it. There is no fighting, no intrigue. What is there is the visible data improvement on the attribute panel. What is there is the continuous transformation of his own strength. Half a month later. In the afternoon. Luo Chen, who was brushing the proficiency of Zongmiao Pill, suddenly shook. His mind was slightly distracted, and 10 portions of raw materials in the Ice Emperor cauldron were instantly destroyed. This means that a full 150 pieces of low-grade spirit stones were directly wasted. In the past, Luo Chen would definitely be heartbroken. Zongmiao Pill has a magical effect, but the price is that the pill formula is incomplete, the difficulty of refining is high, and the cost is 3 times that of Zongmiao Pill and Yusu Pill. 10 portions at a time, that's 150 yuan. Luo Chen has been brushing his proficiency here every day recently, and the output of low-grade Zongmiao pills has accumulated nearly 100. It's not easy to brush his proficiency to the mastery level. Not only has the pill success rate increased to 30%, but even the pill grade has also been raised to the middle grade. He wanted to try today to see if the middle grade Zongmiao pill would work on him. As a result, this incident happened. But he didn't feel heartbroken. Instead, his eyes showed ecstasy. Xiaoling, clean up the Ice Emperor cauldron for me, I'm going to retreat. Bai Miling, who was studying the soul gathering banner outside, responded sweetly, and then saw a figure sneaking into the quiet room. Not long after entering, Luo Chen ran out again and went directly to the outside of the cave. Huh? Bai Miling tilted her little head, didn't the master say to retreat? The cave is too small. As a second-level upper-grade cave, the planning of Xianlan Fairy City is very good. Even the Ice Emperor cauldron, which is 2 meters high, can be accommodated. Anyone who sees it will praise it as spacious. But this time, Luo Chen disliked it for not being spacious enough. Standing on the empty mountain plain, Luo Chen opened his eyes wide, and used his full strength to operate the spiritual eye technique, staring at his arms, torso, and thighs. A body as hard as a diamond. Skin as tough as the hide of a demon cow. Under the thick skin, there are faintly visible white jade bones. At this moment, these things are faintly fused together. In his 5 internal organs, there is a vigorous vitality, as if it is undergoing a transformation. With a thud, Luo Chen's whole body trembled. A strong blood and qi slowly emerged. Not only that, but there is also a blood and qi smoke rising from his spine. When it reaches a high place, it gradually becomes thinner. A strong force arises spontaneously when he clenched his fists. It is not like mastering spiritual power, which is illusory. Instead, when Luo Chen clenched his fists, he really felt his own strength, as if he could blow up a mountain with one punch. Is this the second stage of body refining? Luo Chen closed his eyes and felt the rapid changes in his body. After many years, with the infusion of a large amount of resources, even if he did not deliberately practice body refining, he finally reached this step. Let me try. How powerful is pure physical strength? Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he took a step and stepped into the sky. He did not use his spiritual power or perform the wind control technique. He just relied on the strength of his body and the blood and qi that enveloped his body. 1 step. 3 feet. After a pause, Luo Chen followed a set of ascending dragon steps recorded in the Wang family secret book to roughly mobilize the blood and qi. Another step. 9 feet. It was 1 or 2 feet shorter than when Wang Yuan fought at Xiaohun Mountain. In the void, Luo Chen kept stepping in the air. Gradually, he mastered the tricks. The explosive power is extremely strong. In a short distance, it can be said to be unstoppable. But using the blood and qi like this, there is an inevitable pause after the explosion. Luo Chen stopped in the air, letting the powerful blood and qi float him. After careful thinking, Luo Chen understood the advantages and disadvantages of the second level of body refining. The explosion is very strong, but after all, it is not as flexible and continuous as that of the foundation building cultivator. If the foundation building cultivators had controlled the distance well from the beginning and used the tactics of flying a kite to deal with the second level body cultivators, the latter would have been in a situation of being beaten all the time. Within 100 feet is the best combat distance for the second level body cultivators. What if I cooperate with a great perfection of free and easy wind control? Do it as you think of it. Luo Chen took a step forward and crossed a distance of 9 feet. When the blood and ki could not be connected, the spiritual energy flowed, and the whole person flew in the air like a rock. According to this model, Luo Chen kept practicing. At the beginning, there was still some immaturity, but later, it became more and more familiar. Swish! The figure appeared in front of a mountain wall, and Luo Chen's right hand blasted out from a distance. Mountain breaking and monument breaking palm. Boom! A huge beam of spiritual energy surged out. It hit the mountain wall and directly penetrated more than 10 meters. Dust rustled and swept up. Luo Chen pulled back and flew into the sky. Looking at his right hand, Luo Chen was thoughtful. The power was indeed very domineering. If a foundation-building cultivator takes this palm strike head-on, he will definitely not be able to withstand it if he only has a top-grade defensive magic weapon. Only a top-grade defensive magic weapon can withstand it. But it's still a little weak. This power is equivalent to the power of a foundation-building cultivator using a top-grade flying sword. Is the second level of physical training so weak? No. Luo Chen suddenly realized, it's not that the second level of physical training is weak, but that he doesn't have the corresponding fighting methods. Just like a foundation-building cultivator, the spiritual power in his body is 100 times or 1,000 times that of a ki-refining cultivator, but in order to exert his full strength, he also needs top-grade magic weapons and second-level spells. Similarly, physical cultivators naturally need fighting methods corresponding to each level. It can even be said that because the great power belongs to the body, the corresponding methods are even more demanding. When Wang Yuan just achieved the second level of physical training, he also said frankly that he was no match for a foundation-building cultivator. Later, he painstakingly researched several small methods, such as the blood snake, the ascending dragon step, the giant spirit transformation, etc. But these methods, after all, could not perfectly utilize the huge blood and ki of the second-level body refinement cultivator. So when he fought Duan Qianqin with full confidence, he was still beaten by the opponent, and could only provide a frontal meat shield and delay for Luo Chen's brilliant attack. It was not until later, when he left Daofang, that Wang Yuan combined the blood path technique and developed a killer move that was truly comparable to the foundation-building cultivator. Blood God Tribulation Finger. It was also relying on this killer move that when Ho Hu saw that the situation was not right and was about to escape, he was able to severely injure the opponent with a finger from a long distance. Blood God Tribulation Finger is the second-level method that can truly utilize the power of blood and ki. Even though Luo Chen had just used the mountain-breaking and monument-breaking palm, it was already perfect. But in the final analysis, its foundation was nothing more than ordinary martial arts. Even the creator Wang Yuan rarely used this move. He simply tried the rising dragon step, but because he was not proficient enough, his steps seemed very jerky and stuck. Are you lacking any skills? Should I practice some strength skills? Forget it, my training direction is not strength. Instead of being distracted by other things, it is better to master the things in your hands first. Entering the second realm, it can be used as a trump card at a critical moment, and I can faintly feel the subtle changes in my body. Maybe after it stabilizes, it will be very beneficial to my practice. In just a short moment, Luo Chen threw away those thoughts that he shouldn't have. He hasn't even reached the goal of the great perfection of foundation building. How can he be distracted by other things? Just when Luo Chen was about to finish the experiment and was about to go home, a crisp clapping sound came from a distance. Luo Chen looked in the direction of the sound, and on a platform protruding from a steep mountain wall, a man was looking at him with admiration. Dao, good skills. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Dao Chu, you are too kind, it's just a body training trick. As he spoke, the other party flew towards him. As the other party flew closer and closer, Luo Chen's mind moved slightly. In the past, he only knew that Chu Kui was an 8th-level cultivator of the foundation building stage. The other party had always behaved very kindly, so he never felt any threat. But as his soul foundation reached the late stage of the foundation building, when Luo Chen faced the other party, he finally felt the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations looming under the body. So pure, so terrifying. I'm afraid his spiritual power capacity is more than 10 times that of mine. Is this a cultivator of the late stage of the foundation building? When the realm gap is too large, the weak can't feel the real power of the strong. Now, Luo Chen, relying on the soul foundation of almost the same level as the other party, finally felt something. This also made him understand that there is an insurmountable gap between the early stage of the foundation building and the late stage of the foundation building. Let alone crossing a major realm and fighting across levels. Even in the same major realm, the early stage can't think of defeating the late stage cultivators by leaps and bounds. This is the truth in the world of immortal cultivation. In front of the gate of Luo Chen's cave. In an outdoor flower hall opened by Ling Yazi a few years ago. This is a place specially used to entertain guests. It is so comfortable to meet guests and enjoy the flowers at the same time. However, in a short time, the flowers and plants in the spiritual field will be removed by Luo Chen, and replaced with spiritual plants with economic value. Of course, Yuan Dongsheng is still collecting seeds for spiritual plants for him, so the exotic flowers and plants are still there. It just leaves a good place for Luo Chen to entertain guests. There are fine wines, delicacies, snacks on the table. Even the foundation building cultivators who can do simple fasting will be tempted to eat these things. Chu Kui put down his wine glass and smacked his lips. When did you move it up? About half a month ago. I came in a hurry and didn't have time to visit you. Then you're lucky you didn't come. Chu Kui pointed outside. I've been busy outside during this period. Outside? Luo Chen was stunned. Chu Kui doesn't usually go out of the city. He tried to ask, have you taken the job? Chu Kui smiled and said, yes. At the auction, I met a few Taoist friends who were troubled by their business. They pooled together a sum of spiritual stones and asked me to help them solve their problems. I am the most public-spirited person. People in the world of cultivating immortals call me the first timely rain of Xianlan. Xianlan's first timely rain? Luo Chen almost couldn't hold it. He had also boasted that he was the timely rain of Dahofang. When he was speechless, Luo Chen's mind turned. What kind of trouble did he need Chu Kui to help? Or the money pooled together? It must be a lot of money. Luo Chen smiled and said, I think the Taoist friend has gained a lot. Not bad, not bad. I can stay in this high-grade cave for a few more days. Chu Kui had a proud look on his face while speaking. It seemed like showing off, but more like showing off his strength. Luo Chen laughed in his heart. The other party's performance seemed to be determined to develop him as a customer. It's a pity that he didn't need Chu Kui now. Moreover, he didn't have the money to hire Chu Kui for the time being. Seeing that Luo Chen just smiled and didn't respond, Chu Kui lost interest and put away his smug look. He looked at Luo Chen curiously and asked tentatively, you also practiced strength? Slightly, slightly. Luo Chen waved his hand modestly. Chu Kui shook his head. You don't look like you have practiced slightly. Your foundation is quite solid. How could it not be solid? For this body, Luo Chen has been eating spirit rice and monster meat since he had the conditions. Later, he kept drinking spirit liquid and gold jade liquid. When he was in Taishan Square, he even exchanged a large amount of top-quality gold jade liquid from Kangdongao, which he used for 3 years. Even now in the foundation building stage, he can already do simple fasting. He, Luo Chen, has never stopped the supply of monster meat and high-quality spirit rice for 3 meals a day. Although this body is not as hard-trained as Wang Yuan, it is also made of pieces of spirit stones. Luo Chen smiled reservedly and did not continue the conversation, but changed the subject. It was a topic that the other party would definitely know and would definitely be interested in talking about. Before the auction, I heard that the Sword Sect's true disciple and the Lorn Sect's true disciple had a fight on the discussion stage. Yes, they had a fight. As expected, when this was mentioned, Chu Kui, a frequent visitor to the discussion stage, instantly became interested. I heard that the Lorn Sect's true disciple won that battle. Luo Chen asked in confusion, aren't sword cultivators known to be invincible at the same level? How could they, who dominate the J-tripod domain with their combat power, actually lose? Moreover, they lost to those with a lower realm than themselves. Tisk, that also depends on the battle environment. Chu Kui curled his lips, seeming to be a little disapproving of sword cultivators. And it depends on who the opponent is. Luo Chen asked curiously, I only know that the sword cultivator who is at the 4th level of foundation building is named Mengziki, and his swordsmanship is quite exquisite. He won the position of true disciple in the middle stage of foundation building, so he is not a weak person. He is certainly not weak, but the one who took the initiative to challenge him is even less of a weak person. Chu Kui said. Luo Chen became interested. isn't the true disciple of Luo sect at the third level of foundation building. His name is Han Zheng. Hiss. Luo Chen subconsciously took a breath of cold air. It turned out to be this person. He only knew about this battle from Sima Wei Niang, but he didn't know the origin of the one from Luo sect. The other party took the initiative to conceal his name at that time. And Han Zheng's name is so famous that everyone in the entire Yuding domain knows it. When he was in the key refining stage, he ranked first on the Xianjiao general ranking. He has fought dozens of battles, big and small, without a single defeat. Even when he was in the key refining stage, he participated in the battle of the foundation building stage and won an impressive record of 3 wins and 5 losses. Even if it was just a competition on the Dao discussion stage, not a life and death fight, it was still amazing enough. Luo Chen asked himself, when he was in the key refining stage, if he faced off head-on, he would definitely not be the opponent of the foundation establishment true cultivator. As Luo Chen was amazed, Chu Kui's voice kept ringing. This Han Zheng is not an easy person. When he was in the key refining stage, he had already decided on the quota for the Luo sect's true disciple. Although he is only at the third level of the foundation establishment stage now, the puppet he controls is a demon puppet at the late foundation establishment stage. That Meng Ziki is arrogant and lets the other party choose the battle environment. Han Zheng directly picked a jungle battlefield with many obstacles, first consumed him with a large number of low-level puppets, and then suddenly released a demon puppet at the late foundation establishment stage, and made a success with one strike. Meng Ziki not only failed to bring prestige to his master, but also made Han Zheng famous for fighting above his level, and added a bit of momentum to the Luo sect. Chu Kui, as a great cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage, was even more famous on the Dao discussion stage of Xianlan Immortal City. They were only talking about the battle between the early and middle stages of foundation building. But there was still admiration in the words. Looking at the other party's face, Luo Chen thought that the other party had been fighting on the Taoism stage for many years, and must have had many records of fighting with the sect disciples. Seriously speaking, he seemed to have never fought with the senior disciples of the sect. In this regard, I can ask more in the future. At the early stage of foundation building, controlling the puppet of the late stage of foundation building. In this case, Han Zheng's soul foundation is probably quite powerful. Chu Kui nodded. His tone was very emotional. The disciples of Luo sect are like this, and their souls are generally stronger than their peers. This Han Zheng is even more impressive. He has a soul foundation comparable to the late stage of foundation building at the third level of foundation building. I think the divine art has also been cultivated to a very high level. Luo Chen blinked. The divine art. Don't you know? Chu Kui asked in confusion. This divine art was obtained by Han Zan, the Grand Master of Luo sect, from an ancient secret realm. With the help of this art, his soul has become great. Not only has he achieved extraordinary accomplishments in puppetry, but he has also broken through to the nascent soul stage in one breath. Luo Chen was really shocked. A magic to cultivate the soul. It can actually allow Han Zheng to have a soul comparable to the late stage of foundation building in the early stage of foundation building. It even allows Han Zan to break through to the nascent soul stage in one breath. He also has a set of magic to cultivate the soul, Mingshan Posha. However, the foundation of this set of magic is just created by a martial arts master. He has cultivated it to the master level, but it only has a weak effect of cultivating the soul. The reason why Luo Chen's soul foundation is now comparable to the late stage of foundation building is mainly because he experienced a heart tribulation during the key refining stage, and insisted on taking hundreds of Zongmiao pills. With such a solid foundation, after breaking through the foundation building, he can leap to the level of the middle stage of foundation building. Even so, breaking through to the late stage of foundation building also relied on the simulation of the ghost god questioning mirror. Chu Kui didn't care about Luo Chen's shock. He just sighed with envy. If I could learn this technique, it would be great. When forming a pill, it is the most challenging to the soul. Who wouldn't want to? Luo Chen's tone was also a little sour, but he instantly caught the information that Chu Kui accidentally leaked in his words. Does forming a pill test the soul? Chu Kui's face changed slightly and he kept silent. His relationship with Luo Chen was not good enough to tell this precious knowledge for free. Luo Chen was a little disappointed. He inadvertently showed a little eagerness. For a while, the atmosphere in the flower hall became a little awkward. in silence. Suddenly, the two of them raised their heads almost at the same time and looked down the mountain. A weak momentum was gradually rising, and it was vaguely getting stronger and stronger. Huh? Huh? Chu Kui exclaimed lightly, and suddenly looked at Luo Chen with a surprised face. He seemed to have sensed the movement down the mountain just a moment later than me. What a strong spiritual foundation. Luo Chen didn't care about these, but stood up. Sorry, I can't drink this wine again today. Why did he say again? Chu Kui was stunned. Could it be that the cultivator who is about to succeed in building the foundation down the mountain is also your subordinate? He remembered the cultivator who built the foundation halfway up the mountain a year ago. His name was Duan Feng. He was the head of Luo Xianhu and respected Luo Chen. Luo Chen was about to answer when his face changed again. Chu Kui's expression also became interesting. Because down the mountain, there was a new foundation building momentum that was slowly rising. At this moment, Luo Chen was a little confused. Chapter 267 Guests are happy, foundation building gifts. Halfway up the mountain, Luo Chen returned to the platform of his original cave, and Chu Kui also became interested and followed him down. While waiting for Min Longyu to come out of seclusion after building his foundation, Chu Kui talked about the past. The months after the auction are often the period when the most foundation builders are born in Xianlin Peak. After all, the foundation building pills are precious, and the casual cultivators of key refining dare not show off outside after bidding for them. That's why they basically rent a cave on Xianlin Peak and dare not leave until they have completely built their foundations. It's just that it's relatively rare for two people to build their foundations at the same time like today. Luo Chen suddenly realized. Chu Kui smiled and rubbed his hands. Your subordinate seems to be a descendant of the Min family. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He had mentioned Min Longyu's name unintentionally before, but he didn't expect that the other party would take it to heart. So what? After he succeeds in building his foundation, can you introduce him to one or two? Chu Kui said. Luo Chen became even more curious. Even if he succeeded, he would only be at the beginning of the foundation building. Why is fellow Taoist Chu so interested in him? That's the foundation building of the Min family. He must be proficient in the art of formation. Chu Kui's eyes sparkled. Such a person is no less popular among casual cultivators than an alchemist like you, and even better. Okay. Luo Chen reluctantly agreed to the introduction. A casual cultivator formation master is indeed more popular than a second-level alchemist like him. After all, a second-level alchemist is only really proficient in refining a few kinds of elixirs. Among peers, the means of making money may be very strong, but the help to others is not as great as that of a third-level or fourth-level alchemist. But formation masters are different. On a smaller scale, they can help casual cultivators build foundations and set up defensive formations for immortal cultivation families. On a larger scale, when it comes to team exploration and treasure hunting, formation masters are also indispensable. Those ancient secret realms that have been preserved to this day are basically protected by formations. Over time, the formations from hundreds or even thousands of years ago have been weakened a lot. A second-level formation master like Min Longyu has a lot of room for maneuver. Whether it is to set up a formation, identify a formation, break a formation, or avoid a formation, even if the ordinary cultivators are strong in combat, they don't understand it, and they must ask for the help of a formation master. Every profession has its own specialty. The reason why Chu Kui is so enthusiastic is related to what he usually does. Take money from others and eliminate disasters for them. Go alone and do it alone. But if you encounter a difficult enemy, it is still dangerous. If there's a formation master like Min Longyu to help him set up an ambush in advance and the formation is behind him, then he can really come and go without a trace, and the dragon can only be seen from the head but not the tail. During the conversation between the two, time passed slowly. The cultivators who noticed the movements of the foundation building in the two places of Xianlin Peak also subconsciously sent out their spiritual consciousness to check. Luo Chen didn't know what the situation was in the other place. But at least on his side, because Chu Kui was there, those foundation building spiritual consciousnesses were retracted at the touch. During this time, Nanguangjin came over. He still rented a cave house nearby, and did not give up the lease directly like Li Yixun did. After all, there are only 2 or 3 cats left in the Nanguang family. The originally meager savings became richer after the death of a family member. Luo Chen took the time to chat with him for a while. He asked about his son in Nangguangqin's condition and learned that his lower body was paralyzed and difficult to repair. He was afraid that he would not be able to build a foundation in this life. Nangguangjin is now worried about him and wants to find him a marriage to pass on his bloodline. The former prodigy of Daofang has fallen to such a fate. It is really regrettable. Luo Chen also inquired about the Lianian Merchant Alliance. Today, in the Lianian Merchant Alliance, with the two newly promoted elders Li Yixun and Nangguangjin, there are only 7 foundation building cultivators left. There is only 1 elder left in the late stage of foundation building. There is no longer the grand occasion of the 3 late-stage foundation building cultivators and more than a dozen true foundation building cultivators. The businesses in the market under his command have also been hit. Now Li Yixun and Nangguangjin are helping to garrison in 2 nearby market towns to ensure that the Lianian Merchant Alliance can continue. What did the Yuding Sword sect say? Nothing to say. No one else took action at the beginning. It was only the vassal forces of the Sword sect who took action. It seemed to be venting the anger of the Sword sect, but in fact they were eyeing the business of the Lianian Merchant Alliance. Is there no follow-up? The follow-up is that after the death of the original second and third elders, the first elder accused them of having an affair with the Luo sect. With their death, the vassal forces of the Sword sect had no reason to attack, and then it was left unresolved. After chatting for a while, Min Longayu's foundation building momentum became more and more solid, which meant that he had passed the 2 stages of Danshan turning into sea and spiritual energy turning into liquid. In other words, it has succeeded. Nangguangjin said congratulations to Luo Chen enviously, and then said goodbye and left. Rumble. As the broken dragon stone slowly rose, a figure washed away from all the makeup stepped out. He clasped his hands together and said to Luo Chen, "President, long you lived up to expectations." At this moment, Luo Chen was in a trance. Instead of I hesitated, he said long you lived up to expectations. Sure enough, the simulation of the heart mirror was just a simulation. He, Luo Chen, had the ability to change the future. And with this, Luo Chen also had the confidence to change the future of the 330-year foundation building perfection. Very good. Very good. 2 consecutive very goods showed the joy in Luo Chen's heart. Chu Kui also took the opportunity to say, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Congratulations, fellow Taoist." "Who is this?" Min Longai looked at him curiously. "This is Chu Kui." There was no more detailed introduction, but when the name Chu Kui came out, Min Longayu's face became serious. The other party's name is considered to be prestigious in the entire Xianlin Immortal City. It is far beyond the comparison of a new foundation building like him. "Hello, fellow Taoist Chu." Seeing that Chu Kui was trying to get closer to Min Longayu, Luo Chen said helplessly, "Let's talk somewhere else. Let's go to my cave, and by the way, we can talk all night and exchange our cultivation experiences." "Very good. Very good." Chu Kui did not refuse. Min Longayu naturally would not object to Luo Chen's words. If it were in the past, he would at most obey Luo Chen's words, and would not respect him from the bottom of his heart like he does now. But after the breakthrough of the foundation building, he finally understood the deep meaning of Luo Chen's questioning his heart at the beginning. In the breakthrough process, there is a step that is the most dangerous and the most important. Breaking the Danshan. This is not something that ordinary people dare to do. Because the Danshan is broken, it means that the spiritual energy absorbed and transformed has no place to store. In this way, the Great Dao no longer has a foundation to rely on, and naturally there is no talk of making further progress. But unfortunately, this must be experienced to break through the foundation building. No breaking. No establishment. Break first, then establish. Only by enduring pain, forging ahead, and breaking the Danshan can the process of Danshan turning into the sea be carried out on the original basis. If it was the previous Min Longayu, under the impact of the huge spiritual energy of the foundation building pill, he would most likely hesitate at this stage. For life, or for the Great Dao? And once he hesitates, it is easy to miss that opportunity. It was Luo Chen who asked his heart in advance and found his original intention when he was young. He could break through the Danshan without hesitation and even gather his spiritual power to rebuild the Sea of Qi. This kindness is no less than the kindness of raising and teaching. Luo Chen could feel Min Longayu's respect for him. This can be seen from the fact that the first sentence after the other party came out of retreat was to report the good news to him. He didn't care about these. There was a great oath to constrain, and it was clear that they were using each other at the beginning. Now it is not so important whether the relationship is close or not. The three of them rode the clouds and mist and flew towards the height of Xianlin Peak. When passing by a place halfway up the mountain, a beam of light flew out with a whoosh. Huh? The three of them paused. Chu Kui frowned. Is this the other person who just succeeded in building a foundation? Why are you in such a hurry to go out when your realm is not yet stable? Looking at the escaping light, Luo Chen stroked his chin with surprise in his eyes. It's him. The scarred monk. It was from him that he obtained 3 incomplete magic weapons. The other party also gained a huge amount of spiritual stones for a cultivator in the key refining stage. From Sima Wei Niang, Luo Chen learned that 2 casual cultivators had bid for the foundation building pill. Among them was this scarred man. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded in building a foundation. But why is he running out so late? The three of them paused, and then stopped paying attention and went back to Luo Chen's cave together. The fruits and snacks from before were still there. Chu Kui generously took out Tebe wine again this time. The intention to make friends with Min Longgao is even better than the intention to make friends with Luo Chen in the past. After a night of conversation, both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. Chu Kui and Min Longgao exchanged contact information before leaving with satisfaction. After he left, Luo Chen took out a broken compass in front of Min Longgao. "President, what is this?" Min Longgao was a little surprised when he saw the broken array disc pushed in front of him. "Chu Kui, an outsider, can offer you a good wine to congratulate you on your foundation building. How can I not express my gratitude when you call me president?" Luo Chen smiled slightly. "It's not a very good treasure, it's just a broken magic weapon. Congratulations on building the foundation of the Great Dao." "Foundation building gift?" Min Longgao was about to say that it was not necessary. You have already helped a lot in building his foundation. But the moment he touched the compass, his eyes lit up. "Is this a magic weapon of formation?" "Yes," Luo Chen said with regret. "It's a pity that this formation plate is very damaged. It can only activate a hidden formation comparable to a top-grade magic weapon. It is not very useful for us who are practicing foundation building. I give it to you because I think it may be of some reference to you in your future study of formations." However, Min Longgao waved his hands repeatedly. "No. No. No. This formation plate only looks damaged. Its formation core is very well preserved." While speaking, he took out a few pieces of medium-grade spirit stones and placed them in several grooves on the damaged formation plate. Then, he cast a series of restrictions. When the restrictions entered the compass, a series of faint lights emerged. Each faint light had the intention of expanding outward. But later, it was full of obstruction and could not continue. Only the faint light representing the hidden formation successfully spread out. Oh my God! There is such a miraculous array. It can contain hundreds of thousands of prohibitions, and the 18 array centers are integrated into one. The changes are all in one mind. President, this is not a broken magic weapon. If you find a casting master to complete the broken parts, this treasure can at least exert 70% of its power in its heyday. Hearing this, Luo Chen was stunned. He only spent 10,000 spirit stones on this thing. It is equivalent to the price of a top-grade defensive magic weapon. According to Min Longgao, this array can be repaired. And after it is repaired, it can still exert most of its power in its heyday. Did I really get a bargain? Strictly speaking, the Ghost in God Heart Mirror is not a bargain. 30,000 spirit stones is the normal price of a magic weapon. He did not enjoy the simulated elixir forming effect that should have been there. It can only be said that spending 30,000 spirit stones has increased his soul and soul a little bit, giving him a little more understanding of the future, which is barely worth it. But this array plate is really a bargain. Unfortunately, this treasure has been given away. Just now, the words have been spoken. Naturally, Luo Chen can't ask for it back. He opened his mouth, and finally laughed and cried. "I am short-sighted. Well, you can take it and study it carefully, or you can ask Duan Feng to help you try to repair it. If it doesn't work, there are 3 casting masters in Xianlan Fairy City." Min Longgao held the array plate as if he had found a treasure, and nodded to Luo Chen's words. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and then Min Longgao reluctantly returned to the cave that Luo Chen had rented before. There are still a few days before it expires. Min Longgao plans to spend a sum of spirit stones to rent it. Now, he will live there for a long time. Studying the array plate is a small matter. Consolidating the realm is a big thing. He is not like Duan Feng, who can use casting to consolidate his realm. He must practice in silence, purify the many spiritual energies in his body into spiritual liquid, and completely complete the process of spiritual power into liquid before his realm is considered stable. This time can be as short as a few months or as long as a few years. But with the help of the second-level cave and the Tebe Wanchuk we just brought out, it shouldn't take long. Now that Luo Chen who has Duan Feng sitting in, he doesn't need to help for the time being. On the contrary, when his realm is stable, he will really start to shine for Luo Chen who. With a foundation building stage and the means of a master of formations, he can bring great help to Luo Chen who. Whether it is to assist Duan Feng in casting weapons or to complete the Dangshi Peak defense formation. Even in the hundreds of spiritual fields controlled by the medicine hall, he can arrange some small formations to assist the growth of spiritual plants. After he left, Luo Chen went to the quiet room to practice for 2 hours. Seeing that the time was up to the hour of Mao, he stopped practicing. Reaching the second level of body refining, the whole body is fatally undergoing transformation under the filling of qi and blood. This transformation is very slow, and no significant changes can be seen in a short time, but there must be benefits. At least, Luo Chen found that its upper limit of lifespan has increased by another 10 years. It has reached 190. This change made Luo Chen very excited. Outsiders may not know why he was so excited. Only he himself could understand what it meant. For ordinary cultivators, after building the foundation, their lifespan skyrocketed. Even in the early stage of building the foundation, they could live to more than 200 years old. This was completely different from when Luo Chen first entered the foundation building, when his lifespan was only 150 years old. He naturally had a much shorter lifespan than others. This was a bad thing. But at the same time, it was also a good thing. Because he found that as his realm rose, his lifespan was also changing. From 150 in the first level of foundation building to 160 in the second level of foundation building. Not only that, after the minor success of the Kingaun Mayan method, it also provided him with a 5-year lifespan limit. After the Mu Yaga Wenjing reached the master level, the spiritual power of the wood attribute was transformed, washing his whole body, and his lifespan limit increased by another 5 years. After breaking through the third level of foundation building, his lifespan limit had reached 180 years. Now, the strength realm has reached the second level of body refining, and it has increased by another 10 years to 190. So many things. This means that his starting point is low, but his upper limit is much higher than others. It is hard to tell whether it is due to the system, the special nature of being a time traveler, or the skills he practices can indeed prolong his life. Anyway, Luo Chen is optimistic about the future. After taking a look at the upper limit of lifespan on the attribute panel, Luo Chen subconsciously glanced at the progress of his realm. Foundation building layer 3, 12/100, in half a month, the progress has increased by 2 points. Super fast practice speed. Just when Luo Chen wanted to close the panel, his eyes suddenly stopped. In the realm column, an entry is slowly being born. Realm, foundation building layer 3, 12/100, body refining second realm. Chapter 268, Turtle Spirit Armor, Lies. Luo Chen was stunned as he looked at the flickering entries. His strength realm was recorded by the system? But what did this long string of ellipses mean? As he watched, characters appeared from time to time after, body refining second realm. Yi Jin, Zai Sui, Lian Zhang, Tong Mai. In the end, all the characters, thousands of rivers returning to the sea, turned into number 3/100, Luo Chen couldn't hold it in. After all this time, I still ended up with a progress bar. He was completely speechless. However, when his eyes fell on the number on the progress bar, the 3 was still flickering faintly, as if it would rise at any time. Is it related to the slow transformation of my body now? Luo Chen thought to himself. He could feel that after reaching the second level of body refining, his body seemed to have endless potential. There were many places to explore. He just didn't know how to get in. If there was an orthodox method, perhaps he could dig out the treasures in his body one by one. As for the orthodox methods, he did have one. It was the Wang family secret book that Wang Yuan gave him. In addition to the cultivation methods of the first level of body refining, there were also some cultivation methods of the early stage of the second level of body refining. Among them, it did mention the specific terms, Yi Jin, Zai Sui, Lian Zhang, and Tong Mai. I think this is also the reason why the system keeps making choices in the division of strength entries. However, Luo Chen's strength cultivation has never been systematic. Therefore, the system is not easy to judge, and finally gave him a progress bar that is the same as the immortal realm. If I have enough time to explore these human treasures, it would be great. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. Shaking his head, Luo Chen no longer pays attention to this new entry. In the future, he will discuss it with Wang Yuan a little bit and know some common sense. For now, he would rather spend his mind on some spells that are quick and effective for him. For example, Turtle Spirit Covering Armor. Time has come to the hour of Mao. This is the time Luo Chen set for himself to read books. 2 hours a day is not much, but it can provide a lot of help for him to make his way in the world of immortal cultivation. In the face of absolute strength, the so-called power and realm are not so safe. If a cultivator accidentally touches a poisonous grass or mistakenly enters a secret realm, he may die. Therefore, it is always good to read more books and learn more about the world of immortal cultivation. And this Turtle Spirit Covering Armor is a wonderful spell that can save Luo Chen's life in great danger. This spell originated from the Battle of Gaolangyun, by an unknown Daijiangang cultivator. At that time, he pretended to be dead on the battlefield. Even Luo Chen's spiritual consciousness was concealed from him. The magic of it can be seen. After actually browsing this spell, Luo Chen's interest in it has never stopped. This is actually a complete set of second-level spells. Moreover, it is a set of second-level spells that can be split and learned. It is divided into 4 parts. Turtle Breath, Covering Armor, Avoiding Death, and Prolonging Life. Turtle Breath, as the name suggests, is to breathe like a turtle, concealing one's own vital signs almost to nothing. Armor Covering is a defensive spell. The spiritual energy is condensed into armor, covering all parts of the body, including the eyes and pylorus. It can be called a comprehensive set of close-fitting defensive spells. Avoiding Death is a bit mysterious. The monk can cut off a piece of flesh and blood from his body to avoid a fatal injury, so that he will only suffer minor injuries. Prolonging Life, when encountering a situation where death is inevitable, the spiritual energy of the whole body is transformed into a breath, and forced to remain in the world. But this spell can only last for 3 days. If after 3 days, there is no way to revive the dead, you will still die. This whole set of spells, after reading it, can be called magical and mysterious. It really made Luo Chen keep thinking about it for 3 years, and he would take out the tortoise shell that recorded this spell from time to time to study it. It's just that because of the tight time before, he never got started. Now, he has finally figured out the tricks of the first 2 parts. I felt that I could get started. If I can learn this technique, it will be a great life-saving trump card for me in the face of force majeure. Luo Chen muttered to himself. At the beginning, the casual cultivator only learned the turtle breath, and was able to cross the realm and hide from his spiritual sense detection. This shows how magical this technique is. With Luo Chen's talent in magic, plus more sufficient resources, it is not a problem to practice this set of second-level magic. I read the content carefully again. 2 hours have passed unknowingly. After a simple meal, Luo Chen tried to get started with this technique. First, it is the turtle breath. Exhale once, inhale once, and one breath is one breath. And the time of this breath depends on the person. Some people breathe quickly, and one breath is only 5 or 6 seconds, while some people have a long breath, and the inhalation and exhalation is dozens of seconds. Like those chickens and dogs with a short lifespan, they only breathe once every 2 or 3 seconds. And this set of skills imitates the ancient giant turtle Zhuan, which has a lifespan of 30,000 years. It is said that it only breathes 3 times a day when it is in normal activities. If it falls into deep sleep, it will only breathe once in 300 years. During these 300 years, it will be as still as a mountain, like a dead thing, without any life. When it breathes once after 300 years, it will be a strange scene of swallowing up the world, which is extremely shocking. A mere set of second-level exercises naturally cannot achieve the level of the black tortoise. But according to its method, if it is a great success, the cultivator can barely breathe only once in 3 years. Even if it is only a small success stage, it can be like a dead tree in 3 months. No one can tell whether it is alive or dead. As far as practice is concerned, the initial breath time is controlled at about 1 minute. Do it 7 times in a row, Repeat it over and over, take a short break, do 7 sets, until it is 7749 times, that's it. It sounds simple. But in fact, it is necessary to follow specific gestures and specific spiritual power flow to practice. Lower the curtains of the eyes, look at the nose with the eyes, look at the mouth with the nose, look at the heart with the mouth, press the tongue against the upper palate, and keep the heart, spirit, and mind at the navel to make sure that the mind does not move. The thumb and middle finger of the left hand are put together to form a circle. The thumb of the right hand is inserted into this circle. The middle fingers are interlocked, and the other 4 fingers are crisscrossed. The whole body moves slightly horizontally, circling into a narrow and long oval shape. When this posture is formed, Luo Chen opens his mouth and takes a deep breath. At this time, hold your breath for 1 minute. After 1 minute, he slowly and gently exhales. In this way, it repeats over and over again. Crows fly and rabbits run, not knowing the cold and heat. Time passes, and May passes in a flash. On this day, a flying boat swaggered away from Xianlan Ferry City and headed straight for Dangsha Peak. Outside the flying boat, there was white snow. On the flying boat, there were 2 people standing. It was Min Longai who broke through the gate and stabilized his realm, and Luo Chen who had spent half a year of boring life at home. You know, this is not a small place like Dahofang, so your foundation building ceremony naturally cannot be grand. Luo Chen looked at the other party and said casually. Min Longai smiled knowingly, it's okay, I don't care about those people who are just being polite. It's good that you don't care. Luo Chen intertwined his fingers, and covered his palms with his sleeves, like an ordinary teacher. For this internal foundation building ceremony, Wei Niang has called back all the 9th level key refining cultivators who are outside. When the time comes, you must share your foundation building experience with them. Min Longai nodded heavily. It has been 3.5 years since he joined Luo Xianhu. Before, because he had no real job, he really did a lot for Luo Xianhu in order to exchange for Pian Lingai and Tuangai Dan. It was the most dedicated period of his many years in the world of immortal cultivation. During this period, he gradually recognized Luo Xianhu. Especially after Luo Chen helped him build his foundation, this recognition turned into affection. He knew it well. Relying on one person to fight alone, it is difficult to make any progress in this world of immortal cultivation. Especially after building the foundation, the demand for resources is so great that it is unimaginable for key refining cultivators. Only when Luo Xianhu becomes stronger can he go further on this road. Sharing the experience of building the foundation and letting Luo Xianhu produce some more foundation building practitioners is undoubtedly the fastest way to help Luo Dan increase his strength. What's more, this kind of thing is not the first one he has done. Whether it is Luo Chen, Duan Feng, or even Wang Yuan who built the foundation a year ago, they have all done these things personally. When sharing the experience of building the foundation, they are almost unreserved. He doesn't know if other small sects in Xianlan Xianchang are like this, but at least, the top leaders of Luo Xianhu really have no secrets in this regard. They really work together and unite as one. And all this is because of the man next to me. Min Longai quietly glanced at Luo Chen's side face, but found a strange phenomenon. The other party seems to have no breath. What's wrong? Luo Chen suddenly spoke, and slowly exhaled a long and continuous breath from his mouth. In this winter when heavy snow is flying, it seems as if a white air dragon has been spit out. Seeing this strange scene, Min Longai was extremely surprised. President, are you practicing some magic? Yes. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Why, do you want to learn? I can teach you. Min Longai waved his hand quickly. Forget it, the art of formation is broad and profound. I haven't really started yet, how can I be distracted by other things? You are so modest. Min Longai's family background is profound, and the foundation of formation has been laid solid since he was a child. In the key refining stage, he was a well-known master of formation. Now that he has been promoted to the foundation building stage, he can use his spiritual consciousness to set up the formation, and he has begun to study the incomplete formation plate. It is not an exaggeration to call him a master of formation. If he has not really started yet, then other formation masters must be ashamed to death. But it's a good thing that you think so. Luo Chen sighed. People of my generation seem to have a skyrocketing lifespan. But on the long road to immortality, time is not enough. It is really amazing to have 1 or 2 skills that are good at. Min Longai was also very moved. If you don't enter the mountain, you don't know how high the mountain is. If you don't walk the road, you don't know how difficult it is. Key refining cultivators envy the long lifespan of foundation building cultivators, but they also feel that life is short. During the simple conversation, the lanky flying boat crossed a distance of 300 miles and arrived at Tangsha Peak. The foundation building ceremony had been mentioned before. Therefore, when they arrived, all kinds of things had been prepared. A grand gathering of high-level cultivators within the Luo Chen society began. Luo Chen sat at the top. But the real protagonist was Min Longgao, the new foundation building cultivator. The other party was eloquent and told everyone about the difficulties that might be encountered in the foundation building process and his own experience of overcoming these difficulties. Luo Chen sometimes agreed and sometimes gave his own understanding. His eyes wandered around the Luo Chen hall. Over the years, everyone has been very busy. Busy taking root, busy developing, and busy expanding the Luo Chen society. In this process, everyone has also gained something. Sima Wei Niang is the busiest person, but her realm has not stagnated. It is estimated that it will take about 1 or 2 years to reach the great perfection of key refining. In her hand, she had a foundation building pill given by Luo Chen. According to this woman's aptitude, character, and various preparations, she always listened to Luo Chen's teachings, and combined with the simulation results in the ghost and god questioning state. Her chance of success in foundation building may be the greatest. Luo Chen was not very worried about her. What he was worried about now was the other two. After Min Longgao's foundation building ceremony, everyone dispersed. Duanfeng approached Min Longgao and had a lively chat about the magic weapon. But Luo Chen kept the two of them. President. Sister-in-law, don't. There's no one else here, so there's no need to be so formal. Luo Chen walked down the stairs and came to the two of them. Can you tell me what's going on with you two now? Under his spiritual eyes, the two in front of him were both in the state of great perfection of the key refining stage. This progress was not much different from Luo Chen's judgment a few years ago. The only difference was that Qin Liangjun also reached the great perfection of key refining so quickly, and was not surpassed by Murin Qinglian. The reason for this discrepancy is that they spent a lot of money to buy a precious first-level spirit pill at an auction half a year ago. This allowed Qin Liangjun to close the gap and finally achieve the great perfection of key refining. Logically speaking, at this level, he should try to break through the foundation. As for the foundation building pill needed to break through the realm, they also have one in their hands. If they are afraid that one is not enough for two people, they can let one person build the foundation first. Now, two people are stuck here. Murin Qinglian looked at Qin Liangjun, who was silent beside him, and then shifted his gaze back with a wry smile. Xiao Luo, please help me persuade your brother Qin. If he doesn't break through, he will really lose the best opportunity to build the foundation. Qin Liangjun moved his lips and shook his head. Don't persuade me, it's best for you to use the foundation building pill. Murin Qinglian almost begged, but you are already 61 years old. If you don't build a foundation, it will only become more and more difficult in the future. You are not much younger than me, you should hurry up. What about you? Me? This arm has been broken twice, and it is not as good as before after it was reconnected. What if I build a foundation? Can I still peek into the golden core stage? Then you don't build a foundation, I will. If it succeeds, my lifespan will double. Do you want me to wait for you to pass away after 100 years, and I will be alone and helpless? How can I be alone and helpless? Don't I still have Xiaohu? We have contacted him before. He is now valued by Lauren sect and has great hope of building a foundation in the future. You know that's not what I'm talking about. The couple's quarrel suddenly broke out. This scene really caught Luo Chen off guard. Over the years, he has never seen Qin Liangjun and his wife quarrel. Seeing how familiar they were with the situation, I'm afraid that this kind of quarrel has broken out more than once during this period of time. What does marriage bring to men and women? He shuddered and raised his hand quickly. Stop, I said stop. Looking at the two people who had calmed down, Luo Chen said helplessly, it's not that simple to build a foundation, and it's not certain to succeed. Instead of pushing each other like this, why not let one of you try it first? Whether it succeeds or not, you can make arrangements later. Qin Liangjun nodded and said, that's true, so I also plan to let your sister-in-law try it first. Hearing this, Murin Qinglian was angry and amused, and even wanted to cry. It's obvious that you are the one who needs to build a foundation the most. But Luo Chen also said that building a foundation is not that simple. With my condition, the probability of failure will undoubtedly be particularly high. Why waste that foundation building pill? Why don't you? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Luo Chen was a little speechless. Is this the case that even a judge cannot judge family affairs? He couldn't persuade the two Taoist companions in the key refining stage when he was really practicing to build a foundation. This won't work. For both Muren Qinglian and Qin Liangzhen. The longer it drags on, the greater the loss. He, Luo Chen, had established his foundation at the age of 32, and now he thinks the time is not enough. The couple are both in their 50s and 60s, so they can't afford to delay. After thinking about it, Luo Chen made a decision. Sister-in-law, please go out first, let me talk to Brother Qin in private. The root of the problem was obviously still with Qin Liangzhen. Muren Qinglian looked at him eagerly, and only went outside the hall at the urging of Qin Liangzhen. After she left, Qin Liangzhen suddenly sighed. As he exhaled, he seemed to have aged by dozens of years, without the aura of a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the key refining stage. Is the usual strength and indifference just a disguise of a man? Luo Chen couldn't help but speak. Brother Qin, you. Xiao Luo, I won't call you the president, nor will I call you Luo Chen. I will call you by the same name as when we were in Daofang. Qin Liangzhen interrupted him, and his words seemed to have returned to the past. Luo Chen closed his mouth and let him continue. Xiao Luo, tell me from the bottom of your heart, in my current state, can I build a foundation? Facing those eyes that no longer had the sharpness of the past, Luo Chen tried to say maybe, perhaps, maybe, etc., but in the end, he was speechless. Those who can build a foundation are definitely not in Qin Liangzhen's current state. It has nothing to do with the perfection of the realm, nor does it depend on being fully prepared. The mentality is the most important. Without the determination to move forward, the breakthrough opportunity, which has a low chance of success, will be in vain even if there is a good panacea. He couldn't say that against his will. Looking at Luo Chen's true reaction, Qin Liangzhen smiled dejectedly. Look, you also know that my current state is not suitable for foundation building, so why force me? He walked to a table and poured a glass of wine. Do you know why I have reached the great perfection of key refining and have the foundation building pill you gave me that year, but I don't try to build a foundation? Afraid of failure? Afraid of waste? No. I am afraid of many things in my life, but not these. What I am afraid of is that after failure, I will be seriously injured and have no good years to live. I will not have time to accompany your sister-in-law and wait for Xiaohu to finish his studies. Based on my current physical condition, combined with the experience of the four of you who have truly cultivated foundation building, if I fail, at least I will be seriously injured and my life will be shortened, and at worst I will die on the spot. Instead of taking these risks, it is better to enjoy the remaining decades of life. In this way, even if I die, I will have no regrets. He drank one glass of wine after another. What he said was frank and open-minded. It seemed that he was the generous and heroic man again. Luo Chen pursed his lips and spoke with difficulty. What about my sister-in-law? Qin Liangzhen smiled gently. She is definitely more determined than me to build a foundation. As someone who sleeps beside me, I know her best. She loves me, she can't let go of Xiaohu, and she is reluctant to give up the Luo Chen club that she built brick by brick. If there is a chance, she, who seems weak, will leave more firmly than anyone else. Luo Chen was silent. It was also because of love. One person chose to retreat, and the other chose to advance. He understood, but it was difficult for him to feel the true meaning of it up close. If it were him, even if he was seriously injured and had only one day left to live, he would still take the risk. So, don't persuade me. Please persuade your sister-in-law more. We will lie to her later and say that you found a foundation-building elixir that is more suitable for my physique, and I will go to build the foundation in a few years. Don't be afraid, I won't let her blame you. At that time, I will pretend to be in seclusion for a month, and finally pretend that the foundation building failed, and come out alive and well. Compared to being seriously injured, she will definitely accept me who is intact after failure. Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of thing is this? You really know your pillow person well enough. Xiao Luo, you must promise me. Qin Liangzhen put down the wine glass heavily and stared at Luo Chen seriously. This time, Just treat it as a request from your elder brother." Luo Chen opened his mouth. In the end, he still didn't say no. When the door opened, Muir and King Lian walked in anxiously, and Qin Liangzhen showed a long-lost comfortable smile. "My wife, it's all settled. We can all build our foundations then. Xiao Luo knows that there is a set of foundation building elixirs that are more suitable for my physique, but it takes time to gather them together. So, don't push the foundation building pill to me." Muir and King Lian was stunned, and subconsciously looked at Luo Chen, who had his back to her. "Luo Chen, is it true?" Qin Liangzhen bit his lips and stared at Luo Chen's back nervously. Finally, as he expected, Luo Chen turned around and showed a natural smile comparable to that of a century-old movie emperor. "It's true." This was the first time he told a lie to a friend about the other person. At this moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. But seeing the sincere smiles of the couple, he felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with such a lie. Recommend a new book by an old author with 10,000 subscriptions. Chapter 269, Blood River 9 Realms. Luo Chen is oppressed. When I came here, I was not alone. On the way back to the city, there were more people. Wang Yuan, Qin Liangzhen and his wife, Gu Kai, a group of 4 people all took Luo Chen's ride. Luo Chen was in a depressed mood, but in order to prevent Qin Liangzhen and his wife from noticing anything, he acted as if nothing had happened and chatted with Wang Yuan about body refining. The same origin of gases is indeed a complete set of second-level body refining techniques, created when the body refining practitioners were declining. Luo Chen was surprised and said, "Didn't it happen thousands of years ago? Such a technique is still applicable to the current world of immortal cultivation." "Of course it is applicable." Wang Yuan smiled slightly. "It's only a few thousand years, which is very long for us, but for the truly powerful, it's just a snap of a finger." Luo Chen suddenly realized, in the world of immortal cultivation, there is no saying that modern people are not as good as ancient people, nor is there theory that old methods are not as good as new methods. Whether a set of techniques is powerful or not mainly depends on whether it is suitable for individuals. And it seems that the times have changed, and the world has changed. But for the great people who created the exercises, it might just be the time of blinking an eye or a retreat. It's impossible that they retreat once, and after hundreds of years, they will be old guys who can't keep up with the times. This set of exercises elaborates on the cultivation stages of the Blood River realm, which allows people to practice step by step to the baking furnace realm. "For me, it is a great opportunity," Wang Yuan said, with a sense of relief in his words. In the past, he mostly learned from the East and the West. Relying on knowledge and instinct, he learned from the strengths and made up for the weaknesses and improved his own cultivation system little by little. But after having the orthodox body refining exercises, the way forward finally became clear. Speaking of which, it was also thanks to Luo Chen who took a picture of this exercise for him. Blood River Realm? Baking Furnace Realm? Luo Chen was puzzled. Wang Yuan smiled slightly and explained to Luo Chen the division of the body refining realm. Before the innate, they were all ordinary people. And the limit that ordinary people can reach is the great Vajra realm after the innate. At this time, the body is more diamond-like and indestructible, which is the real first realm of body refining. According to the division of the same origin of Qi, the second realm focuses on cultivating Qi and blood, as well as developing the human body's great storage. Blood flows through the long river, Qi rushes to the sky, light and dark become elixir, and the 4 forces are united. In this way, it is considered the great success of the second realm. So the second realm is also called the Blood River realm. As for the baking furnace realm, Wang Yuan shook his head. The description in the book is just a few words. I have to wait until I reach that realm before I can experience it myself. Luo Chen asked curiously, that means you are now 90% sure about how to practice the Blood River realm? Not 90% sure, but at least I know the direction. Wang Yuan waved his hand and casually talked about the staged cultivation of the Blood River realm. Just like the 9 levels of the foundation building period, the Blood River realm is also divided into 9 small levels. Refine the internal organs, change the tendons, wash the marrow, open the meridians, open the orifices, bright force, dark force, transformation force, elixir force. Luo Chen was stunned. Is the body refining divided so meticulously? Developing the human body's great storage is an extremely dangerous thing, so it is natural to divide it into more detailed parts. Moreover, it seems detailed, but in fact, many things are parallel. Even if you are practicing the foundation, you may actually practice some part of it unconsciously. Wang Yuan said everything. He did not hide anything from Luo Chen, and even gave some examples. At the level of refining the internal organs, I had already mastered it before I even set foot in the world of immortal cultivation. It is the set of 5 internal organs health-preserving boxing, which can train the internal organs and nurse the 5 ki. Besides, the 2 stages of changing tendons and washing marrow. Every time you cultivators break through a major realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will automatically change tendons and wash marrow. And this meridian opening is easier to understand. Opening up the large and small meridians in the whole body allows the ki and blood to flow unimpeded, and every move is full of ki and blood. When you cultivators move spiritual power, you actually open up some meridians. The big difference is mainly in opening the orifices and practicing the 4 forces. Wang Yuan paused and mentioned Mingxin Posha. This set of exercises also has some means of opening the orifices. It's just that it only develops 36 acupoints in the human body. But there are more than 36 acupoints in this huge treasure of the human body. As for the 4 forces, that is to condense the scattered and vigorous ki and blood into ki force as much as possible. Bright and dark pills, 4 kinds of ki force, one stronger than the other. Wang Yuan was ignorant in his early years, but he also embarked on this path of cultivation. His killer move, Blood God Tribulation Finger, is a kind of bright force that he cultivated by condensing ki and blood. It can be said that Wang Yuan's previous body refining was indeed unsystematic. Refining a little here and a little there, all by himself. He was able to figure out the bright force Blood God Tribulation Finger in the early stage of the Blood River realm, which was really a gifted talent. But now, with a systematic practice method, he can improve himself in a targeted way later. After hearing this, Luo Chen suddenly sighed. No wonder the body cultivators are declining. Others didn't know why he sighed like this, but Wang Yuan felt the same way. Yes, the process of developing the human body's great storage is so cumbersome. Moreover, without the skyrocketing lifespan of the ki refiners after building their foundation, few people can completely complete the cultivation of the Blood River realm. Lifespan is only one aspect. The reason for the decline of the body cultivators is that the ki refiners actually practiced some body cultivation in the process of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Whether it is Yijin Zisu, Tongmei, or even the development of the human body's acupoints after the Jinden stage. Ki refiners can passively enhance their physiques during cultivation, so why should they focus on body cultivation? Decline is in line with the trend of the times. As for the powerful means mastered by the body cultivators, Mingjin, Enjin, the ki refiners, also have spells, magic weapons, formations, and talismans to replace them, which are even more convenient and more powerful. No one will give up the near and seek the far, and abandon the simple for the complicated. During the conversation, the flying boat soon entered Xianlin Peak. At the time of parting, Wang Yuan gave Luo Chen a piece of animal skin as thin as a cicada's wing. I have thoroughly studied this set of Yuanpeng transformation. You can take it and read it when you are free. After accepting the animal skin, Luo Chen nodded. After Wang Yuan left, Luo Chen carried the remaining 3 people to the 2nd level lower grade cave he had used before. It is now occupied by Min Longayu. However, he has just consolidated his realm. During this period, he will stay at Dangsha Peak and discuss with Duanfeng how to refine the embryo of the magic weapon and complete his array disc. Therefore, the cave was idle. It happened that Murin Kinglian had already reached the great perfection of ki refining and tried to impact the foundation. Simply let her use it. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Luo Chen had the spiritual formula to open the array and quickly opened it. Murin Kinglian went in and took a look around, quite satisfied. It's a good place. It's a pity that it's too expensive. Even if it is only a 2nd level lower grade cave, it costs 1,000 spirit stones a month. For ordinary foundation building cultivators, the normal monthly income is only 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. In other words, at least 1/3 of the monthly income, or even half, will be thrown into the big hole of rent. Some people may say, then don't you need the 2nd level spiritual land, can't you still practice? But only after the foundation building true cultivation truly feels the difference between the 1st and 2nd levels, will you insist on putting the spiritual stone into this hole. The speed of cultivation between the two is the difference between heaven and earth. Let's take Li Yixun as an example. She has been building her foundation in Daofeng for 20 to 30 years. After building her foundation, she can continue to practice after reaching the second level of foundation building. But when she came to Xianlan Fairy City, she only rented a cave for a year and was promoted to the third level of foundation building. Otherwise, she would not be favored by Lianian Business Alliance and recruited as an elder. Is it because of the improvement of qualifications to improve the speed of cultivation so fast? No. It's just that the external cultivation environment has changed. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, as long as you are satisfied. After you build your foundation, Luo Tian will adjust your salary, and you can also rent such a cave in Xianlan Peak." Murin Kinglian was about to agree. But when his eyes fell on Qin Liangchen, who was walking around the room, his words changed when he was about to speak. Renting a cave is really a big expense. But in fact, cultivators don't practice every day. In their spare time, the spiritual energy in the cave is a bit wasted. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, vaguely realizing what the other party wanted to say. "What do you mean?" Murin Kinglian stroked her hair. "There are now several foundation building cultivators in Luo Xianhu. Under your leadership, there will be more and more in the future. If everyone rents a cave, it will be a huge waste of spiritual stones. As far as I know, Xianlan Peak only prohibits the subletting of caves, but does not prohibit family and friends from renting together." At this point, Luo Chen completely understood what she meant. Rent together. Murin Kinglian nodded and said, "Yes. Instead of wasting, it is better to make good use of each time period. Anyway, what we refine and absorb is only the spiritual energy of the ground veins of Xianlan Fairy City, and we don't need to feel bad. And there is one more thing, President, I must mention it to you." From the previous Xiao Luo, she seamlessly switched back to the president. This means that what she wants to talk about next is business. Luo Chen's face was slightly solemn, waiting for the next words. Luo Xianhu is in the ascendant and has a bright future. But for now, it is just getting started. The income from the spiritual field has not yet been seen. The magic weapon business of the weapon hall is also consuming the spoils of war that have been saved before. The commission from the Biao Valley market will take time to increase. For now, it is still the elixirs you refine that support Luo Xianhu. In this case, it will be extremely difficult to support 4, 5, or even more foundation building cultivators at the same time. As far as I know, any force that can support more than 5 foundation building cultivators must have at least thousands of key refining cultivators under its command. The 200 people in our Luo Xianhu can't support it at all. Instead, it is your own value that is being squeezed. Murin Kinglian said slowly. The latter part of the words became even heavier. Luo Chen, who was listening, also had a changing expression. He remembered that during the Daofeng period, Mi Shuhu also supported him with thousands of key refining cultivators from the Great Pashan Gang. The same was true for Wang Heichao. He had mastered the art of alchemy, and the pressure was much less than theirs. But no matter how small it was, it would not be able to support so many foundation building cultivators in the future. By then, it would not be them who provided support to Luo Chen, but Luo Chen himself who supported them. In the final analysis, Luo Xianhu developed too fast. In particular, it also absorbed the group of elite cultivators in the key refining period from Daofeng. In addition, he was too generous, so that after coming to Xianlan Xiansheng, a place with abundant resources, a blowout situation of continuous foundation building was formed in an instant. Thinking of the future situation described by Murin Kinglian, Luo Chen felt heavy in his heart. That was definitely a situation of putting the cart before the horse. Seeing that Luo Chen was thinking deeply, he really took his words to heart. Murin Kinglian sighed and said, "I have been in the position of the head of the Sun Hall for a long time, so I realized that there is something wrong. But how to solve it still needs to be discussed and decided by you, the president, and President Sima." Luo Chen forced a smile. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for worrying about these things before building the foundation. It's just my job, why thank you. Well, then I'll go first. If you need anything, just ask Brother Qin to find me in the 17th cave above." Luo Chen left the cave and took the flying boat to go up. On the flying boat, there was still one person standing quietly. Looking at Luo Chen's frown, Gu Kai bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, her eyes flickering. After a while, the two entered the cave. Bai Mealing floated out of the small bedroom where the ghost mill was placed and greeted Gu Kai. It was a bit strange and indifferent, but Gu Kai didn't care. She knew that Bai Miling had turned to ghost cultivation and her personality had changed drastically from before, and she didn't dislike her. Kai, come with me. Here are all the chalcedony pills that the master has refined in the past 6 months. Bai Miling floated in front and entered a huge pill-raising room. The reason why Gu Kai came here was also to pick up the goods. Luo Chen basically never goes out of the main door now, and he refines the pills in the cave. After refining, people come to pick them up regularly. As the head of the Jintang Hall and sitting in the Dangsha Hall in the city, Gu Kai is the best choice to pick up the pills. Before entering the pill-raising room, she subconsciously glanced at Luo Chen in the living room. The other party paced in small steps, and the sadness between his eyebrows never dissipated. In the pill-raising room, the densely packed pills were packed in several storage bags. Gu Kai counted them carefully. She needed to have a score for the number of pills, and then take them out to sell them in bottles, and every profit must be recorded. Bai Miling squatted on the ground, drawing circles with a branch out of boredom. Xialing. Is he like this usually? Oh, you mean the master? Bai Miling stuck out her long tongue, a little creepy. The master is not like this usually, he is always practicing and reading, rarely does he look so idle. That's not doing nothing, but thinking about the future of Luo Chen. Gu Kai shook her head, she found that she couldn't get anything from Bai Miling. Soon. Before dark, Gu Kai counted the specific number of jade marrow pills. In half a year, there were 20,000. If you sell them, without considering many costs, you can get 170,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is a huge profit. But compared with Luo Chen's peak period, it is less. This is related to the fact that he spent half of his time practicing and refining other pills. And without the assistance of the Dan Hall's logistics monks. So the output has decreased. In fact, it has actually increased a little. Because the soul has been promoted to the late stage of foundation building, coupled with the second-level earth fire, and the Ice Emperor Cauldron has increased the yield of pills. Luo Chen only spent half the time, but he improved by 10% on the original basis. Gu Kai didn't know the latter, but she was not a Xiangxianglao female cultivator who had never touched the water. Having been in a high position for a long time, she knew the salaries of the cultivators at all levels of Luo Chen very well. Just by calculating this batch of pills, after deducting various costs, she roughly calculated Luo Chen's income. About 30,000 to 60,000 spirit stones. This income is a huge sum of money that is out of reach for any key refining cultivator. Even for the foundation building cultivator, it is an income that is difficult for ordinary foundation building cultivators to obtain. But Gu Kai knew that Luo Chen's demand for resources was also extremely huge. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this second-level upper-grade cave house requires 48,000 spirit stones a year. No wonder Sister King Lian said that Luo Chen is going to squeeze Luo Chen in turn. After thinking about it, she hid these storage bags close to her body. Gu Kai left the pill-raising room. President, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Luo Chen raised his head and said speechlessly, just say it, you can't ask me to grant you innocence first. Puff. Gu Kai, who was originally full of worries, couldn't help but laughed out loud. However, after this, the atmosphere was not so solemn. I think you treat everyone too well. Luo Chen tilted his head and thought about it seriously. It seems to be better. Gu Kai sat down opposite him, with her hands on her knees, and her manners were dignified and generous. You are good to everyone, this is well known. But, it's a little too good. As far as I know, the treatment of Luo Chen monks is unique among the small forces near Xianlin Immortal City. It is even comparable to those medium-sized forces that have been operating for hundreds of years. But sometimes, the more you give, the better. You should also understand the principle of gratitude and resentment. Besides, now you are refining the pills yourself, and we help you sell them. The labor costs of some links in the middle have actually disappeared a long time ago. In my opinion, the treatment of some people should be readjusted. After listening to this, Luo Chen lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head. Looking at the bright and beautiful Gu Kai, he suddenly said, do you know that if others know what you said, other low-level monks will stab you in the back? Gu Kai opened her mouth slightly, a little unresponsive. I know you are thinking about me. Luo Chen smiled, But you should be careful in your words in the future. Some responsibilities are not yours to bear, nor are they something you can bear. Gukai nodded, but still couldn't help asking, you should also consider yourself. In fact, even if you earn a little more, the people below won't say anything. Yes. What can they say? The realm is not as good as mine, and the confidence is not enough. What's more, Luo Chen has come all the way and brought them from the remote countryside to Cheyenne Fairy City. They have a new home and a force organization to rely on. But some things are not something that can be said openly. Okay, I know your good intentions, don't worry about these things in the future. The attitude suddenly became a little cold. Gukai didn't know why. But the Jade Marrow Pill had been received, and there was no reason to stay any longer. Then I'll go back to Dangsha Palace first. He stood up and walked out of the cave. Wait. Suddenly, Luo Chen stopped her. Looking at the woman who turned around and looked a little confused, Luo Chen sighed inexplicably. The few Jade pills I gave you last year have all been used up. Chapter 270, Top Grade Zongmiao Pill. You must have used up all the Jade pills I gave you last year. Gukai's face clearly showed an expression of wanting when she heard the word Jade pills. But this emotion was fleeting, and the words that came out of her mouth became, there are more. Luo Chen curled his lips and used his spiritual power to hold a jade bottle over. There are 6 Jade pills in it. According to the special method I taught you before, decompose and take them. 1 pill every 2 months is just enough for a year, which is enough to improve your cultivation. Holding the jade bottle with her slender hands, Gukai whispered, I have inquired about this kind of pill. It is very expensive. You are so short of spiritual stones, how can I? Stop. Luo Chen raised his hand, I am short of spiritual stones, but I am not short of these hundreds of spiritual stones. I give it to you, just keep it. At the end, he added another sentence. I let Min Longayu live in the cave for free for half a month, and I didn't confiscate his spiritual stones. Gukai blinked her big watery eyes and happily accepted the Jade pill. This elixir does have unexpected benefits for her. Then I'll go first. The woman's voice was inexplicably cheerful. Go, go. Luo Chen waved his hand, quite impatient. After Gukai left in the night, Luo Chen sighed in vain. He knew that the sentence he just added was a bit of an attempt to cover up. For Gukai, his mood was particularly complicated. When he was young, he did briefly have thoughts such as desire and touch for this bright and beautiful woman. But as he practiced for a long time, his heart gradually became clear. He also realized that it was just the instinctive desire of the young new AI. There was no love or liking, and the rest was just friendship between friends. But after experiencing the simulation of the ghost and God mirror, he would occasionally think of that sentence in his mind. Let's not fight, okay? This did not fit his ambition. So, after waking up, he tried to avoid talking about things related to Gukai. But Gukai's heartfelt consideration for him just now seemed to pull him back to the simulation screen of the heart mirror. Forget it, let everything go with the flow. You can help a little, but if you can't keep up with my pace, you will be just a handful of yellow soil after all. Luo Chen shook his head and turned into the quiet room. Early the next morning, Sima Wei Niang hurried to Cheyenne Peak and talked with Luo Chen for a long time. It was not until the afternoon that she returned to Dangsha Peak. Not long after, a welfare was announced in Luo Xianhu. That is, Luo Xianhu will invest 20,000 spirit stones every year to rent a second-level medium-grade cave on Cheyenne Peak for a long time. Any cultivator who has reached the foundation building stage can use this medium-grade cave regularly. Not only that, cultivators who have reached the great perfection of key refining can report in advance and reserve foundation building spiritual medicines based on their merits. As long as Luo Xianhu buys foundation building spiritual medicines in the future, they will be issued immediately. Moreover, when the cultivator is building his foundation, he can apply for the use of a second-level cave house for free. As soon as this news came out, it set off an uproar in Luo Xianhu. All low-level cultivators yearn for it, expecting that after they build their foundation, they can live in a second-level medium-grade cave house. And several foundation-building cultivators also think this is great. Their income is considered high. But they can't afford the low-grade cave house that costs 10,000 yuan a year. Now they can use the medium-grade cave house regularly, even if they have to exchange with others. It is much more cost-effective than renting a cave house alone before. As for the inconvenience, In the face of the saved spirit stones and the more abundant spiritual energy concentration, it is not a big deal at all. After this welfare was promulgated, Sima Wei Niang's actions did not stop. She first caught a few people who were idle, lying on the previous merit book to eat and drink, but lazy on weekdays. These people were caught and criticized in public. Then, Sima Wei Niang took this opportunity to make trouble and mentioned the action of rectifying Luo Chen. The specific actions were focused on the basic salary and merit system. She joined forces with the honor hall to make a big change to the merit system. In the future, merit will no longer be used only to exchange for skills and elixirs, but will be linked to salary. The basic salary of the entire Luo Chen monks has been reduced across the board. For example, the basic salary of the late-stage key refining monks in the battle hall used to be 100 spirit stones per month. Now it is adjusted to 80 per month. The 20 spirit stones deducted will be calculated based on the size of the merit each year and will be distributed together after the year-end assessment. If the merit is not enough, you can only get the basic 80. If the merit is enough, you can not only get 100, but even more. As for how to calculate the merit of the battle hall, there is a set of detailed standards jointly formulated by Sima Wei Niang and the monks of the honor hall. How much combat effort, how well the guard work and patrol work are done, and even the personal realm progress of the monks in the battle hall will be calculated. Not just the battle hall. There are detailed merit standards for each hall. The alchemy hall will be linked to the alchemy income of the 4 alchemists Chu, Mi, Chu, and Ma. The instrument hall will be linked to the quenching of mineral materials, the production of magic tools, and the income of magic tools. The medicine hall will be linked to the growth of spiritual plants, the harvest of spiritual fields, and the harvest of medicinal materials. It can even be said that it is not just the cultivators in the key refining stage. Even the 3 major foundation building cultivators, except Luo Chen, have their basic salaries reduced by hundreds of spirit stones. In a word, the merits of the merit hall will become extremely important in the future and will no longer be just a tasteless thing. The accumulation of merits depends on how much each person has contributed to the Luo Chen Association. Once this measure is implemented, most of the salted fish who eat and wait to die can be directly eliminated. Some people expressed dissatisfaction. However, Sima Wei Niang said in return, "The generosity of the president is not a reason for you to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor." This sentence directly shut everyone up. As for the reduction in basic salaries, most low-level cultivators accepted the welfare pie. After all, as long as enough merits are accumulated, the income will not necessarily be less than before. Moreover, there is also a foundation building ascending channel. As for the high-level cultivators, they have no objection because they can directly use the middle-grade cave house. They lose a few hundred spirit stones every month, which is only a few thousand a year. Compared with the price of renting a cave house, this money is more cost-effective. Moreover, it is a middle-grade cave house. This whole set of measures basically achieved Luo Chen's goal. In fact, this set of measures is not complicated. It is just to upgrade the merit system to the performance system in his previous workplace. In this way, goals can be set regularly and internal inspections can be carried out. Moreover, some people in the internal are idle, and the problems of salted fish borers can be dug out. To put it in a bigger way, Luo Chen can redistribute the benefits. Allocate some lazy dogs' spirit stones to some diligent people. And at the end of the year, the spirit stones saved during the gap in the middle of the year will be a huge amount of working capital for him and even the Luo Chen Association. Moreover, with this set of merit system, internal competition can be promoted and common growth can be achieved. As for the set of welfare, in fact, the wool comes from the sheep. 20,000 spiritual stones a year may seem like a lot. But as more and more foundation-building cultivators are added up in the future, the basic salary cuts every month will definitely far exceed 20,000 spiritual stones in a year. Dangsha Peak, Huxin Hall. Sima Wei Niang sat at the top, with a huge desk in front of her. The outer sect steward Suzai Ali stood respectfully below. After a long time, Sima Wei Niang raised her head. "You can recruit independent cultivators with clean backgrounds. You decide on this, and I and the people from the Hall of Honor will be responsible for the final review." Suzai Ali's eyes lit up when he heard it. The outer sect can finally recruit people. He will no longer be alone in the future. "Don't worry, President, Zaya Ali will never let you down, and I will never let the president down." Seeing him leave excitedly, Sima Wei Niang smiled and shook her head. The internal policies are only suitable for changes to this extent at present, and how to change them in the future will have to be done step by step according to the circumstances. As for the external affairs, we have to start recruiting people. Just as the president said, only 200 people can't support too many foundation-building monks. The number of low-level monks must be increased. All newly recruited casual cultivators will be assigned to the outer sect. Don't think too much about basic salary, it depends on merit. As for how to arrange the extra manpower, Luo Chen, whose hundreds of spiritual fields are still worried about not having enough manpower. Otherwise, they wouldn't let the monks of the battle hall go to the fields to farm. In the future, as Luo Chen develops, various positions will always need miscellaneous manpower. What's more, many casual cultivators just want to have a place to practice. On Xianlin Peak. In the 17th cave, Luo Chen waved his hand, and 3 snow-white pills flew out of the Ice Emperor cauldron that was freely turning red and white. They fell into his hands. Looking at the 3.5 cloud patterns that were still faintly extending, Luo Chen's calm mood was filled with excitement. Top-grade Zongmiao Pill. Even though he had expected it, he was still a little nervous after he had refined the Zongmiao Pill to perfection. He was worried whether he could refine top-grade pills like before. He was worried whether the first-grade top-grade pill would have any effect on him. But after sniffing the fragrance of the pill, all his worries disappeared. That dreamlike feeling. There was no mistake. Top-grade Zongmiao Pill must be useful to him. Just think about it, the first-grade top-grade Zongmiao Pill has a weak effect on the third-grade monster beast. He is only in the early stage of foundation building, so it will naturally have an effect. Even if it is only weak, as long as it slightly improves the soul foundation, it is worth it. Without hesitation. Leaving the aftermath of cleaning the alchemy furnace to buy mealing, Luo Chen went straight to the quiet room. Emptying his mind and eliminating distracting thoughts, he took out a snow-white Zongmiao Pill and took it solemnly. After an incense stick, Luo Chen's eyelids trembled, and his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. In the empty sea of consciousness, a golden light was quietly circling. According to the saying of the immortal world, this golden light is the manifestation of the soul. When refining Qi, one is trapped in the sea of consciousness and cannot go out. After building the foundation, the danshan turns into the sea, and the sea of consciousness is pulled, so the soul can be released to the outside, forming the so-called spiritual consciousness. When the golden elixir is condensed, the sea of consciousness becomes a mansion, forming the purple mansion treasure land, and the spiritual consciousness merges with the spirit and turns into the divine consciousness. It is said that after reaching the nascent soul stage, this golden light can even turn into human form, which is called the nascent soul that condenses the 3 souls and 7 spirits. At this moment, the golden light trembled slightly, and there was a faint feeling of swelling and fullness. In the dark, Luo Chen felt that he had become stronger. With a move of his mind, Luo Chen's consciousness left the sea of consciousness. Opening his eyes, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The top-grade Zongmiao Pill really worked for him. It was even better than he imagined. Before, the soul foundation barely reached the standard of a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, and it was not very stable. But after taking a Zongmiao Pill, he was completely stable, and even had an inexplicable feeling of fullness. If I keep taking it, my soul foundation will definitely grow again. 3 top-grade Zongmiao Pills, 1 every 10 days, can be used for my 1-month practice. At this moment, Luo Chen's heart was full of hope. No wonder he valued the soul so much. In fact, the soul is too important. It is not very obvious during the battle, but it really has a wonderful and extraordinary effect on daily practice and life. When he was in a low state, his soul was too weak to run Chong Gong twice a day. It was relying on ancient incense that solved this problem. After refining pills every day, he was not energetic. It was after he passed the heart tribulation that he could refine 1 more furnace of pills every day. After building the foundation, it was also because the soul became stronger that he could perfectly absorb the Lishan incense and run the life-saving skills 10 times a day. Moreover, Chu Kui accidentally let it slip before that the soul was extremely important when forming the pill. From his tone, it seemed to be much more important than the perfection of spiritual power and the strength of the body. That's exactly the case. Luo Chen didn't hesitate to spend half a year, divert the time of refining the Jade Marrow Pill, and lose a large number of spirit stones, in order to improve the proficiency of the Zongmiao Pill. just to refine the best Zongmiao Pill and enhance the foundation of the soul. I hope that one day in the future, I can prove that my decision is not wrong. Luo Chen sighed and looked at the storage bag. In it, there are thousands of Zongmiao Pills. They are all low-grade, medium-grade, and even more than 500 high-grade Zongmiao Pills refined in the process of brushing proficiency. What should be done with this batch of Zongmiao Pills? It is definitely impossible to leave them idle. That's too wasteful. In order to brush proficiency, he spent more than 10,000 spirit stones of raw materials. Not to mention the time diverted. If he used it to refine the jade marrow pill, he would lose at least 80,000 or 90,000 spirit stones. This back and forth, that is a cost of nearly 100,000. Therefore, this batch of Zongmiao Pills must make back the cost. Of the 1,000 Zongmiao Pills, 100 are of the lower grade. These can be placed in the Luo Chen Association and exchanged for internal merits. This is my benefit to them. The benefits of Zongmiao Pills are beyond doubt. In the Luo Chen Association, they are widely loved by the 9th level cultivators of key refining. As for the other 300 middle grade and 600 top grade Zongmiao Pills, he plans to find another channel to dispose of them. It's not that he doesn't want to give them to his subordinates. But the danger of Zongmiao Pills of middle grade and top grade has increased to an extremely high level. It is not something that cultivators in the key refining stage can resist at all. Foundation building true cultivators should like this stuff very much. Luo Chen can't use middle grade and top grade ones because he took hundreds of low grade Zongmiao Pills during the key refining stage. As a result, the effect of middle grade and top grade Zongmiao Pills on him has been weakened to almost zero. There may be drug resistance among them. Only the top grade Zongmiao Pills can have a partial effect on him. But he couldn't use it, while those who had never taken Zongmiao Pills could use a small amount. Pills that increase the essence of the soul have always been in short supply. This can be seen from the fact that Nuanyang Wengxiang is only a semi-finished third-level medicinal material, but it can be sold at a high price of 7,800 spirit stones. The spirit stones that can be harvested from this large batch of Zongmiao Pills will definitely be a huge number. It just so happens that Luo Chen is in great need of spirit stones now. Which channel should I go through? This thing is in short supply, but it is also hot. Large-scale sales will easily attract covetousness, especially from big forces. So, it's best not to use the name of Luo Xianhu, let alone my name. In fact, it's better for me not to show up in person. And we must cut off future troubles to avoid being chased by others. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Luo Chen's mind. It's him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Fellow Taoist Luo Chen, Save Me. Qinhu River. The river, which was originally surging, entered a huge bend halfway through and became calm. The bend was huge, several dozen feet wide. The river was calm and the breeze was blowing. Two figures sat side by the river, with medicinal tea in the middle and a fishing rod emitting spiritual light in each hand. My Li family is well known in Xianlan Fairy City for its alchemy and cultivation of 7 kinds of medicinal materials. But in fact, in addition to medicinal materials and elixirs, there are 3 other spiritual fish ponds as supplementary income. The Huang Bay under my feet is one of the spiritual fish ponds, and the fish raised are Huanhu fish that need running water. Li Jinhuang stroked his gray beard and talked freely. The many businesses of the Li family mentioned are all the lifeblood of the Li family. He said it so generously, as if he was not afraid of the man next to him coveting it. Luo Chen smiled slightly, glanced at the motionless fishing rod, and said casually, "If you want to fish, why not go to the real big rivers? It's really boring to come here to raise fish in the fish pond." The implication is that fishing in a pond cannot show real skills. It has to be a big river to show your skills. Unexpectedly, Li Jinhuang waved his hand. "Dao, you are wrong. What you are fishing for is not the raised Huanhu fish." "Oh? What do you mean?" "Huanhu fish needs running water as a source, so the fish pond can only be built in this Huang Bay. But in the Qinhu River, there is a kind of green scale dragonfish, which likes Huanhu fish's food the most. Now that the two are adjacent, the green scale dragonfish often come in to supplement their food. Even if there are magic tools to block it, there are often fish that slip through the net and sneak in, causing great losses to my Li family. Li Jinhong paused and pointed at the fishing rod. The bait we use is specially made from the bones of Huanhe fish, which is particularly attractive to blue-scale dragonfish. Luo Chen suddenly realized. So, I'm working for your Li family for free. Li Jinhong said in a vicissitudes of life tone. Dao is trying to use my channels to sell elixirs for you, isn't that making me work for free? Luo Chen frowned. Of course I won't miss your share of the reward. I'm a dying man, what's the use of a few spirit stones? Li Jinhong looked at Luo Chen calmly. At this moment, Luo Chen was silent. The other party's lifespan is not much, at most a few years to live. Earning spirit stones is really useless. Like Duan Kaiankin, before he died, he spent money like crazy to purchase various resources for the family. Li Jinhong, the same is true. After a while, Luo Chen raised his head and met the calm and vicissitudes of life eyes. Tell me, what do you want? Li Jinhong nodded, but did not mention what he wanted, but first said what he could do. I will dispose of your pills for you. The price will definitely satisfy you. I will make sure that no one knows that you made them. Even others can't find me. In this way, everything is complete and foolproof. Are you sure? Luo Chen was a little skeptical. It's reasonable not to find him. But even Li Jinhong, who did it himself, can cover it up. It's a bit amazing. Li Jinhong smiled slightly. I was born in Xianlan Fairy City since I was a child. I know this 1,000 miles of land, 10,000 miles of range, and countless sects, big and small. It's just a few channels for selling stolen goods, but it's not easy. I can even say that I won't leave that batch of pills in Xianlan Fairy City for processing. In this way, you can rest assured. He said this, and Luo Chen was a little more convinced. The other party is also an alchemist, although not very powerful, and can only refine first-level ones. But he must know much more about the underground channels for selling pills than Luo Chen, a newcomer who has been in Xianlan Fairy City for only a few years. Then the question comes back to the end. Tell me what you want, I'll do my best. What I want is very simple. Li Jinhong took a deep breath, his vicissitudes of life eyes became burning, staring at Luo Chen. If my Li family's Kilin son succeeds in building his foundation, let him join Luo Xianhu and give him a nominal position of elder. Luo Chen was stunned. A true cultivator who has built his foundation joins Luo Xianhu, and he only wants the position of elder, and it's a nominal position? What if it doesn't work? His mind turned rapidly, but he asked. Li Jinhong sighed. If it doesn't work, I hope you can promote Yuan Dongsheng to the position of the head of the medicine hall. Yuan Dongsheng, the grandson of Grandma Yuan. At the same time, he is also the object of marriage between Luo Xianhu and Qinhu Li family. They have been engaged before. After a year, they will be married. Luo Chen was even more confused. Why do I feel that no matter what, it's my Luo Xianhu who wins? Isn't it good? Li Jinhong said with a smile. Luo Chen shook his head. I only know that there is no good thing without reason, there is gain and loss. Li Jinhong nodded. Of course, I just hope that you can take care of the Qinhu Li family on my behalf at a critical moment. So that's it. Whether it is the newly promoted foundation building of the Li family joining the Luotian Association, or the promotion of Li's son-in-law Yuan Dongsheng to the position of hallmaster, they are all directly increasing the status of the Qinhuajiang Li family in the Luotian Association. If a disaster comes, the Li family can naturally rely on the Luotian Association to survive. Luo Chen sighed. You really worry about this family. But the subject changed. Aren't you afraid that after you leave, I will use Yuan Dongsheng's name to embezzle your Li family's assets? Li Jinhong stroked his beard and smiled. After I leave, if the Li family does not have a leader to revive, then even without you, there will be others who covet this family property. Compared to those foundation-building people outside with ulterior motives, I believe in you more. At least, with your tolerance, you will not kill them all, and will leave some leftovers for my Li family. Am I right, fellow Taoist Luo Chen? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and for a moment he really didn't know how to answer. The other party had obviously investigated his deeds in depth. From this, he could judge his character and do the entrustment. This is a recognition of his personality charm. Fellow Taoist, the fish is hooked. A reminder came from his ear, and Luo Chen pulled up the black fishing rod with force. The transparent and tough fishing line was pulled out suddenly. In the cold wind, a huge dragonfish struggled to be pulled out of the water. The green fish scales flashed with strong demonic fluctuations. This turned out to be a first-stage late-stage green-scale dragonfish. Dao, quickly bring it up, this fish is a good thing. Master, Sister Mi's alchemy skills have improved a lot recently. 10 furnaces can produce more than 20 Zongmiao pills. How did you know that I caught a 700 jin green-scale dragonfish? Oh, the excited Chu Lingjun was stunned. Luo Chen laughed, praised Meili next to him, and went up to Dangsha Peak. He handed the huge green-scaled dragonfish to Yuan Dongshen. This is a good thing. The feces can be used as fertilizer to improve the air permeability of the soil. It can allow spiritual energy to penetrate into the roots of spiritual plants, making them grow fast and well. Yuan Dongsheng's eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly. He had heard about the green-scaled dragonfish from his fiancée Li Yingjun. The reason why the Li family's medicinal materials business is so good is that they often use the feces of green-scaled dragonfish to improve the grade of spiritual fields and assist the growth of spiritual value. I just didn't expect it. The president actually caught a big fish of the late first stage. Yuan Dongsheng immediately sent someone to take the big fish down and feed it, and then took Luo Chen to wander in the mountains. This mountain is relatively flat, with a total of 37 spiritual fields, and all of them have been restored to their grades. We pulled out the Shiankan kidney beans and Shixiang cardamom that we planted before, and are ready to plant Kingang Huakeo after the heavy snow. This is a spiritual herb with abundant spiritual energy, high economic value, and a short growth cycle. The only disadvantage is that it is too fragile and needs to be carefully cared for. But Elder Min Longayu came to survey once and said that a set of formations could be arranged to protect the growth of Kingang Huakeo. The two talked as they walked. Most of the time, Yuan Dongsheng was talking and Luo Chen was listening. Along the way, from time to time, they would meet some Warhol monks who came to the spiritual fields to earn merits. When they met Luo Chen, they would always take the initiative to stand aside and greet Luo Chen warmly and respectfully. Luo Chen responded with a smile. Occasionally, when he met a familiar subordinate, he would stop and ask about his cultivation progress, and answer his questions in a few words. In this way, he walked and talked all the way. Luo Chen finally had a comprehensive understanding of the spiritual fields on Dangsha Peak. It can be said that this is an extremely huge fortune. If it is managed well, the annual income will be hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. If the Dantang where Luo Chen is put aside, these spiritual fields will be the main source of income for Luo Xianhu. It is definitely a huge profit to rent this Dangsha Peak for 100,000 spiritual stones for 10 years. However, Bingbao did not lose money either. They only have the right to collect rent, and this Dangsha Peak is actually the common property of the 7 sects. It's just that the son doesn't feel bad about selling his father's land. What's more, it is quite hard to manage the spiritual fields, and it needs to be looked after all the time. Moreover, it also requires a senior spiritual plant husband like Yuan Dongshen. If it were other casual cultivators who don't eat grains, they wouldn't know how to plant or what to plant if they were given a piece of land. No one rented it before, mainly because the situation at Dangsha Peak was too complicated. The rent was high, there were many independent cultivators, and small forces such as Shangguang sect and Zheng family intervened. In the end, Luo Chen relied on his eloquence and strength to conquer this territory. Even so, in order to restore the grade of these spiritual fields, Luo Xianhu still spent a lot of effort. Walking to a remote place. Several narrow spiritual fields have been planted with star-cooling vines that can climb the rock walls. Luo Chen stopped. You did a good job, and I hope you can do better in the future. Yuan Dongsheng smiled reservedly. President, you have been very kind to me and found me an excellent marriage. These are what I should do. It seems that he is very satisfied with his fiancée Li Yingjun. Luo Chen shook his head. Keep working hard in the future. When you reach the 9th level of key refining, I will take charge of this medicine hall and let you be in charge. Yuan Dongsheng was stunned. He subconsciously asked, what about Huo Master Bianzhen? He doesn't know these things, he just relies on his realm to sit in the medicine hall. Luo Chen turned around and walked back. When the time comes, Luo Tian will have other arrangements for him. With this, Yuan Dongsheng felt relieved. Following behind Luo Chen, he looked excited, and his heart was even more excited. He had no desire for power. But the medicine hall was built and developed by his grandmother. If one day in the future, he can take charge of the medicine hall again, it would be considered not disappointing his grandmother's expectations. Next, Luo Chen went all the way to the weapon hall and the war hall, and even took time to see the small market in the Biao Valley, which had begun to take shape. After completing this circle, it was already very late. When he returned to the Luo Chen hall, Sima Wei Niang had been waiting quietly for a long time. Sitting on the chair, Luo Chen said with emotion, "Wei Niang, you did a really good job." Even though her mentality had been tempered to be extremely mature after many years of tempering, Sima Wei Niang still felt a little sour when she heard Luo Chen's heartfelt praise. Outsiders don't know why Luo Chen praised him without a beginning or an end. Only Sima Wei Niang knows it well. This afternoon, Luo Chen did not just visit and ask about the development of each hall. He also judged their current attitude towards Luo Xianhu through a few words with each monk who had a brief contact. Cutting the basic salary across the board is undoubtedly a risky move. Facts have proved that the decline of countless large companies all started from increasing revenue and reducing expenditure and grasping internal personnel management. Luo Chen was just an exploited middle-level social animal in his previous life. For these principles, he knew the facts but didn't know the reasons. Therefore, when he decided to take this step, he was still uneasy. He didn't want to see the Luo Xianhu, which he founded, end so hastily. However, the reality proved that he had to do this. Otherwise, the collapse of Luo Xianhu would only come faster. During this period, Luo Chen had been thinking about this matter. That's why he came directly to Dangshi Peak after meeting Li Jinhuang. But after seeing and hearing all along, he found that there was no such situation of public discontent. This proves that the internal monks have accepted the previous series of policies. What makes them accepted is not how good the policy is, but the people who implement the policy are good enough. Therefore, he will praise Sima Wei Niang spontaneously. This woman may be limited by her realm in knowledge and business development, but she is really talented in management and personnel adjustment. Now, after many years, she has converted her talent into strength. President, you are too kind. I can do this. Everything is still because of your prestige, so it can go on unimpeded. Prestige? Maybe. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled. Looking at the slightly tired woman, I think she has suffered a lot of grievances and a lot of infamy in the implementation of the meritorious policy. After all, the generous one is President Luo Chen. The stingy one is always President Sima Wei Niang. Sima Wei Niang said seriously, at the beginning of the implementation of the meritorious policy, I first killed the chicken to scare the monkey to shock everyone, and then gave welfare benefits with a big stick in one hand and a sweet date in the other. In particular, the treatment of our Luo Xianhu is much better than that of the nearby forces of all sizes. Whether it is good or bad, everyone has their own account in their hearts. And the most important thing is that everyone feels that following the president will have a day to come out. Duan, Wang, and Min are building their foundation in the front, and the head of Murin Hall is about to sprint, so what about the back? What about the future? Everyone thinks that they also have a chance. And this opportunity, other small forces leaders will not give it, only the president. Is that right? Luo Chen was very happy to hear it, but he thought of Li Jinhuang's words in the morning. Haha. That old man, I think he also judged his character based on this. After all, everyone can say nice words, but how true it is depends on the actual situation. Luo Chen did not say too many nice words, but Luo Xianhu did give birth to true cultivation in the foundation building period again and again. This is the most powerful evidence. I am very relieved to leave Luo Xianhu to you. Do a good job. Without saying any more high-sounding words, Luo Chen encouraged him and left Dangshi Peak. If it is later, the gate of Xianlin will be closed, and he will have to trouble the old man Su Jingnian again when he goes back. Now is the critical moment to sprint to the middle stage of foundation building, and Luo Chen does not want to waste a day. Today, he took a whole day out to check the hidden dangers of Luo Xianhu. Only when Luo Xianhu is safe and sound, he can concentrate on alchemy and practice. Under the cold moonlight, a flying boat broke through the air over the wasteland. Suddenly, Luo Chen frowned and his eyes fell not far ahead. 3 flying eagles, tumbling in the air. The magic weapon flickered, and the murderous intent was fierce. A figure, under the siege of 3 enemies and 3 flying eagles, was caught in a dilemma. Interesting. A true cultivator in the foundation building stage was actually forced into such a mess by 3 cultivators in the key refining stage. Luo Chen shook his head, not wanting to get involved in this mess. After just a glance, he used all his strength to drive the lanky flying boat to bypass the people in front. During the flight, his eyes were fixed on the battle group. He always felt that the person being besieged looked familiar. Huh? It's him. Luo Chen remembered that this was the scarred monk who sold him 3 incomplete magic weapons. This person and Min Longai built their foundations almost at the same time, and later left Xianlan Immortal City before he even had time to stabilize his realm. While watching, the scarred monk seemed to be forced into a desperate situation and shouted violently, "Youngster, you are bullying too much? Come and die." Before the words fell, a brilliant sword light suddenly swung out. The sword light was magnificent, like a sword of a god, and it was invincible. Under the sword, the 3 key refining cultivators and the 3 flying eagles had almost no power to resist. They were wiped out without even a last word. Magic weapon. Tisk tisk, what a pity, this person seems to have just made a simple sacrifice. With just 1 sword, he drained all the spiritual power in his body and hurt himself. However, 3 key refining cultivators dared to besiege the foundation establishment true cultivator. They really don't know how to live or die. Luo Chen saw the 3 people clearly. Maybe they can be considered good players, but they are not that strong. Even Duan Feng and Qin Liangjin in the Daofeng period were a little worse, and their strength was roughly the same as Xing Wen. This kind of person wants to kill the enemy across levels, which is really ignorant of life and death. Shaking his head, Luo Chen steered the flying boat and bypassed a battle group. Suddenly, behind him, Dao Luo Chen, save me. Chapter 272, 3rd Level Kung Fu, Mysterious Ghost Record. On the lanky flying boat, Luo Chen looked far behind him and confirmed that no enemy had caught up with him for the time being, and no one had noticed him. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the scarred monk who was lying on the ground, covered in blood. "You are powerless now, aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of the situation to rob you?" The scarred monk forced a smile with difficulty. Anyone who can ask such a question is not the kind of person who takes advantage of the situation to rob you. Besides, I still trust the reputation of the leader of Luo Xianhu for his generous temperament. "Do you know me?" Luo Chen frowned. When he participated in the trade fair to shop, he concealed his true appearance and aura. He was really surprised for a moment when the other party called him by his name just now. That's why he took the initiative to bring him on the flying boat. Some troubles should be within the controllable range. "I don't know you, but I know your flying boat. In the entire Xianlan Immortal City, you are the only one who has this first-class flying boat. So that's how it is." Luo Chen looked at the flying boat under his feet, and it was actually it that exposed his identity. That's right, he had always used this lanky flying boat when he went in and out. Even though he often concealed his appearance, the appearance of the flying boat would always be remembered by those who were interested. In addition, when Wanbao Pavilion first started to promote land flying boats, it often used his boat for advertising. As time went by, although he rarely showed up, his reputation had indeed spread with the flying boat and Luo Xianhu. However, a kind temperament? What kind of reputation is this? The scarred monk struggled to sit up, half leaning against the wall. Even if you are the kind of person who knows a person's face but not his heart, it is better to die in your hands than to let my enemy get away with it. Enemy. Luo Chen responded casually. Yes, I am not a casual cultivator, but Xing Zongan, the head of the Xing family of Xiandao Peak. My enemy is the Ying family of the neighboring Xianying Peak. We have had a grudge for a long time. Over the years, the hatred has grown. As the news that I was going to build a foundation in Xianlan Fairy City leaked out, they finally couldn't help it and planned to destroy my Xing family in advance. They even deliberately leaked the news in order to disrupt my foundation building. Although Xing Zongan was seriously injured, he spoke in an orderly manner. He had the demeanor of a clan leader. Listening to him recounting the grievances between the two families, Luo Chen finally understood why he couldn't wait to leave Xianlan Fairy City just after building a foundation. It's a pity that I went back too late. Xing Zongan's face was full of grief and indignation. My entire Xing family has been slaughtered, and even Xiandao Fang has been directly occupied by a foundation building force colluded with the Ying family. Now I am alone and have completely become a casual cultivator. My condolences. Luo Chen comforted him lightly. Xing Zonghan pursed his lips bitterly. The whole clan was destroyed, leaving only him. How could he mourn and accept a change? Sighing, he handed over a storage bag. What do you mean? Luo Chen frowned. Xing Zonghan said seriously, if you didn't give me a ride, in my current state, the Eagle family would come to my house sooner or later to build a foundation. By then, I'll be dead, let alone these things. As a reward, I should give you a reward. It's a pity that I haven't built a foundation for long, and my family is shallow. Except for the inferior flying sword, you can take the rest. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party carefully. He is a smart man. He knows to pay a price, otherwise this boat will not be so stable. He didn't hesitate, and put his spiritual consciousness into the storage bag in front of the other party. The other party had just built a foundation, and there was no time to arrange the spiritual consciousness mark, only a simple spiritual power mark. With the cooperation of the other party, it was easy to take a look at everything inside. This is not a small fortune. After browsing, Luo Chen sighed in his heart. The various resources inside added up, the assets must be at least 60,000 or 70,000 spiritual stones. Compared with Tushan, who he killed with his own hands, it is much richer. This is the state after the other party spent lavishly at the auction in order to build a foundation. After a slight pause in his spiritual consciousness, Luo Chen took out 3 things. A spiritual stone, a book, and a round bead. Seeing this, Xing Zonghan was surprised and said, I only took these few things. Luo Chen smiled slightly, although there are few things, they are of extraordinary value. The spiritual stone is only a low-grade spiritual stone. But the book is a complete set of third-level exercises Ghost Mystery Record. This book alone is worth tens of thousands. As for the round bead, it is just a top-grade magic weapon, and its value is not worth mentioning. After collecting the reward, Luo Chen asked curiously, fellow Taoist has just established his foundation, but he has such a rich fortune. It's really amazing. Xing Zonghan smiled bitterly, it's just a fluke. Oh? Can you tell me about it? It's just a topic of conversation on the way. There is nothing that cannot be told to others. This matter has to start from my active participation in the battle of the nascent soul upper sect in order to prepare the spiritual medicine for foundation building. Fellow Taoist, thank you for the journey. In front of Xing Zonghan's cave, the other party clasped his fists and said. Luo Chen played with a round bead, no need to thank you, but it's better not to involve me in what happened tonight. Xing Zonghan said solemnly, of course, I, Xing Zonghan, can make a great oath and never let on that fellow Taoist saved me. In front of Luo Chen, he immediately made a great oath. In this way, Luo Chen restrained his body and flew to a higher place. After he left, Xing Zonghan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The leader of Luo Chen, who is just as rumored, he is kind and gentle. Not only is he willing to save me, but he also took advantage of my misfortune. He only took a book of ghost cultivation techniques that are not needed by cultivators of my generation. If I had met this person earlier, how could I have ended up like this? Luo Chen, who returned to the cave, didn't know how his reputation of kindness spread. Obviously, he has always been decisive in killing and always hit his enemies hard. Sitting in the living room, Luo Chen waved his hand. Bai Miling flew over curiously. Master, what is this? This thing is called the Sun-Avoiding Pearl, a top-grade magic weapon, which forms a yin domain. Luo Chen held a round bead between his fingers and casually told its origin. In recent days, he has read a lot of books about the common sense of the world of immortal cultivation. Among them are books that mention the special magic weapons of Xianfan domain. If you refine this bead, even if you can't become a ghost general, you can walk normally under the scorching sun without the cover of ghosts. Really? Bai Miling was rarely excited. She carefully took the sun-avoiding bead from Luo Chen's hand, her heart and eyes full of joy. If I refine this bead, will I be able to get rid of the ghosts in the future, travel during the day, and even accompany the master all the time? Yes. Luo Chen replied indifferently. Bai Miling happily took the bead to the room to refine it. After she left, Luo Chen took out the third-level exercises. Ghost Mystery Record. Speaking of which, I really have a connection with the deceased giant sect of Gishan Valley. From Xing Zonghan's mouth, he knew why the other party had accumulated such a huge fortune when he was in the key refining stage. In order to break through the foundation building, the other party participated in the battle of the Yuanying upper sect. To be precise, He participated in the recruitment of Kingdom Valley and launched an attack on the Yanmen, an ally of the Sword Sect. Kingdom Valley recruited casual cultivators, and naturally gave many conditions. Among them, there are corresponding foundation-building spiritual medicines as rewards. In that war, the Jading Sword Sect did not personally take action very often, and it was basically the subordinate forces that fought. In addition to the Yan League, there are many vassals. Among them, there is the Ghost Valley lineage that declined after the end of the founding war. The other party transformed into cultivation family and attached to the Jading Sword Sect. In a great war, this lineage of foundation-building true cultivation was led by the disciples of Aleo Mountain and Kingdom Valley. Zongmiao took advantage of the situation and raided the family hinterland of the remaining lineage of the Ghost Valley in the chaos, and destroyed the entire family. Then, he obtained a large amount of inheritance from it. There are many treasures such as the incomplete Ghost God Questioning Realm, the 18 Formation Disc of the Tour, the Soul Gathering Banner, and the Ghost Mystery Record. Among them, there is even a well-preserved inferior magic weapon, the Flying God Sword. After obtaining such a huge harvest, he directly withdrew from the battlefield and went straight to Xianlan Fairy City to sell resources, participate in auctions, and obtain foundation-building pills. This man is truly blessed. In the midst of chaos, he reaped such a rich harvest. At the auction, he not only won the foundation-building pill, but also succeeded in building his foundation by chance. Even when he was about to die, he happened to meet me. Luo Chen was willing to save him at that time, firstly because he wondered why the other party could recognize him, and secondly because the other party took the initiative to charge him 5,000 less spirit stones at the original trade fair. This is a man who knows when to advance and when to retreat. The enemies who besieged him were only key refining people. He didn't mind helping them out. Even though he later knew that he had enemies in the foundation building period, it didn't matter after he made a vow not to involve him. After all, he was just an early stage of foundation building. The third level technique is still complete. Luo Chen flipped through the Ghost Mystery Record while counting the things on his body. To be honest, when it comes to the third level stuff, he also has Falling Clouds and Smoke Method and Heavenly Peng Transformation. However, the former is a water-based alchemy technique, and the latter is an incomplete body refining technique. He really didn't have an orthodox cultivation method like the Ghost Mystery Record. If it suits me, then I won't lack the skills after I form the pill. Although Luo Chen was struggling in the foundation building stage, he had thought about preparing for the period after forming the pill. The life skills are the most important. Unfortunately, the life skills that follow the Mu Medicine King Sutra are the Immortal Evergreen Sutra that the Medicine King sect does not pass on. This kind of skills is impossible to see, whether it is on the black market or at a large auction. Even if it appears, there will be disciples of the Medicine King sect who come to buy it back by force. Just like the excellent sword pill that appeared at the Xianlan Fairy City auction this time. In fact, there were also disciples of the sword sect who came to buy it back. It was that Meng Ziki. It's just that after he was defeated by Han Zhang on the Taoism stage, he was seriously injured and found a place to recuperate. As a result, he did not appear at the auction. I digress. Luo Chen flipped through the Ghost Mystery Record. But after just a few pages, he realized something was wrong. Why doesn't it look like a technique for people to practice? He turned several pages in a row, not believing in evil. Finally, he got an answer. It's actually a set of third-level ghost cultivation techniques. No wonder it's called secret records. No wonder Zongmiao didn't react at all when I took this technique away. Luo Chen shook his head with regret. Normal foundation-building cultivators would never switch to ghost cultivation. Compared with orthodox cultivation, the ghost path has too many restrictions, and there are many means to restrain it. Unless you transform into ghost body in advance, you can't practice it at all. It can only be used as a reference and kept as a foundation for emergency use. It seems that this method will benefit Xia Erling again. Sighing, Luo Chen carefully put away the ghost's secret records. Now is not the time to give it to Bai Miling. Luo Chen must read it carefully and make sure there is no problem before giving it to her. Otherwise, if there is any accident during cultivation, he will lose a good wife. According to the time, my sister-in-law will build her foundation in these few days. Luo Chen muttered to himself. The foundation building of ordinary cultivators will not last for a whole year like him. At that time, he had experienced several failures and several healings. In addition, there was no stable second-level spiritual land, And each time he had to manually stimulate the ice and fire spiritual spring to form a second-level spiritual land. The foundation building of normal cultivators takes a few days at the shortest and a month at the longest. Murin Kinglian has been in seclusion for nearly a month. It should be the end. I hope it will succeed. Sometimes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the lower grade cave, Qin Liangjin looked painful, and his body trembled as he lay on the bed. I shouldn't let you build your foundation, I should go. It's my husband's fault. Luo Chen glanced at him and said in a deep voice, don't worry, brother Qin, I will save my sister-in-law. In front of Qin Liangjin, Luo Chen's hands were filled with a thick and deep green light. The rich vitality almost made the cells touching the skin cheer. The perfect healing technique. Combined with the spiritual liquid purified by the master-level Yimu Yao Wang Sutra, its healing effect can be called a miracle. When Feng Xia and Duan Feng got married, Luo Chen used this trip to heal Feng Xia's damaged throat many years ago. Duan Feng later said that he liked the wedding gift very much and was very grateful to Luo Chen. The second time he performed the perfect healing technique, it was to his most beloved sister-in-law. Just before a stick of incense, Qin Liangjin rushed to the gate of Luo Chen's cave in a hurry. Fortunately, Luo Chen has not been in seclusion recently, and fortunately Bai Miling has refined the overnight sun avoiding beads and has just come out with experimental results. It is precisely because of this that Luo Chen was able to get the news and rush to the scene as soon as possible. Murin Kinglian failed to build a foundation. This shouldn't be. She was so well prepared, whether it was Tongaiaodan or Piumlingai, she had taken some. She had carefully studied all kinds of foundation building experiences, whether it was Luo Chen's, Duan Feng's, or even Min Longaiu's who had just built his foundation. She also had a foundation building pill as the main force to break through the barrier. She was also quite determined to build her foundation, and she would never hesitate at the critical moment. But she failed. Luo Chen took a deep breath. He placed his two broad palms on the woman's lower abdomen and forehead respectively. Pure wood-type spiritual power poured into Murin Kinglian's body. While repairing the meridians and internal organs that had been ravaged by the violent spiritual energy, he awakened the other party's sleeping soul. Not only that, Luo Chen was looking for the reason why the other party failed to build his foundation while healing him. The meridians are damaged because of the reverse flow of spiritual energy. The outer wall of the danshan is intact, which proves that it has not yet reached the stage of breaking through the danshan and turning it into the sea. In other words, it has not even reached the stage of breaking the elixir into liquid. How could this be? Is it because the barrier of sister-in-law's danshan is too thick? Or is the strength of the foundation building elixir not enough? Or was sister-in-law not focused enough at the time? There were so many questions, and there was no clue in the vastness. Luo Chen could only concentrate his mind and focus on repairing the other person's damaged body. Chapter 273, People in Middle Age Have Many Worries. Inventory of Attributes. The breeze in the mountain stream disturbs people's thoughts. The loud roar of the silver dragon rumbles into the ears. Luo Chen stands on the edge of the cliff, full of worries. Suddenly, a surprised voice comes from the side. Dao Luo Chen, you are here again. You Luo Xian who will not need people to build foundation again. Looking sideways, it is Nangong Jin who is surprised. He still lives next to this. Luo Chen forced a smile. Someone is building a foundation, but unfortunately, he failed. Hearing this, Nangong Jin wanted to express regret before, but subconsciously felt fortunate. This strange scene made his expression a little strange. Luo Chen frowned and stared at him. Nangong Jin coughed dryly. It is human nature to fail in building a foundation. As long as you are not a cultivator with heavenly spiritual roots, no matter how excellent your qualifications are and how well you are prepared, there is still a possibility of failure. Taoist, don't take it to heart. Luo Chen was puzzled. Why are cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots unimpeded, but those with other qualifications can't? What about those with second spiritual roots? What about those with different spiritual roots? Nangong Jin smiled slightly. Why are the heavenly spiritual roots not called single spiritual roots, but heavenly spiritual roots? Isn't it because they are blessed by nature and favored by the heavenly Dao? As for those with other qualifications, Nangong Jin paused and said casually, let me ask you, how many % can a low-grade foundation building pill increase the chance of success? 30%. Then even if such a key refiner does everything possible, can he make up the remaining 70% chance? Luo Chen opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. Even though he had a perfect body at the Vajra realm, his soul was comparable to that of a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and his meticulous control of spiritual power was unmatched among those of the same level. With such perfect preparations, he still experienced 4 failures. The last time, he barely succeeded. If it weren't for the danshan of the 5 spiritual roots, which gave it a strong and ample space, the huge medicinal power of the 5 foundation-building spiritual medicines would have long been reversed and rushed back into the meridians, causing him to be seriously injured. He even felt that his realm at that time was no longer the 9th level of the key refining stage. Instead, under the expansion of 5 foundation-building spiritual medicines, it once impacted the 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th floors. Seeing Luo Chen speechless, Nanguangjin couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't worry. Did the person survive?" Luo Chen nodded. Although he was seriously injured, he was fine after treatment. It's okay to survive. Take good care of your injuries. There will be opportunities in the future. How old is the one who tried to break through? Nanguangjin asked another question. Luo Chen thought about it and gave an uncertain number. About 52 years old. That's pretty young. Nanguangjin said casually, after a few years of care, you can try to build a foundation again. Yes. Still young. Luo Chen came back to his senses and thanked Nanguangjin solemnly. Nanguangjin waved his hand, chatted for a few words, and left Xianlin Peak. Looking back, Luo Chen looked at the entrance of the cave. Brother Qin, you should have heard it too. In the cave, Qin Liangjin, who looked vicissitudes, walked out. After 3 days of treatment, Murin Qinglian finally woke up from her coma. Her current condition is not very good. Luo Chen's healing technique is based on his pure spiritual power, and the effect is amazing. But in fact, it is impossible to rely on spiritual energy to recover for no reason. In the healing process, the vital energy accumulated by Murin Qinglian for many years is still consumed. According to Luo Chen's understanding, this vital energy can be attributed to the vitality of human cells, the hidden blood and ki power of the body after years of training, the scattered spiritual power, etc. Only in this way, with a two-pronged approach, can the severely damaged meridians be restored to most of their original state. But the rest depends on her own quiet recuperation. Take spiritual medicine and eat more food containing innate ki and spiritual energy. This process cannot be achieved overnight. Therefore, she has to carefully recuperate her body in the next 1 or 2 years. Otherwise, it is best for a cultivator to build a foundation before the age of 60. If the breakthrough fails after the age of 60, even if she does not die on the spot, it will take 5 or 6 years, or even more than 10 years, to recuperate her body. The older you get, the worse your body functions. Ki and blood decline is not just talk. Fortunately, Murin Qinglian is still young. After spending a year or 2 to adjust her body and recover as before, she will have the opportunity to try to build a foundation. However, at that time, Qin Liangjin looked sad. In Luoxianhu, there are more than just a couple who have the hope of building a foundation. But the foundation-building pills that can be obtained are few and far between. After a year or 2, it will not be Murin Qinglian's turn at all. Looking at him speechless and sad, Luo Chen frowned. He could probably guess what the other person was thinking. But he couldn't make promises in person. Patting Qin Liangjin on the shoulder, Luo Chen comforted him. At least, he's fine. Qin Liangjin nodded. I think too much? It's lucky that he's still alive. Luo Chen, I've delayed you too much these days. Go and get busy first. I'm enough here. Luo Chen hummed and left. Return to cave number 17. Luo Chen sighed and stopped dwelling on it. For some things, he had already tried his best. Success or failure all depended on one's own fate. Murin Qinglian had made all kinds of preparations. There was not even the hidden danger of Min Longayu's weak heart. Even so, he still failed. Probability of success. Luo Chen muttered this word. Whenever a breakthrough is made, failure and success go hand in hand. In order to increase the probability of success, in addition to the panacea, there is actually another way. That is to increase the number of times. But multiple attempts to break through will cost more. Enough foundation-building elixirs, plus a physique that can withstand the backlash of every failure. Both are indispensable. Then when I form the elixir in the future, can I still use the idea of building the foundation? With my qualifications, I'm afraid that one elixir will definitely not be enough. It seems that I have to pay attention to elixir in every large auction in the future. However, the most urgent thing is to raise my realm first. It is difficult to participate in the competition for elixir unless I reach the late stage of building the foundation. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen adjusted his mentality, emptied his mind, and entered a state of cultivation in the dark. After Sima Wei Niang formulated a new merit policy, Luo Chen once again embarked on the road of full-speed development. This time, because of the new merit policy, the motivation of Luo Chen monks was improved in a short period of time. Whether it is the Biao Valley Market or the spiritual fields in the medicine hall, there are monks running around all day long. The other halls are also unwilling to lag behind. The good news first came from the Dan Hall. Someone came from Taoshan. As the industry of Taohu Patriarch of Beihu Palace, Taoshan's business has always been very good. As the actual manager, Zuanayu, who is in the late stage of foundation building, gained a lot from it, which provided great help for him to fight for the elixir of the Ice Castle. But it was obvious that they were not satisfied with just this. Therefore, Taoshan set his sights on the Zongmiao Pills sold by Luo Chen. A Taoshan Foundation building went to Dangsha Peak in person and signed a batch of orders with Sima Huniang. With a price of 10 spirit stones per pill, he directly bought all the Zongmiao Pills refined by Meili every month. In this way, this order alone can create a profit of nearly 1,000 spirit stones every month. In a year, that is tens of thousands. This income is naturally not as good as Luo Chen's performance in refining the Yuzu pill. It is nothing in the entire Luo Chen, but it is a good start. For this reason, Sima Hunyang specially rewarded Meili. Stimulated, the other 3 alchemists in the Dan Hall also worked harder to refine their own kind of elixir. The changes in the Dan Hall are just the tip of the iceberg. The changes in the Qi Hall are truly earth-shaking. Duanfeng's foundation building made him more relaxed in casting. Min Longgao, a master of formations in the foundation building period, also joined the weapon hall as an elder. With his ability of formations, he can provide great help in refining magic tools. However, in just 3 months, he and Duanfeng successfully refined a top-grade magic tool. You know, a top-grade magic tool, even if it is rubbish, can be sold for thousands of spirit stones. If the attributes are excellent, it is not impossible to sell it for 4,000 or 5,000. It can be seen that the two of them cooperated in casting to make preliminary preparations for repairing the Zhaoyao 18 formation disc and completing the 2 magic weapon embryos. But in these running-in processes, the strength of the weapon hall was also improved. The casting apprentices that Duanfeng brought out over the years have also begun to get started with various difficult magic tool casting work. It can be said that everything in Luo Chen is developing in a good direction. As the master of Luo Chen, Luo Chen appears less and less frequently, and lives in Xianlan Peak all year round. What he does every day will only seem very boring to outsiders. Reading, practicing magic, refining elixirs, and cultivating. These 4 things alone, he never tires of doing them. Time flies. Half a year has passed. On this day, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ice silkworm cushion. The icy cold air made him clear-minded. In his sight, a property panel that only he could see was shining. Lifespan: 40/190. Spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm. Foundation establishment level 3, 60/100. Blood River Realm 20 out of 100. Skills: Master Yimu Medicine King Sutra 840/1000. Master Mingshan Posha 700/1000. 10,000 Beast Sutra 10/100. Spells: Second Order, Perfect Landslide 350/500. Master Glazed Sky Curtain 200/300. Turtle Spirit Armor Proficient 101/200. First Order, Great Perfection of Healing. Master of Earth and Mountain Technique 625/1000. Master of Wave Technique 650/1000. Master of Sound Isolation Technique 570/1000. Perfection of God Shocking Technique 310/500. Great Perfection Spell. Click to view details. Alchemy, Jade Breaking Hand Great Perfection. Pure Heart Hand Great Perfection. Huangxi Hand Grandmaster 650/1000. Cloud Transforming Hand Perfect 471 out of 500. Kingdom Wonderful Alchemy Grandmaster 510/1000. Martial Arts, Mountain Breaking and Monument Breaking Palm Great Perfection. Heavenly Girl Scattering Flowers Grandmaster 501/1000. Wang's Secret Book Proficient 249/300. Skills: Second Level Alchemist, Great Perfection of Bigu Powder, Great Perfection of All Wonderful Pills, Great Perfection of Jade Marrow Pill, Great Perfection of Zongmiao Pill, Mastery of Burning Blood Pill 204/300, Mastery of Jade Dew Pill 201/300, and Entry Level of Emperor Flowing Slurry 3/100. Achievement Points: 25. Staring at the attribute panel, Luo Chen, who was clear-minded, was actually in a trance for a moment. Is this what he has achieved when he reaches middle age? The realm of the third level of foundation building, the level of body refining in the Blood River realm. Even in a large sect, he is an absolute genius. After sighing, he browsed through the attribute panel to confirm his gains over the years. The proficiency of the main skill Yimu Yago Wenjing has reached 840, and there are still 160 proficiency points away from the Great Perfection. It will take about a year to reach the Great Perfection. There is no rush. As long as you practice every day and keep running your life skills, you will always reach the end. In terms of spells, the gains are not small. Thanks to the master level of Tu Yushu and Wave Shu, his high hopes for Landslide finally reached the perfect level. This level can already be used in battle. The power at this time is probably not much different from the superposition of the Extreme Fiery Sun spell. However, this spell needs to be combined with 3 first-level spells, which is quite cumbersome. If it is not on the instant state, it is still necessary to carefully consider and weigh the battlefield environment before casting this spell. The promotion of the second-level defense spell Liuli Xianmu came much slower. After all, the former is a spell that was practiced in the key refining stage. This one, however, was only learned after the foundation was established. However, the advantages of this technique are quite obvious. When defending at close range, the effect is extremely outstanding, and it has been listed as a regular combat method by Luo Chen. Turtle Spirit Armor. This is a spell that was learned a year ago. The practice is a bit cumbersome, and it is divided into 4 stages. For a year, Luo Chen has been adjusting the breathing rhythm of the whole body when he travels. Now he has finally completed the practice of the turtle breath. If I use the turtle breath, the effect will probably be better than that of the casual cultivator on the Gaolingan battlefield. With a chuckle, Luo Chen skipped the first-level spell column. The only thing that can be praised is that the God-shocking art has been promoted to the perfect level with difficulty. There is nothing much to say about the others. What Luo Chen pays the most attention to is the alchemy column. It has been about 5 years since he left Daofeng and came to Xianlan Fairy City. In these 5 years, he personally refined hundreds of thousands of Jade Marrow pills. There are thousands of Zongmiao pills, 200 Jade Dew pills. With such a huge number of pills, his alchemy skills have been improved unimaginably. Unimaginable, but not really immeasurable. This can be seen from the improvement of his alchemy skills. It goes without saying that the Jade Folding Hand has reached the great perfection. The Suksin Hand, a technique that specializes in processing medicinal materials of the plant family, has also been promoted to the great perfection level. The Huangxi Hand has been promoted to the Grandmaster level, and the Huaiyan Hand has been promoted to the perfect level. This super fast speed of improving alchemy skills is astonishing. Among all the alchemy techniques, the Kingyun Mayan method, the last alchemy technique to dissolve the poison of the pill, is what Luo Chen pays the most attention to. In 5 years, he has upgraded it from nothing to the Grandmaster level. At this moment, in his Key C, a tough and huge vortex is spinning automatically. A stream of spiritual energy enters it, and then is thrown out, washing towards the shore of the Key Sea. On the bank, the attached poison was washed away by the pure spiritual power, fell down, and then was expelled from Luo Chen's body. The Grandmaster level Kingyun Mayan method can completely solve the problem of poison. Now, Luo Chen finally doesn't have to worry about poison and affect his future breakthrough. He can take drugs without worry and speed up his practice. Such a huge improvement in alchemy naturally means that Luo Chen's proficiency in making elixirs has improved. The perfection of Zongmiao is his biggest gain in these years. Occasionally, he can refine the second-level Yuludan and reach the mastery level. Now, his success rate of Yuludan is as high as 30%, and he can even refine the middle-grade Yuludan. Supplying Juking Fairy is no longer a problem. But he still holds this secret. The time limit given to him by the other party is 10 years later. Now it has only been a year and a half, It's still early, there is no need to rush. As for martial arts, Luo Chen doesn't care much now. The improvement of Wang's secret book came from his practicing the 5 internal organ health fist once a day and taking a few steps of the Ascension Dragon Step. But this set of secret books involves too many things. Fists, palms, fingers, leg techniques, light skills, footwork, hidden weapons, swords, spears, sticks, and clubs. It is all-encompassing and knows everything. It is indeed the life's work of the martial arts master. But he was just dabbling. The reason for his improvement in strength was not practicing the set of secret books, but his long-term practice. The spiritual energy permeated his body, and the slight improvement brought by it. It can be imagined that this automatic improvement will become slower and slower as time goes by without active practice. Luo Chen didn't care much about these. However, the achievement points accumulated to 25 were really a bit surprising. I didn't care much about it normally. A spell improvement, a promotion of the proficiency of a pill, or other slight improvements. Unknowingly, 25 achievement points were hoarded. The bulk of the points were mainly related to alchemy. 25 achievement points can be used to buy new second-level spells or second-level elixirs. But now, I don't have any need for this. He already knows enough spells. Among people of the same level, no one would devote part of his time to spells like him. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this is a loss-making approach. But Luo Chen relied on his superb spells to kill enemies across levels several times in the past. How could he easily give up this aspect of practice? There is nothing to say about elixirs. Zongmiao Pill provides a source of income, Bigu Pill is the key to maintaining connections, and Zongmiao Pill is used for cultivating the soul. Unless someone gives him a recipe that can be comparable to Hiki Pill or Shenglong Pill, he will probably enter the door regardless of everything and upgrade it to the level of refining high-quality elixirs. There is no way. Luo Chen has been practicing elixirs for a long time. The reason why he was able to improve from Foundation Building Level 3, 10/100, to 60/100, in just 1 year after the auction. In addition to the top-grade cave, ice silkworm cushion, soul promotion to the late stage of foundation building, and the ability to operate the life-defining skills many times. The biggest contributor is the 30 bottles of middle-grade key combining pills. This middle-grade key combining pill has helped him a lot in his cultivation. But now? Gone. All used up. Otherwise, how could he have time to browse the attribute panel today? Without the second-grade middle-grade pill, I have to return to the cultivation state of the lower-grade Shenglong Pill. Luo Chen was a little depressed. After experiencing better pills, who would be willing to return to the previous snail-crawling speed of cultivation? But some things are not transferred by human will. When it comes to higher-grade orthodox cultivation pills, no major sect will easily release them. They will only use them for themselves or circulate them between sects. As for this middle-grade key combining pill, the Medicine King sect is rich and powerful. In order to maintain the reputation of the Alchemy sect, some will be released at auctions regularly. It's a pity that the Bigu Pill is only suitable for female cultivators, otherwise I can refine it to the upper grade or even the best grade, then my cultivation speed will take off. The Bigu Pill has a unique effect, but it is only for female cultivators. For male cultivators, it is a defective pill. After swallowing and refining, the cold and yin energy retained in the danshan will greatly affect male cultivators. The higher the grade of the pill, the heavier the cold and yin energy. Female cultivators naturally like it, but Luo Chen doesn't like it. Unfortunately, this defect for male cultivators is not a congenital defect of danshan solidification like the Zongmiao Pill. It is beneficial to female cultivators. This is a defect that is deliberately created by humans and can even be dominated by it. Therefore, even the system will not optimize this defect. No, we must find a way to get more mid-grade and upper-grade Hiki pills in addition to the auction. Shenglong Pill is also fine. Calculate the time, Li Jinhuang should be back. He is old, has many connections, and has many ways. Maybe he knows some ways to get high-grade elixirs. Luo Chen was determined. He really didn't want to slow down his cultivation speed because of the elixir grade. A few days later, 1,000 paper cranes passed through the Shinai Shangshu defense formation and flew to the front of Luo Chen's cave. Then, a figure left Xianlin Peak directly. Chapter 274, 9 Mountains of Thunder and 1,000 Miles of Quicksand Wasteland. Meet Li Jinhuang again. The location is not in Hulong Bay, but in a water palace. Deep in the Kinho River, there is a winding corridor, dark and gloomy, and no one knows where it leads. Two figures, one in front and one behind, walked forward silently. Luo Chen followed behind, looking at the person in front with a little surprise. Li Yingzhang. The most likely existence of the Li family's generation to build a foundation. He has dual spiritual roots, but he did not join a large sect at a young age. Instead, he was kept by Li Jinhuang to teach him personally when he was very young. This situation also happens. When the family is short of talents, a genius appears. The best way to deal with it is not to send him to a large sect, but to keep him in your own home. Otherwise, once you enter the sect, it is like entering a deep sea. At some point, you may forget your family. On the contrary, bringing him up from childhood can strengthen his dependence on the family and consolidate the feelings other than blood ties. In short, it is to use the family's huge and complex interpersonal relationships to bind the other party. It is not good or bad, after all, the other party does enjoy the full tilt of the family's resources. What surprised Luo Chen was that the other party's realm seemed to be in a state of slow decline. He was clearly at the great perfection of the key refining stage. But he was not in a hurry to build the foundation, and let his realm slowly decline. This was too strange. As if sensing Luo Chen's doubts, Li Yingzhang said without turning his head, "Senior, are you curious about the state of my realm falling?" "Yes." Luo Chen hummed. Li Yingzhang explained simply, "I have a special physique, which is a body of 9 bends and loops. It just so happened that my ancestor found a foundation building secret technique for me, 9-fold return to origin. Practicing this secret technique, 1 level of origin per year in the Danshan, after 9 years, the 9-fold return to origin will be completed, which can increase my chances of success in foundation building by 20%. The faint explanation stirred up layers of ripples in Luo Chen's heart. There is actually a secret technique to assist in foundation building? Constructing the 9-fold return to origin in the Danshan, isn't this a simulation of shaping the key C9-fold heaven after foundation building? Then when it comes to the time of building the foundation, after breaking the Danshan, there is no need to work hard to turn the Danshan into the sea. Breaking the Danshan, turning the Danshan into the sea, collecting spiritual power, and turning spiritual power into liquid. These are the 4 most critical places for building the foundation. They correspond to the spiritual energy level and the soul level respectively, and the physical level as a whole. After practicing the secret technique, the middle process of turning into the sea has become a natural result. And judging from what Li Yingzhang said, in the process of practicing 9-fold return to origin, the mastery and purification of spiritual power will be more in-depth. Isn't it that you are familiar with the latter 2 processes in advance? No wonder it can increase the probability of building the foundation by 20%. The other party is so generous and speaks out this secret technique without any hesitation. It seems that he is not afraid of Luo Chen coveting it at all. That's right, this set of secret techniques is tailor-made for his special physique, and it is useless for others to ask for it. Luo Chen has also seen the physique of the 9-fold return from a book introducing the physique of the genius. This is a kind of congenital defect physique. People with this physique are born with thicker meridians than others, and can accommodate more spiritual power among the same level. But the thick meridians are winding and crisscrossed. Just like the waterways of large rivers, the turbid currents are winding and winding. You can imagine such a complex meridian system. When practicing the life-defining skills, it will naturally consume many times the energy of ordinary people. For ordinary people with this physique, it takes at least 100 years to practice to the great perfection of key refining. After 100 years, there is no way to achieve the great way of foundation building. The other party practiced to the great perfection of key refining at the young age of 40 or 50, which shows how much effort Li Jinhuang has invested in him. I just don't know what level he has practiced a 9-fold return to origin now. How many years will it take to build a foundation? While Luo Chen was thinking, suddenly, the man in front stopped in front of a water curtain. "Senior, the ancestor is waiting for you inside." Li Yingzhang stretched out his hand and made an invitation. Luo Chen looked at him seriously, and then stepped into the water curtain. As soon as he entered, the rich spiritual energy seemed like a different world. It was indeed a first-class cave. Before Luo Chen could sigh, his eyes fell on Li Jinhuang and his brows frowned. "Dao, are you injured?" Li Jinhuang sat cross-legged on a cushion beside a pool of underground spiritual spring, his breath fluctuating. There was a faint smell of blood on his body. Seeing Luo Chen coming, Li Jinhong smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the Quicksand Wasteland would be so chaotic. The robbery cultivators are too rampant. Quicksand Wasteland, you actually went to the Jilai 9 mountains. Luo Chen was extremely surprised. Li Jinhong sighed. It's only the situation there that is chaotic. No one will investigate the origin. Everything depends on the quality of the goods. Luo Chen pursed his lips, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He naturally knew that the things on the Jilai mountain were easy to sell. At present, the battle between the Yuanying upper sect is still restrained, and not many people have personally taken action. After a brief confrontation at the beginning, it turned into a fight between allies and vassals. Jilai Mountain was the center of the fight. The Wanli Quicksand Wasteland extending from Jilai Mountain was the largest battlefield. There were all kinds of people there, and countless casual cultivators from the Yuding domain were mixed in, trying to make profits through the war. This Li Jinhong was too bold. I changed the name of your Zongmiao Pill to Huanmeng Lingdan and sold it in bulk on the black market. It was a bit unsuccessful at the beginning, but then the supply could not meet the demand. It only took me 3 months to sell it all. I didn't expect that someone would target me. I was lucky to escape after a hard fight. As he spoke, Li Jinhong took out a storage bag stained with black blood. This is all the income, it's in it, you can count it. He took the storage bag. His spiritual consciousness swept over it, and Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's a lot. He carefully put it away, and then asked curiously, with your strength at the 5th level of foundation building, who can force you into such a mess without the presence of the great monks? I don't know, the other party's origin is well concealed. Li Jinhong smiled bitterly. I only know that the other party used a bowl-like magic weapon, which almost covered me. Bowl? Luo Chen was stunned. This kind of strange magic weapon is not used by ordinary monks. Only the Buddhist masters outside the eastern wilderness, Zhongzhou and southern Xinjiang, will often use this kind of magic weapon. There are actually such monks in the Yuding domain. Li Jinhong didn't seem to want to say more, and changed the subject. You have seen Yingzhang, right? Luo Chen nodded. It was Li Yingzhang who led him in. It looks normal. My grandson is good at everything, but he doesn't care about anything when it comes to cultivation. I'm a little worried about leaving the Li family to him. So, please take care of the younger generation of the Li family in the future. Looking at the other party's increasingly weak breath, Luo Chen nodded seriously. Of course I should. This seemed to be a bit like entrusting his last wishes. The other party made great efforts to deal with the Zongmiao Pill for him, so Luo Chen naturally wouldn't be disappointed. However, he had another purpose for this trip. I wonder if fellow Taoist Li has any channels to buy middle grade or even upper grade 2nd level cultivation pills. Hearing this question, Li Jinhong looked at Luo Chen in astonishment. If I had it, how could I stop at the level of the middle stage of foundation building in this life? Luo Chen was also stunned for a moment. Well, I'm asking the blind for advice. But Li Jinhong still pointed out some channels that might appear in Luo Chen's high-quality pills. The first is the formal large-scale auction, which is nothing to say. Secondly, there are various black markets. The sources of these black market items are often shady. Who knows, some robber cultivator may have killed a disciple of a large sect and obtained high-quality elixirs from the other party's storage bag. However, the probability of high-quality elixirs appearing on the black market is not very high. After all, any cultivator can keep high-quality elixirs for personal use. For example, Luo Chen entrusted Li Jinhong to sell 900 medium-quality and high-quality elixirs this time, which can be considered a big deal. Even if they are only first grade, Li Jinhong has been noticed by many people. This caused the trouble of being robbed and killed. Finally, Li Jinhong also proposed a way. Since high-quality elixirs are only circulated within large sects, why not buy them from disciples of large sects? On the way back to the city, Luo Chen thought about the last way proposed by Li Jinhong. The other party obviously thought of a way tailored for him. He has a good relationship with Bigu. Maybe there is a chance to get high-quality elixirs from Bigu. But it's just a possibility. If Bigu had enough pills, he wouldn't be so eager for my Jade pill. Luo Chen didn't have high hopes for this. On the flying boat, Luo Chen carefully counted the spiritual stones that Li Jinhong brought back for him. The price of Zongmiao Pill was decided by Luo Chen and Li Jinhong before they set off. In view of this pill, it is a very unconventional but unique pill that can significantly improve the foundation of the soul. Therefore, the price is extremely high. A bottle of medium-quality pills is priced at 400 spiritual stones. A bottle of high-quality pills is priced at 900 spiritual stones. This price is staggering. A mere first-grade pill, the medium-quality one is almost catching up with the second-grade Hiki pill. The high-quality one even directly exceeds the price of the low-grade Hiki pill and Shenglong pill. It sounds like he is treating people as fools. However, there may be some fools who can cultivate to the foundation building stage, but there are definitely no fools who are willing to be slaughtered in the quicksand wasteland. The Zongmiao Pill was initially ignored. After just half a month, it ushered in a buying frenzy. Later, Li Jinhong even deliberately controlled the flow rate of the pills in his hand and put them on the black market auction. 900 for a bottle of top-grade Zongmiao Pill? No. This is just the starting price. The highest transaction price was once as high as 2,000 yuan, far exceeding the transaction price of the middle-grade Hiki pill at the Xianlin auction. Why are the foundation-building true cultivators so crazy about buying the top-grade Zongmiao Pill? Luo Chen just thought about this question. It's probably related to what I told Chu Kui, that the soul foundation is particularly important when forming a pill. And most of the foundation-building true cultivators who dare to go to the battlefield of the Yuanying upper sect are those who have ambitions for the great Dao. When encountering such a pill that can directly increase the soul foundation, everyone will bid for a few bottles at all costs. Even if it only increases by 10% or 20%, it may increase the success rate a little bit when forming a pill in the future. Everyone is fighting for the formation of a pill. After sighing, Luo Chen put away the storage bag with satisfaction. This time, he harvested 110,000 low-grade spirit stones. It can be regarded as a small compensation for the cost he invested before. As for the future, he does not plan to refine the middle-grade and high-grade Zongmiao pills. These two seem to have a high price and a lot of profit. In fact, it is only seemingly. The cost is 3 times that of the jade marrow pill, and even if each raw material is successful, the number of pills produced is only 3. It cannot form a scale. The refining is difficult, and the market can only face a small number of foundation-building true cultivators. Moreover, the effect of this kind of elixir will also become worse after taking it many times. In addition, the amazing effect of increasing the soul foundation can easily attract the covetousness of the big sects. In summary, it is determined that Zongmiao Pill cannot be used for large-scale profit. Luo Chen intends to refine only the best Zongmiao Pill for his own use. Occasionally, he refines a few inferior Zongmiao pills and puts them in Luo Chen Club as internal benefits. The flying boat flew at a high speed. Soon, it returned to Xianlin Ferry City. Luo Chen did not hesitate and went straight to the shop in Kingdom Valley. He first asked you if Zhuan Yunzi was there. He wanted to find out the news about the middle-grade Shenglong pill from the other party. Compared with the ice castle in the bitter cold land, Kingdom Valley, which is famous for alchemy and Yuding domain, is more likely to leak the middle-grade Shenglong pill. Moreover, he and Zhuan Yunzi seem to have a good relationship. It's a pity. After asking, the answer he got was that the other party had returned to the sect. Uncle he is not a foundation-building cultivator who rotates to Kingdom Pavilion for a long time. He has a high level of alchemy attainments and is highly respected in the valley. This time he came to Xianlin Ferry City for several kinds of medicinal materials that might appear at the auction. So he came here in person. He has successfully purchased what he wanted. He didn't stay for long and went back half a year ago. The maid explained. Luo Chen was helpless and didn't want to get to know the foundation-building cultivator who rotated to Kingdom Pavilion. He took out the discount card and bought nearly a year's worth of low-grade Shenglong pills in one go. After the discount, it cost a full 19,000 spirit stones. This speed of spending really made Luo Chen feel a little distressed. His previous family property was only the immovable 60,000 spirit stones. Over the past year, it has only increased by 100,000. Adding the 110,000 recovered today, the total is only 270,000. But this is just an approximate number. Normally, Luo Chen seems to stay at home, but his expenses are not low at all. Whether it was high-quality spiritual rice, second-level monster meat cut by the butcher shop, or a piece of Lai Shen incense every day, or other auxiliary pills that he took occasionally, his spiritual stones were being consumed at a terrifying rate. 270,000? No, He only had 240,000 left before. This time, he spent another 19,000. After leaving the house, Luo Chen did not set up the lanky flying boat, but strolled on the wide street. He still had some things to buy later. Alchemy consumes a lot of energy. Not only the energy, but also the durability of some equipment is also visible to the naked eye. And when it comes to Yuluden, he has to buy Behulu and buy Lai Shen incense for the next year. This will cost more than 10,000 spiritual stones. Fortunately, Sima Wei Niang adjusted the merit policy of Luo Xianhu. Otherwise, if it goes on like before, my annual surplus of 100,000 yuan will be gone. But even so, with 100,000 yuan a year, I can't save tens of thousands of yuan after all the expenses. What will I use to compete for the elixir of Dan formation in the future? I heard that after Dan formation, you have to tailor a life magic weapon for yourself, which is another huge expense. If he, Luo Chen, wants to build a life magic weapon, he will definitely not choose the ordinary magic weapons sold on the market. Most of the functions and special effects of those magic weapons have been figured out by others. Moreover, those magic weapons have basically lost their growth potential, and it is difficult to improve their grades with his realm improvement. Thinking too far ahead, this is all after Dan formation. After getting out of the food fragrance pavilion, Luo Chen went to the Xianai building again. He spent 7,000 spirit stones and bought a brand new top-grade robe. It has 4 functions: cleaning, defense, dust avoidance, and wind resistance. This time, 20,000 spirit stones were gone. Looking closer, it will only take me 1 year to advance to the middle stage of foundation building. What about after the middle stage? Each level will require more spiritual power, and the progress of cultivation will only be slower. I must get enough high-quality elixirs. That means a huge amount of money. Now I only have 200,000 spiritual stones left. Not enough, far from enough. If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. Luo Chen has already started to make various plans for the cultivation after the middle stage of foundation building. First of all, it is necessary to rely on his own financial resources. Otherwise, even if someone gets him a way to get high-quality elixirs, he is afraid that he can't afford it. Don't forget that the rent of the upper-grade cave is also terrifying. Moreover, it seems that the time for Bing Bao to take turns in Xianlan Xiansheng is almost up to 10 years. If they no longer take turns, will the new giant and sect still give him the privilege of renting once a year? If not, it will cost 480,000 spiritual stones in one go. The profit of Jade Marrow Pill can be seen at a glance. Should I put the issue of Jade Marrow Pill's income generation on the agenda? Arriving outside the Xianaisheng water defense formation, Luo Chen casually greeted the monk guarding the gate and walked in. In his mind, he continued to think. As a second-level elixir, Jade Marrow Pill has a high price and is very scarce, but the cost is also very high. One portion of raw material costs 100 spirit stones, and it is also affected by market price fluctuations and will rise from time to time. The key is that once the price goes up, it will not come down. Disgusting. Before Luo Chen, 10 portions of raw materials were needed to refine one bottle. The key is that in order to get on the line of Ice Castle, he took the initiative to give up the high price of scarce elixirs and only sold it for 500 yuan a bottle. In other words, he took a cost of 1,000 yuan and sold it for 500 yuan. Losing money to maintain the relationship. This is human nature. But as Tan Taiyu asked for more and more Jade Marrow Pills, he would lose more and more. Losing 500 per bottle, a loss of 2,500 a year. After the 10-year deadline, they will have to provide 100 bottles a year, which means a net loss of 25,000. This does not involve wasting Luo Chen's time and energy. If you want to maintain a close relationship and get money from them, the only way is to improve the grade of the pills you sell. Luo Chen can do this. His proficiency in refining Jade pills has now reached the mastery level, and he can refine medium-grade Jade pills. No. I can't be impatient. In just a few years, it has been upgraded to the medium-grade level. Although it can be explained by genius, it is still too risky. Suppressing the anxious thoughts in his heart, Luo Chen forced himself to calm down. It's just a loss of money. The current income is enough to support his cultivation. Future things can be planned in advance, but you must not be impatient. Everything has to be done step by step. Master, you are back. Yes. What do you want to eat tonight? Forget dinner. Stew this golden feathered chicken for me. I will have the soup tomorrow morning. By the way, this is a top-grade Bayan robe that I just bought at Xianai building. Try to see if you can wear it. Bai Miling took the lively golden feathered chicken and then excitedly took the Bayan robe into the house. She is a ghost, and the clothes on her body are all manifestations of the ghost's energy. And this Bayan robe is made of hundreds of yin qi and special materials, which is just right for her to wear. From now on, you can save the ghost energy of manifesting clothes. After she entered the house, Luo Chen entered the meditation room. Looking at the low-grade Zongmiao Pill in his hand, Luo Chen smiled bitterly. Well, I will endure the reduced cultivation speed for the time being and cultivate to the middle stage of foundation building first. With a flick of his finger, he swallowed a Zongmiao Pill into his mouth. The fierce incense rose slowly. In the smoke, Luo Chen, who changed into a red cloud robe, sat cross-legged. With a clear mind, he absorbed countless spiritual energy into the sea of qi. In the third heaven, the spiritual energy turned into a cloud of clouds, which gradually condensed during the operation of the skills. For a long time, a drop of spiritual liquid, with a drip, fell into the small lake below that was mostly filled with spiritual liquid. Chapter 275, promoted to the middle stage of foundation building, this technique will cause mountains to collapse. After ordinary cultivators are promoted to the foundation building stage, the direct effect of spiritual land on cultivation is comparable to the auxiliary effect of elixirs. The spiritual power converted by practicing in the second-level lower-grade spiritual land for one day is about half the effect of the lower-grade Hiki pill. If you use auxiliary resources such as the Lai Shen incense to increase the operation of your life skills a few more times, the spiritual energy absorbed is almost equal to the effect of a normal Hiki pill. If a cultivator has a cave in the second-level upper-grade spiritual land, the effect will be even greater. It will even exceed taking lower-grade Hiki pills. This theory is for ordinary cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. And Luo Chen's cultivation also belongs to this theory. It can even be said that his dependence on spiritual land is far greater than that of second-level lower-grade elixirs. Because he is not an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. His physique is stronger, and his soul is more profound, so that with the help of the Lai Shen incense, he can operate his life skills 10 times a day. At this time, the requirement for the concentration of external spiritual energy will be higher. Fortunately, he obtained a second-level upper-grade cave. After a day of operation, if the spiritual power that can be converted by the inferior elixir is 1 standard degree, and the spiritual power that can be converted by the middle-grade elixir is 2 standard degrees, then, relying on the operation of the technique, the spiritual power that can be refined is as high as nearly 5 standard degrees. It is precisely because of this that he later delegated various powers and responsibilities to let Sima Wei Niang take charge of the Luo Chen Society for him. He himself never left the house and practiced in the cave almost every day. Even for alchemy, because of the Ice Emperor Cauldron and the second-level Earth Fire, he directly gave up the assistance of the Alchemy Hall Logistics monks. If there were the assistance of the Alchemy Hall Logistics monks, he could refine more jade marrow pills every day. But in that case, he would have to run between the two places all day long, invisibly wasting many opportunities for cultivation. As he practiced for a longer time, Luo Chen's understanding of the importance of spiritual land became more and more profound. It is impossible for a cultivator in the key refining stage to practice without borrowing spiritual land and relying only on elixirs. But a foundation building cultivator must have a spiritual land to live in for a long time. This kind of dependence will only be worse when he reaches the golden core stage. If they were in the nascent soul stage, perhaps even the third-level spiritual land would not be able to support their daily practice. Only the fourth-level spiritual land could barely satisfy them. After realizing this, Luo Chen finally understood why all the major and upper sects would establish their sects in famous mountains and rivers with spiritual energy. He also understood why the Luo sect, knowing that they could not defeat them, wanted to start a war against the Yuding Sword sect. Because, in the huge Yuding area, only the Jade Emperor Mountain where the Sword sect is located has a fourth-level spiritual land. After the Luo sect's ancestor Hanzan was promoted to the nascent soul stage, he must have been very envious of the Jade Emperor Mountain. I've gone too far. Back to Xianlin Peak. In the orderly practice life, the years flowed slowly. The changes in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with Luo Chen. He just practiced, read books, practiced skills, and then made pills. When a year passed in a flash. Cave number 17. The door of the quiet room suddenly opened. A figure emitting violent spiritual fluctuations walked out of it calmly. He was wearing a red cloud robe and was tall. His facial features were soft and his outline was strong. Under his sword-like eyebrows were deep and bottomless starry eyes. Hearing the noise, Bai Miling quickly floated over. "Master, are you in the middle stage of foundation building?" Luo Chen took a look and saw Bai Miling shrink before he could speak. "Master, yours is too strong." Realizing that something was wrong, Luo Chen used the great perfection of breathing spirit technique to collect as much spiritual energy fluctuation as possible. Not only that, the soul that had grown again gradually calmed down. After this collection, even though there was still a slight spiritual energy fluctuation leaking out, Bai Miling still felt much better. Luo Chen frowned. "I asked you to practice the ghost mystery record, but you haven't gotten started yet." Bai Miling pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, "I'm not a genius like you, master. Any magic skill or secret method can be easily mastered in your hands. Moreover, I have obviously gotten started, and I can even simply open the soul gathering banner and practice with the essence of the ghosts left in it. It's you who are too strong, not me who are too weak." What a way to say it. One said after another, aggrieved and flattering. Luo Chen was too lazy to argue with her. The other party did not slack off. Not only did she switch from the incomplete soul refining true skill to the ghost mystery record, her own realm also reached the late stage of ghost soldiers. It can be regarded as returning to the realm of the late stage of key refining when she was alive. In terms of the speed of ghost cultivation, it is really not slow. Stay at home and guard it well. I'll go out for a while. Master, where are you going? Can you take Xiaoling with you? Bai Miling followed behind flatteringly. Since she refined the sun-avoiding pearl, she has been thinking about going out every day. However, Luo Chen had been staying at home, so she could only wander around the small area of the cave, which bordered to death. That place is not suitable for you, stay at home. Luo Chen said, and turned around and walked out of the cave. Before leaving, he took a look at the 1-acre second-level spiritual field. The Xiangxing grass, Yinhao flower, and Zhuang wood planted on it were growing well. It can be seen that Yuan Dongsheng has come here to take care of it from time to time in the past year, and he has put a lot of thought into it. These three kinds of spiritual plants correspond to the three attributes of star, moon and sun, and their grades are also at the first, second and third levels respectively. When they are matched with each other, the growth effect is excellent. And the growth cycle is short, and the economic value is still very high. This is the planting plan that Yuan Dongsheng came up with after studying the spiritual plant classics diligently, combined with the second-level spiritual field. In his words, this is an experiment. If the effect is good, it can be promoted on Dangshi Peak in the future. The second-level spiritual field required can also be cultivated with great effort. Flying in the sky, Luo Chen was calm. It is gratifying to break through to the fourth level of foundation building and successfully enter the middle stage. However, this day had been expected before. Therefore, there is no ecstasy. After all, it is just a small realm upgrade. Dao Luo, go out. At the big formation, a Taoist sat under the pavilion, drinking wine and eating snacks produced by Dangsha Palace, enjoying himself. Yes, Luo is a hard-working person, not as relaxed as Dao Wang. Wang Pingzi, who was in charge of guarding the gate, laughed. Dao is too modest. Everyone knows that under your hard work, Luo Chen who is now developing vigorously. Overpraise. Luo Chen smiled slightly, as if he remembered something, and said it deliberately. Dao should know my subordinates. When they come over, please try to be accommodating and take care of them for me. Of course. Wang Pingzi replied as a matter of course. These snacks that he usually eats to kill time are all respected by the monks of Luo Chen who, when they come in and out, it is natural to take care of them. Especially the Chu Lingjun, every time he came, he would bring him some new and interesting gadgets. After a brief chat, Luo Chen left the formation. The direction he was heading to was not out of the city, but a familiar and unfamiliar place. Senior, are you going to participate or watch the game? No, I want to rent a training ground. Any recommendations? Our giant discussion platform is for foundation building true cultivation, and there are a total of 7 training grounds to choose from. They are open and unobstructed plains, and water areas where rivers meet. This one is a simulated mountain training ground. After introducing the training grounds one by one, Luo Chen chose the first plane. No other. Cheap. It only costs 300 spirit stones to rent for one day. This cheap price is only for Luo Chen, who is rich and powerful. If it were other foundation building true cultivators, they would not be willing to pay this price. If you want to practice magic, you might as well go outside Xianlan Fairy City and find a wilderness. After the Sword Pavilion disciple selected the training ground, he asked enthusiastically, "Do you need a sparring partner?" Luo Chen waved his hand. "No, I invited a friend, who will be here soon." After saying that, he finally reacted. "Your Yuding Sword Sect and Luoyan Sect are fighting so fiercely now. How come there are sword cultivators in the foundation establishment stage here in the Sword Pavilion to practice with you?" The disciple in white robes smiled and said, "How can I understand the above things? Anyway, as far as I know, except for Kaianai City, the sword pavilions in the other 10 immortal cities are still operating normally." Luo Chen frowned. "That's a war. Why does the Yuding Sword Sect look like it hasn't tried its best yet? If you want me to practice with you, the price may be a bit high, and you need to make an appointment. However, I have a list here, and they are all masters of the foundation establishment stage. And they live in the immortal city all year round. If you want to choose one, I can help you contact him soon." Looking at the map handed over by the Sword Pavilion disciple, Luo Chen was a little unresponsive for a while. Especially when he flipped through the atlas, he was a little confused. Because on the first page, in the first row, he saw the name of his neighbor Chu Kui. Xianling Chu Kui, 8th level of foundation building, 7th on the Xianjiao list, rich combat experience, profound knowledge, can guide all cultivators below the late stage of foundation building and fighting methods, gentle personality, teach students in accordance with their aptitude, find out your fatal flaws. Price? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that fellow Taoist Chu was still doing a promising job of playing with, training with others in private. Even the fee was too damn black. 10,000 yuan a time, isn't this just robbing money? But it happened that according to the disciples boasting, there were quite a few people who ordered Chu Kui to practice with him. However, there were basically no casual cultivators. Most of them were foundation building disciples who had just come out of the mountains from the Jiandan sect. If it were me, I would have just left the sect and started building my foundation, and if I had some extra money, I would probably ask Chu Kui to practice with me once or twice. I heard that he is not only a sparring partner, but also responsible for helping to find shortcomings and researching which direction to develop in. No wonder that guy lives in a high-grade cave all year round, and his income is so diversified. If we use the income composition of game players, Chu Kui just rushes to the next level every day, maintains a high score of 7th on the Xianjiao list, and gets generous ranking rewards. Then he takes orders for playing on behalf of others in private. If anyone has trouble, he will help if he is given a sum of spirit stones. Occasionally, he takes some sparring orders to adjust his life, and by the way, he can also study the fighting methods of the sect disciples. Tisk tisk, he is worthy of being Xianlan's timely reign. Luo Chen sighed and waited quietly in the VIP room. After a while, the person he was waiting for came. "Hey, you are still in the 3rd stage of foundation building." "No, the 4th stage." Wang Yuan carefully looked at Luo Chen, and finally felt a momentum of the middle stage of foundation building from the occasional spiritual power fluctuations that he leaked. He shook his head and sighed. "You have practiced this breath-retaining spiritual art really well." Of course. Even when he had just broken through the realm, when it was the most unstable, Luo Chen could restrain most of the spiritual power fluctuations. When he stabilized, few people of the same level could see through his true realm. Luo Chen smiled complacently and took Wang Yuan into the training ground. "No, you can still see the edge." On the spacious plain, 2 figures stood opposite each other. Luo Chen looked at Wang Yuan in the distance, and the distance between them was 100 feet away. This distance is very particular. When Wang Yuan's body training reached the Blood River realm and whose key training was only at the great perfection, it was because he could not cross the distance of 100 feet that Duan Qianqin played a kite and hung him. Now as a sparring partner, this distance is just right to test Luo Chen's ability in kite flying, and to verify how Wang Yuan has improved after building his foundation. "Come on. Please." After a simple polite exchange, the two of them attacked without hesitation. With just one step, Wang Yuan crossed a distance of 10 feet and stepped into the range of 100 feet. In contrast, Luo Chen retreated 9 feet and opened up the range. Wang Yuan was surprised. Rising dragon step. Yes, I learned a little bit. Luo Chen smiled slightly in the distance, and his fingers were like swords, and dense golden light burst out. Wang Yuan shook his head when he saw this. His whole body was shocked, and countless small blood snakes hissed and drilled out of his body. They flew in a winding manner, wrapped in golden light, or devoured, or hindered, and Wang Yuan's figure got closer and closer. Luo Chen looked at this scene and was not surprised. He could improve, and Wang Yuan was also improving. This sparring was not to fight to the death, but to master the original methods after Luo Chen's realm breakthrough, and to experiment with the new methods. Wang Yuan was the same. He needed to fight to hone his realm after the foundation building period, and the Blood River realm complemented each other. Why didn't Luo Chen find another sparring partner? The reason was that he could be considered to be practicing ki and body at the same time. Only Wang Yuan, who also practiced dual cultivation, could verify his methods and where his flaws were. The two of them, one advancing and one retreating, their figures were like the wind, disappearing without a trace. Luo Chen's sword ball was more and more controlled. In this process, his other means of attack were gradually unfolded. The sword ball was the main one, and the heavy seal was the auxiliary one. With the occasional use of the entanglement technique and flying fireflies, it caused Wang Yuan a lot of trouble. Wang Yuan also showed explosive power far beyond the usual level. His commonly used weapon was a top-grade long sword magic weapon. This magic weapon was bought by him from a black market in Xianlan Fairy City not long ago, and it could extend his blood and ki very well. Every time the sword was swung, a huge sword energy of dozens of feet could be released. In this way, the two of them continued to attack and became familiar with their own methods. But it was obvious that neither of them could do anything to the other before using stronger means. You have made great progress. Wang Yuan stopped and praised sincerely. Luo Chen smiled. I thought I was in the middle stage of foundation building and could crush you. Wang Yuan's face darkened. You are making progress, and I don't sleep all day. I have now completely completed the 4 stages of refining the internal organs, changing the tendons, washing the marrow, and opening the meridians. Although the opening of the orifices has just begun, I have mastered the bright force in advance. Measured by the realm of immortals, I am also a genuine middle stage of the Blood River realm, comparable to the middle and late stages of the foundation building cultivators. In the level of body refining the internal organs, changing the tendons, and washing the marrow are the early stages of the Blood River realm. Opening the meridians and opening the orifices are the middle stages of the Blood River realm. However, the 4 forces of bright and dark transformation of Dan are classified as the late stages of the Blood River realm. Wang Yuan mastered the means of transforming ki and blood into bright force in advance, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is comparable to the middle and late stages of foundation building. In particular, he still has the realm of the early stage of foundation building, which makes up for the disadvantage of slow flying speed. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Use some real tricks. Are you sure? Yes, and try not to dodge, and try the power. Okay, then you go first. Wang Yuan put his hands behind his back, showing the style of a master. Luo Chen took the lead. Fireballs appeared in front of him one after another. Then they merged together and turned into a scorching sun, and judging from its posture, it seemed to continue to accumulate. Wang Yuan was confused. He quickly reached out. Stop. I said stop. Luo Chen pinched with spiritual art, and the scorching sun slowly dissipated, leaving only the scorching spiritual energy on the ground. Wang Yuan looked at him speechlessly. It was okay when you first performed the scorching sun technique. I was confident that I could continue, but what does it mean for you to continue to accumulate power? You don't think that I will give you this time during the battle? You let me come first. Luo Chen said confidently. Wang Yuan rolled his eyes. I recognize your fiery sun technique. Okay. Change it. Luo Chen snorted, and the spiritual formula in his hand changed again. The next moment, a huge wave of spiritual energy surged out from under Wang Yuan's feet. Wang Yuan's eyelids raised, with a fast casting speed. He slashed with a knife, and the huge knife energy directly avoided the wave. But the wave did not dissipate, but turned into 2 water dragons roaring and flying towards him. His face changed slightly. Is this a first-level wave technique? What a joke. Whose first level wave technique is so flexible and changeable? With his physique, he would not be hurt if he was sucked in. But if it were an ordinary foundation building cultivator, he would be seriously injured by the huge water pressure if he was sucked in. Even if Wang Yuan would not be injured, he did not want to end up in such a mess. He frowned and pulled up to the sky. The two water dragons under his feet roared and chased. But they obviously could not catch up with his speed. Just when Wang Yuan's mind was slightly relaxed, he suddenly had an idea. He did not hesitate and turned around and slapped him. A huge blood-colored palm print flew out, sweeping across the world. In the direction it went, there was a terrifying mountain that had been formed at some unknown time. Reprint. No. It's a first-level earth mountain technique. The palm print and the mountain collided at the same time, making a violent explosion. Boom. Wang Yuan pulled away gracefully. Behind him, the mountain collapsed. Looking at Luo Chen in the distance, he said, "Although your use of magic is superb, but you want to deal with me with this first-level magic, don't you look down on me a little bit?" In the distance, Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "I will definitely not let Brother Wang down." The next moment, he suddenly put his hands together, and a terrifying spiritual power wave spread out with him as the center. As if stimulated, a huge pressure suddenly broke out on the plain battlefield. Wang Yuan's face changed instantly. No. He wanted to withdraw, but under the inexplicable pressure, his speed was slowed down by half. Visible to the naked eye, three spiritual powers rose simultaneously from below, behind, and in front. Waves rose again. The blazing sun reappeared. The towering mountains collapsed. A hot and fierce spiritual power wave, like a volcanic eruption, swept over to destroy the world. As the mountains collapsed, violent roars, almost like thunder, continued to sound. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual power wave full of destructive nature also continued to vibrate in this constant roar. It seemed to shake all the creatures in this area to death. Not only that, the originally blue waves had already transformed into hot and fiery magma, rolling and flowing. The smoke that covered the sky and the sun soon enveloped this battlefield. After a while, a figure 2 feet tall, naked from the waist, walked out of it. The muscular body was full of smoke and fire, but there were not many injuries. It can be seen from this that Luo Chen has mastered the measure. Ahem. Wang Yuan withdrew the giant spirit transformation, and his body gradually shrank. He looked solemnly at Luo Chen floating in the sky. What kind of magic is this? Luo Chen smiled slightly. This magic, landslide. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.